The Legend of the Ninja from the Hidden Mist Village. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51 Lion Bang. Well, Mingxin is just like that, Kiba said disdainfully, resting his hands on the back of his head. Mingxin couldn't stand it. After fighting for a while, Kiba guessed that Mingxin and the others probably found the right opportunity to escape from the sand ninja in the forest. It was a pity that they didn't meet such a weak opponent. Shino listened to Kiba's ridicule of Mingxin and shook his head and inferred, "I don't think so." "Why is that?" "Because Mingxin didn't." "Kiba, Mingxin didn't show his true strength, I think." Hinata took over the conversation and talked to Kiba naturally, but the two of them ignored Shino, who was nominally their teammate, and left him staring silently through sunglasses from behind. TSK. Orochimaru was very disappointed. He didn't expect Mingxin to be worse than that yellow-haired man. He is really a disgusting wooden fly, this kid. Kabuto couldn't understand Shino's actions and thoughts. Yishan looked at the candidates who were talking on both sides, coughed heavily, and let the scene quiet down temporarily. He asked Xiang Mingxin seriously, "Are you sure you want to give up?" "Yes, I give up, and won't fight anymore." Mingxin nodded in confirmation. "Then, I declare that the winner of the first round is Rock Lee, who passed the preliminary selection." Yishan judged the result of the competition. "Lee, good job," Kei shouted to Xiaoli below with great pride, feeling extremely proud. He showed off to Kakashi, showing off his good teeth, which were really shining. "You are worthy of being my good student, Kakashi, you saw it all." Xiaoli defeated his opponent with his own efforts. "Well, yes. Congratulations to you, Kei. Xiaoli of your team won the first game." Kakashi congratulated him against his will, muttering to himself, "Didn't Mingxin take the initiative to admit defeat? How can it be said that he worked hard to defeat his opponent?" "Thank you, Teacher K." Hearing the shout, Lee was deeply moved. He jumped quickly and ran to the railing. The master and apprentice hugged each other and shouted youth. This made Mingxin, who was standing opposite, feel very nauseous. Alas, it's just a Chunin exam. He shook his head and walked towards the railing where Hotaru and Kimimaro were, not bothering to pay attention to the thick eyebrows. Shikamaru stared at Mingxin's back as he left and said in surprise, "I didn't expect that there are people who are more afraid of trouble than me. Do you know how to write the word death?" Seeing Mingxin walking in front of him, the wild girl asked him gently. I remember the Chinese character is." Mingxin really took out a pen and a small notebook from his waist bag to write it for her. Unexpectedly, when he looked up, he found that the girl was sneering and making hand seals. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't mess around. Don't scold me." Wow. Before he could finish his words, he was once again chilled by Hotaru. Seeing this, Kimimaro couldn't help laughing and quickly pulled the wild girl to his side. Jithang, who was standing beside him, also helped to persuade Mingxin to avoid being abused by her again. "Hotsuji, Kimimaro, this is for you." Mingxin, who thought he was unlucky, wiped his face, took out something from his waist bag, and handed each of them a shinobi card. "Mingxin, this card?" Kimimaro asked after taking the card. "There are so many." Before the girl finished speaking, Mingxin interrupted her. "Shh, this is information. Read the card carefully and don't talk." He turned to Kimimaro and added, "You forgot, I asked Kabuto for a card last time, but later I felt it was not enough, so I asked him to make a few more." "Mingxin, why did you give up?" the girl questioned him. "As for me, I just want to make sure that you and Kimimaro can pass the Chunin exam, and I will feel relieved." Mingxin looked at the two of them honestly and answered, "From this preliminaries, it is a personal battle for the candidates. It doesn't matter whether I'm there or not." "You." Hotaru held back for a while, but still lost his temper. He turned his face away angrily and didn't look at him. "Mingxin, you." Hayate, who was leaning against the wall and coughing, also shook his head. "I'm just like this. It's not the first day you two have known each other." Mingxin also leaned against the wall and used his little finger to pick his ear in a very unpresentable manner. For me, as long as you are safe and happy, that's better than anything else. Kimimaro and Hotaru were stunned by Mingshin's sudden corny words and were speechless. Mingshin. Kimimaro was touched. It was the first time he heard him say such corny words after knowing each other for so long. You are so useless, annoying. Hotaru turned around and kicked him hard twice out of the blue. Idiot. Hey, why are you kicking me again? Mingshin made a bitter face. Don't make a bitter face. Who told you to give up the exam? Jiffen criticized Mingshin with a smile. Yishan saw Mingshin and the others up there. They all lost the competition, but they still had the leisure to play around in the water. He felt incredible, but he didn't say anything to scold them. He started to prepare for the next round of the competition. Then, let's start the second round. The screen scrolled and lit up, and the single row match began. Who will be the one to take the turn this time? The candidates on both sides looked closely at the electronic bulletin board. Is it my turn? Sasuke looked at the new list on the paused display. Uchiha Sasuke vs Kaguya then. Please ask the two contestants on the notice board to come forward. Yes, Han announced. Sasuke flipped over and jumped down directly, walking in front of the examiner. Sasuke's opponent was a member of Kabuto's team, a weirdo wearing sunglasses and a mask, who also jumped down from above. The two stood in front of Yes-Han. Come on, Sasuke. Lee was at the upper railing, silently cheering him up. Let me see your strength. Niji looked expectantly. It's this kid's turn to play. Saxterap looked at Sasuke, who was originally his primary target. The two sides for the second round are Uchiha Sasuke and Kaguya. Do you have any objections? Sasuke, no. Kaguya, no. Then, the second round officially begins. Yes-Han announced solemnly. Sasuke, K's ability will be a very troublesome problem for you. How will you solve it when the time comes? Orochimaru was nominally the Jonin sent by Togakure to participate in the Chunin exam. He stood beside the three Togakure ninjas, looking at Sasuke and the other two who were about to start the competition, and thought with interest. Kaguya put his hands together and made a seal. Let's start. Sasuke drew out his ninja tools and shouted, come on. Kaguya's one hand gushed out blue chakra, and the other hand reached into his waist bag to take out a shuriken. His hand, what is that? Mingshin noticed that the other's hand was a little strange. Ding, ding. The two of them fired shurikens at each other, and Sasuke kicked his legs hard and rushed to attack the other. Dang, dang. Sasuke's several rapid attacks were all blocked by Kaguya. This guy. Seeing that he was very skilled, Kaguya pretended to show a flaw, allowing Sasuke to take the opportunity to sweep across, hook his legs, and lock himself. Well done. Naruto clapped his hands and shouted. Humph. Kaguya was pulled to the ground by Sasuke. Instead of trying to break free from his legs, he let out a strange laugh and pressed his palm on his chest. What is he going to do? Sasuke watched his actions warily. Just as he was about to use his legs to exert more strength, he was shocked to find that the chakra in his body was rapidly draining away. What's going on? My power. Sasuke's legs weakly loosened Kaguya's arms, and he was hit hard in the stomach. Thump. Sasuke arched his back in pain, and Kaguya took the opportunity to stand up and jump away. What happened? I suddenly lost my strength. Sasuke was about to raise his head, but unexpectedly, Kaguya shouted, flew to him, slapped him hard, and pressed his big hand on his head, making him lie on the ground. Blue chakra flowed out of his head at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's you who took my chakra. Did you just realize it now? Kaguya laughed sinisterly. Sasuke. Sakura and Naruto saw Sasuke in danger, and they were very nervous. K's special ability is the chakra absorption technique. This ninjutsu is a wonderful ninjutsu that can absorb the chakra from the other person's body as long as the palm touches the other person's body. Orochimaru was watching the battle from above, laughing strangely. Even if Sasuke opens the Sharingan, it will be useless. You bastard. Sasuke kicked his legs hard and kicked Kaguya away. I didn't expect that you would have the strength to break free after being sucked by me. Kaguya patted the dust off his body. Don't worry, I will end the competition soon. He moved and pounced on Sasuke. TSK, if he grabs and sucks like this, even if I open my Sharingan, it won't be of much use. Instead, it will accelerate the consumption of my own chakra. Sasuke dodged left and right, but he didn't expect that just a slight touch on his hair could suck away a lot of his chakra. Akadoke's ability is really troublesome. What's wrong, Sasuke? You're so slow. Akadoke easily dodged Sasuke's sweep and teased him. This guy's goal is to keep fighting me in close combat. What should I do? If I keep wasting time like this, I will lose sooner or later. Sasuke was anxious, but Akadoke didn't give him time to think about strategy and stuck to him again. Uchiha Sasuke, is this all you can do? You're not as good as a Totoro. Gaara was very disappointed with him. Sasuke. Naruto saw Sakura's distressed look and shouted at Sasuke, are you still Uchiha Sasuke like this? This guy. Sasuke heard his voice, jumped back to distance himself, and looked back. Don't embarrass yourself. Fight well. You're really standing, eh? Sasuke was about to say something in his mind, but suddenly he saw Lee, who was standing next to Naruto, from the corner of his eye, and an idea flashed in his mind. That's right. You actually still have time to look around. Sasuke turned around and looked at the attacking opponent, secretly making up his mind to give it a try, only to hear Akadoke shouting, this is the last blow. He moved close to Sasuke, pretending to catch him. That's it, Yishan judged in his heart. TSK. Sasuke sneered and disappeared in an instant. Akadoke was shocked. Gone. Disappeared. Swish. When Sasuke flashed again, he was actually below him and kicked upwards fiercely. He kicked Akadoke high into the air with one kick, and Sasuke then jumped to catch up. That's not mine. Lee was surprised. What? K also saw the clue of this move. Sasuke flew parallel to the back of Akadoke and said coldly, next, I'll show you my original creation on a whim. He tapped his back with his hand. It's over. It's Shadow Dance Leaf. Akadoke said, feeling that he was in a bad situation. Take it. Sasuke shouted. Sasuke turned his back with one hand and kicked straight at him with the other foot. Unexpectedly, he was blocked by him. Too naive. Akadoke thought he had no way out, but he didn't expect Sasuke to turn over and hit Akadoke in the face with one hand, making him scream and fall vertically. You are too naive. Kakashi saw it clearly from below. It's not over yet. Sasuke punched hard, shook his body again, and kicked Akadoke in the stomach with his heel. Lion combo. With a loud bang, he collapsed to the ground. Sasuke turned over and jumped away, standing unsteadily on the side and panting, waiting for Yishan's judgment. Yishan walked over, half squatted down, and reached out to touch the neck of Akadoke, thinking, it seems that there is no need to confirm. Now I declare the match suspended. Yishan stood up. The winner of the second round is Uchiha Sasuke, who passed the preliminaries. Great. Naruto shouted, happy for Sasuke. Before using the lion combo, that action was indeed K's physical technique. Did Sasuke copy it with the Sharingan before that? Kakashi thought to himself on the railing, pretending to be flipping through the intimate paradise. Sasuke. Naruto wanted to yell a few more words, but Mengshin, who had approached him at some point, slapped him on the back of his head and said lazily, be quiet, you're making so much noise. Ouch, it hurts. Naruto rubbed the back of his head in pain, turned his head, looked at him in surprise, and said, hey, Mengshin, why are you running to our side instead of staying with you guys? I'm here to deliver something. Mengshin looked down on the yellow-haired guy, took out a file bag from his arms, and handed it to Kakashi. Teacher Kakashi, this is what Teacher Hayate asked me to pass on to you. He just left because of something. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Mengshin. Kakashi nodded and took the file bag. Let's go, Naruto, Sakura. Mengshin waved goodbye to the two of them. Sasuke looked up from below, and when he saw Lee, he muttered to himself, Lee, thanks to you, I barely won. He knew in his heart that, if he had not seen his moves in the close combat with Lee, he would have been in trouble. Hiss. Sasuke's body suddenly swelled and ached, and he thought to himself, it seems that this is not a move that can be used frequently, and it puts a heavy burden on the body. Mengshin passed by Lee, and found that he was looking at Sasuke very intently. So that's how it is. Sasuke copied the move that I only used once at that time. Lee recalled the fight at that time and was full of emotion about him. K, who was standing next to Lee, thought to himself, this kind of high-speed physical technique and a series of lotus movements cannot be easily learned without consuming and exercising one's own physical strength. But Sasuke not only mastered it, but he also thought of such an ending move. K looked at Kakashi, who was reading lazily. Kakashi, this boy reminds me of your childhood. Chapter 52, Shino's Strangeness. Last year's top rookie, Hyuga Neji. The female ninja next to Lee looked at Neji, then at Sasuke. This year's top rookie, Uchiha Sasuke, who is stronger. Humph, it wouldn't be fun otherwise. Saxterup said, looking at Sasuke's back. Sasuke really won. Ino was being infatuated in the examination room. Shikamaru thought, if we were to fight against such an enemy, we would be done for. I'm hungry. Choji only knew that he wanted to eat because he was hungry. It's a blessing to be able to eat. Sasuke, so awesome. Hinata said in a low voice. TSK, it's no big deal. Ya said disdainfully. Really excellent. Orochimaru licked his lips, staring at Sasuke greedily. This action of his was caught by Mingshin, who had good eyesight. He was very suspicious. Is it him? Akadoke was carried away on a stretcher by the medical ninja who came later. Sasuke returned to the upper floor and joined Naruto and the others. Well, let's start the next competition. Yes, Han said after all the candidates went up. The screen scrolled and lit up, and the single row match began. Beep. Everyone looked at the new list displayed on the paused display. Sakurang vs Aburame Shino. Well, please ask the two contestants on the notice board to come forward. Yes, Han announced. Humph, I want to see which unknown person it is. Sakurang shouted as he walked downstairs and came to Yes Han's side. Kiba and Hinata, who were in the same team, retracted their gazes after seeing the name displayed on the screen. The two cheered Shino. Come on, Shino. But he just nodded in response and went downstairs with a wooden face. Shino didn't say much today. Kiba looked at his back and said to Hinata and teacher Yuhi Kurenai. Yuhi pondered for a while. It seems that Shino didn't speak much today. Hinata was a little surprised and wondered in her heart. Hey, did we hear Shino speak today? Hey, it's Shino's turn. Hotaru looked at the name on the screen and said to the two of them. It's Sachigumo Hotaru. Shino looked up and thought, it's rare that someone noticed. No, girl, the one with the wolf's head and a death word outfit is Saxterup. He is from the Hidden Sound Village. Didn't you see the forehead protector? Mingshin pointed at the other person speechlessly. Hotaru looked carefully and opened his eyes wide. It was true. He stuck out his tongue mischievously. I recognize the wrong person. Everyone was talking and laughing up there, but Shino silently lowered his head to look at the road and walked to the examiner. That's right, his ears were not good today, and he had auditory hallucinations. He mistakenly thought that someone would. Please come forward, both of you. Yishan waved to both sides, motioning for the two of them to come closer. The two sides for the third round are Zakdeng and Aburame Shino. Any objections? Zakdeng, no. Aburame Shino, no. Then, the third round officially begins. Hayama announced solemnly. Shino, is he okay? Hinata was still a little worried about her teammates. It's okay, he's very strong. Kiba was not worried at all. Hinata looked at him in confusion. The only person I don't want to fight is him. Kiba looked at Shino and said solemnly. Zack, let me see how you fight in this match. Dos Anvil looked at Zakdeng below and thought. Orochimaru beside them disappeared early after Sasuke's match ended. If you fight me, you will never be able to stand up again. Give up. Shino persuaded people to give up before the fight even started. Zakdeng was stunned. Humph, are you kidding? He was already angry because he had not completed the task of killing Sasuke in the Death Forest as assigned by Lord Orochimaru. Now he was provoked by this boy wearing sunglasses, which made him even more annoyed. Swish, swish. Without saying anything, he rushed to Shino first. Zack leaned in and punched him. With a thud, Shino blocked it without any suspense. You are doing useless work. Humph. A sneer came from Zack's mouth. He put one hand on his shoulder and the other hand towards Shino's belly, compressing the air pressure and shouting in a low voice, take it, slashing air wave. A bright white light flashed, and with a bang, Shino was hit on the ground and rolled continuously, with white smoke coming out of his body. Zack Deng withdrew his hands and said unsatisfiedly, "Hey, stand up, I know you're okay." The smoke dissipated. Shino stood up with his head lowered. Zack Deng looked at him in surprise. What is that on his face? Rustling. What's that sound? Naruto asked. Sasuke and Sakura looked up together to look for it. Look, Mingshin. Kimimaro Nai. Eyeing pointed at Shino's back and said with a tingling scalp, "Oh, there are so many bugs. What's going on?" Mingshin observed carefully and saw that there were bugs crawling out of Shino's neck. He was shocked and inferred, is he raising bugs with his body? Bugs. Zack Deng sweated on his forehead and was extremely surprised. It actually crawled out of the body through the skin. It's really a disgusting guy. Humph, I want to see how you bluff. Zack Deng had just finished speaking when he heard a dense sound approaching him from behind. He turned around and was shocked to find that the ground was already crawling with small black bugs. Shino spoke at this time. They are called parasitic bugs. They attack targets in groups and mainly devour chakra. If you are attacked by so many bugs, you will undoubtedly never be able to stand up again. Zack Deng glared at him. If you don't want to be in that situation, just give up. This is the best strategy. Shino continued to analyze for him. If you use ninjutsu to attack me, these bugs will take the opportunity to attack your back at the same time. On the contrary, if you attack the bugs, then I will find an opportunity to take advantage of. No matter what, you can't break through me. He began to make a seal and added, you must keep a hand in everything. Saxterop was forced into a dilemma. At this time, he suddenly recalled what happened when he first met that man. In the afternoon, the three of them chased each other in the streets. Hey, stop, don't run. The boy ignored the shouting behind him and continued to run forward. You bastard thief. The two chased after the boy angrily. Who will help us catch him? The boy gritted his teeth and ran into an alley, trying to get rid of them, but he never expected that this was a dead end. Oh no. The boy was about to turn around and leave, but unfortunately he was blocked in the alley by the two who caught up with him. He looked at them coming towards him with ferocious faces and retreated timidly. Several screams of fear came from the alley. Damn, what a stubborn kid. The two spat at the boy, who was beaten to the ground by them. What a waste of time. After a long time, when he was sure that the two had left, he slowly got up and took out a piece of bread hidden in his arms. The boy ate the dirty bread one bite at a time with tears in his eyes. Sitting on the ground, the boy looked at his weak hands, feeling unwilling. Just as he stood up and was about to walk out of the alley, a voice sounded behind him. You mean? He turned his head to look, but didn't see anyone. When he turned his head again, he saw someone standing in front of him. I like your performance just now. The boy looked at the pale man in front of him. If you follow me, you will become stronger. The man looked at him deeply, turned around and left, leaving only one sentence to the boy. If you want to become stronger, follow me. His words lingered in the boy's heart. The boy looked at his back, his hands trembling, and ran towards him resolutely. You said that you should keep a hand in everything, right? Zack Deng spread his hands contemptuously, aiming at Shino and the insect swarm at the same time. Kimimaro looked at Zack Deng below, and the posture. Are you going to launch ninjutsu on both sides at the same time? Take it. Zack Deng shouted between the insect swarm and Shino. Cut. Boom. A shrill scream rang out. What? The candidates above were shocked to see Zack Deng's wrist burst, and the air pressure gushed out uncontrollably. My hands. Zack Deng looked at his hands in agony, and he was shocked to find, how could this happen? Dense black bugs actually crawled out of the windhole in his palms. Swish. Shino came behind him in an instant. When I advised you to give up just now, I gave the bugs a hint just in case. Use your body to block that troublesome windhole. Don't move. This is the real way to keep a hand. Damn it. Zack Deng was furious and was about to turn around to attack. Shino didn't give Zack Deng the opportunity to counterattack and knocked him to the ground with a heavy punch. The dust settled. Yishan walked to Zack Deng's side, half squatted down to check, and found that his hands were disabled, and he could no longer fight. It seems that it's over. Yishan got up and judged. The winner of the third round is Aburame Shino, who passed the preliminaries. Then, what is that, Niji? Lee was very confused and asked Niji beside him. Niji opened his eyes and looked at Shino and said in a low voice, Bayan, how can there be such a person? Not to mention using summoning magic to summon insects, he actually let the insects parasitize his body. Niji said in shock. What did you say? Hearing this, Lee was surprised. He is a clan that drives insects in Konoha's legend. Kei said to them with a serious expression. If so, I have heard something about it. Niji said as he looked at Shino's leaving back. Since birth, they have used their bodies as a nest for insects, and then drove the insects to fight. They can control the insects freely, and almost all the battles are left to the insects. In exchange, they signed a contract to supply their own chakra to the insects. Is that so? Lee looked at Shino and whispered. What a pity, Sak. Dos Anvil looked at Sak's stirrup who was carried on a stretcher and was about to be evacuated. Why did Sak's arm become like that? Jintu asked him. I'm afraid that the guy named Shino, while Zack was close to him, let the bugs block the exhaust vents on Zack's hand. If he used the air slashing wave in that situation, the air pressure that could not be released would find an outlet in the arm, causing expansion. Jintu suddenly realized and listened to him continue. Zack's arm exploded as a cannon barrel and can no longer be used. Jintu looked at Zack and remained silent. Although you and I are just assigned the same mission, I will avenge you. Dos Anvil said silently in his heart. What, Shino, is he that strong? Damn it. Naruto was angry that Shino was hiding his true strength. In school before, I just thought he was a scary person. Sakura didn't expect it. I didn't expect Shino to have this skill. Sasuke looked at him and thought. Luckily it's not me and Shino fighting. Hotaru patted her chest in fear and said thankfully, I'm most afraid of bugs. You're not that serious. Mingshin shook his head speechlessly at her, squatted under the wall, looked at the screen, and waited for the next round of competition. I'm really worried about Shino. As the senior ninja, Yuhi Kyoroi breathed a sigh of relief. Shino, you've worked hard. Hinata looked at Shino and comforted him. You did a great job. Kiba praised Shino. Well, I'm looking forward to your performance too. Shino nodded to them and said so, then walked towards the railing by himself, ready to watch other people's competition. This guy, he came back with a proud captain. It's really hateful. Kiba saw Shino's indifferent look, and his teeth itched. Well, let's start the next competition now. After Zack's stirrup was carried away by the medical ninja, Hayama said. The screen scrolled and lit up, and the single row match began. Beep. Everyone looked at the new list displayed on the paused display. Ken Misumi vs Kankuro. Well, please ask the two players on the notice board to come forward. Yes, Han announced. It's finally my turn to play. Kankuro was eager to try. This guy Kankuro doesn't take his opponent seriously at all. The Jonin of their team looked at Kankuro like this and wanted to remind him not to be careless, but he didn't say it out loud. Humph, what an idiot. Gaara saw Kankuro coming down the stairs with the corner of his eye and secretly disdained it in his heart. It's that guy. Naruto frowned and looked at Kankuro below, thinking of Konohamaru who was bullied by him before. The two who were matched walked slowly to Yes-Han. Please come forward, both of you. Yes-Han waved to both sides, motioning for the two of them to come closer. I'm different from Kei. I will not show mercy to the little devils. Kankuro snorted coldly when he heard the other party say this. Ken Misumi, who was wearing round-rimmed glasses and a long mask to cover her appearance, obviously didn't take Kanjuro seriously. She continued with a cold look. I have a promise. If I use my secret technique, you must give up and make a quick decision. Then I will do the same. Let's make a quick decision. Kanjuro said in return, putting down the one he had been carrying and untying the bandage. The fourth round will be between Ken Misumi and Kanjuro. Do you have any objections? Ken Misumi, no. Kanjuro, no. Then, the fourth round officially begins. Yishan announced solemnly. Chapter 53, The Power of the 3-Star Fan. I won't let you attack. As soon as Yishan finished speaking, Ken Misumi attacked first and ran towards Kanjuro. He threw a punch, and with a bang, Kanjuro blocked his fist before he could say anything. Ken Misumi smiled strangely, and with a swish, his hands suddenly wrapped around Kanjuro's body and locked him. Wow, so amazing. Naruto leaned on the railing and said to Sakura and Sasuke enviously, "What's wrong with that guy's body? What kind of secret technique is this?" Sasuke was watching the fight between the two from above and was also puzzled by Ken Misumi's body. "I can unlock all the joints inside my body and use chakra to freely control my body that has become soft." Ken Misumi locked his throat while introducing his secret technique to Kanjuro. "Use chakra." Sakura couldn't believe it. "I can keep holding you until I break your bones. Unless you give up, I will hold you tighter and tighter." Jian Micheng tightened Kanjuro's neck. "Although I don't know what ninja tool you are using, it is meaningless for you to be entangled like this. I can keep holding you like this until I break your neck. Give up quickly." "Huh, what if I say no?" Kanjuro rejected Jian Micheng's threat. "Do you want to die?" Jian Micheng tightened his grip. "Idiot, you are the one who will die," Kanjuro said with a strange look on his face and tilted his head. Crack. His neck is broken," Lee said in disbelief. "Huh." Hearing what Lee said, Naruto and Sakura looked at Kanjuro in surprise. "This breaking sound seems to be..." Just as Aang was about to say it, she was suddenly patted on the shoulder by Kimimaro. The girl turned around and found that he was shaking his head silently. The meaning was very clear, asking her not to say it out loud. She had to put away the words and continue to watch the fight obediently. Boring. Garen knew what was going to happen next, so he simply turned his head away. TSK, this idiot, he was so arrogant, but I still killed him. Ken Misumi was sneering when he suddenly heard a strange sound. Crack, crack. What? Ken Misumi found a small piece of sand peeling off the ground. The crackling sound continued, and he turned his head and glared at Ken Misumi. It was a puppet disguised as Kankuro, making a spooky sound. "Then it's my turn to make a move this time." Swish. Ken Misumi's hands were tied tightly by the puppet, and he exclaimed, This is a puppet." He saw a hand stretched out from the bandage on the ground to untie itself, and it was a real Kankuro. "The one over there is the real person. This guy is a puppeteer. Release chakra from your hands, and then control the puppet." Sakura saw clearly the movements of Kankuro's hands. Crack, crack. Being strangled by the puppet more and more, Jian Micheng hurriedly said with difficulty, "I give up. If you break your bones, won't your body become more flexible?" Before he could finish, Kanjuro kindly suggested, and his 5 fingers moved slightly. "Ah!" Jian Micheng screamed, and then collapsed to the ground. "I almost ended this competition." Yishan was glad that he didn't announce it too early. He walked over to check Jian Micheng's condition, and after confirming that he had no chance of standing up again, he said, "The winner of the 4th round is Kanjuro, who passed the preliminaries. 2 against 1 is too despicable. Is that okay, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto asked him with understanding. "It's not despicable, it's just a puppet." Kakashi didn't think the other sand ninja was despicable. "You're so stupid, Kankuro. That's puppetry, using chakra to manipulate puppets, just like shuriken and other ninja tools," Sakura said, looking down at Ken Misumi who was being evacuated on a stretcher, thinking, "Everyone is very good at using chakra. I originally thought I was pretty good at manipulating chakra, compared to them." At this time, Yishan saw that the people had been carried away, so he said, "Then, let's start the next round of competition." The screen scrolled and lit up, and the single row match began. Beep. Everyone looked at the new list displayed on the paused display. Tenten vs Temari. "Then, please ask the 2 contestants on the notice board to come forward," Yishan announced. Sakura felt uncomfortable in her stomach, said something to Kakashi, and went straight to the bathroom. "Is it a turn?" Mingshan glanced at the name on the screen, then retracted his gaze, and looked at Temari who was walking down the stairs in Sunagakure. Lee saw the name on the top of the screen, turned around and said to the female ninja standing beside him, "Tenten, it's your turn. You must defeat this powerful enemy in one go." "Don't worry, Xiaoli." Tenten walked down the stairs confidently. Nisi watched Tenten walk down silently without saying much. When Tenten walked to Hayama, Temari was already waiting for her there. "Please come forward, both of you." Hayama waved to both sides, signaling them to come closer. "The 5th round will be fought by Tenten and Temari. Do you have any objections?" Tenten, "No." Temari, "No." beat her, and our team will be able to further improve morale. Tenten looked at each other and thought to herself, this is the second person to appear in the Sand Village team. Nisi stared at Temari from above and said, it looks like it will be a very interesting game. Come on, Tenten. Lee shouted hard from above. Then, the 5th round officially begins. Hayama announced solemnly. Tenten took the initiative to jump back and distance herself from Temari. Fight, Tenten. Lee continued to shout. Believe in your own strength, Tenten. Kei also joined in the fun and shouted. Tenten, we will support you. Lee began to make more gestures to express, go all out to defeat her. But, the support should be more intense, more intense. Kei said excitedly. Got it, Teacher Kei. Lee said with great enthusiasm. Damn, these two are too noisy. The unlucky yellow-haired man standing next to the two of them covered his ears with his hands to try to block out the sound and kept complaining about the master and apprentice. The genin named Tenten has a good grasp of the distance when fighting with others. The third Hokage rarely spoke at the exam site. Keep a distance from the opponent that is not too far or too close, and you can attack or defend. What's wrong? Please start. Yishan saw that there was no movement between the two and urged, Humph, are you just waiting and watching? Temari snorted coldly, I have a promise. If I start to attack, I can finish you off in one go. Being noticed by his opponent, Tenten cautiously took a step back. You don't have the ability to pretend to judge my movements. Temari further provoked Tenten, I don't mind you attacking first. You said it for me first, then I won't be polite. Tenten jumped up and threw a lot of kunai at Temari. Unexpectedly, there were two clangs, and only her after image was seen shaking, and all the ninja weapons missed. Tenten looked at the kunai and fell to the side and couldn't believe it. This is impossible. What's wrong? Are you trying your skills, or are you afraid of missing the target? Temari said jokingly, I thought you could be more interesting. It seems there is nothing to expect. After listening, Tenten looked at the other party with a serious face. How is it possible Tenten's attack actually missed? Lee felt incredible. Kei directly denied, this is impossible. Tenten's darts can be said to be 100% accurate. Tenten can't miss. Niji also thought so. That's right, so it's not that Tenten missed, but that Sand Ninja dodged it. Kei asserted. That guy is still as good tempered as ever, waiting for his opponent to use up all his tricks. Kankuro said, looking at Temari below. Boring. Gara said disdainfully. What a shame. Shikamaru said listlessly, another game won by Sunagakuya. It's not certain whether we'll win or lose. Hearing what Shikamaru said, Naruto directly refuted. I just know the result. Shikamaru insisted. Hey, why are you so sure? Naruto yelled unconvinced, why don't you tell me the reason? Idiot, I'm too lazy to explain. Shikamaru refused, leaning over the railing to watch the fight. Since Shikamaru said so, the result must be like this. Choji, who was standing aside, looked at the two people below and said for no reason, trusting Shikamaru's judgment. These guys are really hard to figure out. Naruto couldn't understand them. I need to stay calm and not be affected by her provocation. Shianchan calmed down, assessed the situation, and looked at the floor. 1 square, 2 squares, 3 squares. If you can dodge, I just need to make sure you can't dodge. Are you measuring the distance? Are you going to use a big move this time? Temari guessed, preparing to take out the iron fan behind her. Shianchan saw her reach behind her back to take the iron fan. I see, it's because of the fan. So, he ran, circled around Temari, walked to her blind spot, and jumped. How about this move? He pulled out a scroll from his waist bag, spun and danced in the air, and weapons appeared from the scroll, as if they were free, and attacked Temari one by one. TSK, what's the use of this? Mingshan shook his head. He came to the same conclusion as Shikamaru. If this move was Shianchan's best ability, then she would definitely lose. In front of Temari, a gust of wind blew past, and all the weapons were blown to the ground without any surprise. Tenten landed and looked at the scattered weapons on the ground. She was surprised. How is it possible? My darts, that fan must have some secrets. My 3-star fan. Now this is 1 star. There are 2 more stars. When you see the 3rd star, that's when you lose. Temari put away her contempt for her and said seriously. Tenten, don't be scared by your opponent. Lee shouted from above. Keep calm, keep calm. I know, Xiaoli, that thing was originally intended to be used in the official competition, not in the preliminaries, but now it seems that I can't take care of it. Tenten made up her mind and decisively took out 2 more scrolls from her waist bag. Oh, is she going to use that trick now? Kay saw Tenten taking out the scrolls. What is she going to do with the 2 scrolls? Naruto asked curiously. Tenten half knelt on the ground, untied the scrolls, and held one upright on the ground with each hand. Humph, everything you do is in vain. Temari said disdainfully. Tenten ignored her, made seals with both hands, and shouted, double rising dragon. Bang, bang. The 2 scrolls gushed out large amounts of white smoke, rising from the original position to the sky above 2 fog dragons. The smoke dissipated, revealing the scrolls. Tenten was inside the 2 scrolls, constantly taking out weapons with both hands, and throwing them at Temari. TSK, no matter how many you increase the number, the result is the same. Temari was not optimistic about her move, slightly opened the fan, and shouted, 2 stars. A strong wind blew, and the weapons were blown away. Tenten landed and shouted, there are more. She jumped again, and in midair, she pulled up the steel wire with both hands, pulling the weapons scattered on the ground, and flew up into the air together, aiming at Temari. Tenten swung her hands hard, and all the weapons rushed to Temari below, secretly saying, got it? Ha ha. Unfortunately, Temari did not give this opportunity, and swung the fan with all her strength, and all Tenten and her weapons were blown to the ground. Temari watched Tenten roll up from the ground and stood up, and said regretfully, 3 stars. She shook the iron fan in her hand, and the 3-star fan spun in the air, and she and the fan spun together, and disappeared without a trace. Gone, disappeared. Tenten looked around. Where could she be? Here. Tenten didn't have to wait too long. Her voice came from behind, and she turned around in a hurry. Oh no. Temari flew over Tenten's head on the 3-star fan, landed in front of her, waved the iron fan and said, ninjutsu, Komeitachi. Tenten. Lee shouted, anxiously above. Whoosh. A strong wind blew past, blowing Tenten into the air, and her whole body was cut by the wind. The wind of this tornado contains chakra, which is very strong. Tenten can't escape this wind. Niji said helplessly. After the wind stopped, Tenten fell down, and landed on Temari's closed iron fan, hitting her waist dully, coughing up blood, and then fainted. Too much. Naruto said bluntly. Tenten. Lee felt uncomfortable. It's really boring. Temari looked at Tenten who fell on the 3-star fan, and said in disappointment. I didn't expect that Tenten's weapon attack would be completely restrained. Kay said regretfully. If he had fought against other candidates, he wouldn't have been crushed so badly. How could this happen? Lee still didn't believe that Tenten lost like this. Sure enough, just like Shikamaru said, it was the female ninja from Sunagakure who won. Choji said. So that's what I said, alas. Shikamaru shook his head and sighed after hearing what Choji said. We can't stop here. Kankuro looked at the results of the game below and was not surprised at all. The newcomers of Sunagakure this year are really intimidating. The third Hokage filled his pipe with new tobacco and hummed to Temari below. Hayama walked up to the 2 of them, inspected them, and judged. The winner of the 5th round is Temari, passed the preliminaries. Chapter 54, Yellow Hair appears. Tenten should have fought Temari in close combat. Kimimaro felt sorry for her. Tenten had a chance to win this match. Hey, why is that? Aang asked him curiously. Temari is carrying that special big iron fan. Close combat is very disadvantageous for her. Unfortunately, Tenten didn't see through this. Even if the long range attack fails, there is still a chance to make up for it. Mingshin explained for Kimimaro. After listening to Hayama's judgment, Temari sneered and swung the iron fan directly, throwing Tenten out. Not good. Lee jumped and ran down, barely catching the thrown Tenten. Nice catch. Temari, who deliberately threw people away, did not forget to praise Lee. What are you doing? Lee was furious. Is this an insult to a ninja who has fought with you with all his strength? Darn. The iron fan hit the floor hard, and Temari said impatiently, you are so long-winded. You have already lost. so take that useless person away. Hearing this, Lee was furious and ran towards Temari impulsively. Stop, Lee. Niji hurriedly tried to stop Lee, but it was too late. Lee ignored Niji's shouting and kicked Temari. Konoha whirlwind. Ding. Temari easily blocked Lee's kick and laughed. Your attack is just like your appearance, dull and monotonous. No wonder Ito will voluntarily admit defeat tomorrow. What did you say? Lee didn't understand what she meant. Stop it, Lee. K came behind Lee in an instant to stop him. Teacher K. Lee looked back. Temari, come up quickly, you have already won. A voice came from above. Don't get entangled with that idiot who protects his companions. What did you say? Hearing this, Lee couldn't help but pretend to be furious, but was stopped by K who was standing beside him. Forget it, Lee. Everyone in Sunagakure, I want to give you a piece of advice. K looked up and looked at them. This kid is very strong. You'd better be mentally prepared for the third exam. After leaving the words, he walked back to the upper railing with Lee. Is that so? Gara was speechless, but he was thinking in his heart, not necessarily. This guy can be stronger than Ito Mingshin. Apart from still having expectations for Sasuke, he really didn't take other people seriously. This teacher actually dared to provoke those people from Sunagakure. After seeing Gara's cruel methods in the Forest of Death, Ya was also not optimistic. I definitely don't want to fight with them. They are all very powerful. Hinata said weakly. Humph, this ugly woman dares to be so arrogant in our territory. Hotaru was also furious at the railing. Suddenly, she turned around and stomped on Mingshin. It's all your fault. Hey, is there such a thing? Mingshin was stunned by this step. This Sunagakure provoked us. Why did you step on me? If you hadn't let them escape in the Forest of Death, Sunagakure wouldn't be so arrogant today. It's all your fault. The wild girl took out all her anger on him and jumped on Mingshin's head to bite and gnaw. Hey, can you please be reasonable? This is none of my business. Kimimaro was amused by Hotaru's rudeness and quickly pulled her off Mingshin's head. Okay, stop making trouble. It will be bad if other teachers see us. Be quiet, HMPH. After hearing what Kimimaro said, Hotaru had to kick Mingshin twice angrily before stopping. Alas, what sin did I commit in my last life? Mingshin really wanted to ask the heavens. He had the urge to go to the bathroom. He said goodbye to the two of them and left. He didn't pay attention to what Hayama was saying below. The 6th round of matches had already started to scroll on the screen. Mingshin came to the bathroom and happened to meet Sakura, who was about to return to the scene. The two met and said hello. Mingshin, how are you? Outside? Sakura asked Mingshin about the situation of the preliminaries. It's the 5th round that has just ended. Temari from the Sand Village won and passed the preliminaries. Mingshin gave a relatively concise summary. Oh, so that's how it is. Sunagakure won again. Sakura exchanged a few pleasantries with Mingshin, and when she heard footsteps behind her, she put away her smile and said goodbye. Mingshin didn't understand what was going on, so she looked back and found that it was Ino who came over. No wonder. Ino also saw Mingshin, chatted with him for a while, then left and returned to the preliminaries to wait for the competition. Mingshin went to the bathroom, went to the mirror, and turned on the faucet. Splash. Mingshin leaned over to wash his hands under the faucet, and he noticed Sasuke coming in from the corner of his eye. Without thinking too much, after washing his hands, Mingshin was about to walk out when Sasuke suddenly spoke to him from behind. Mingshin, why did you admit defeat in the preliminaries? Mingshin heard the question, turned around and looked at Sasuke. No reason, I simply didn't want to take the exam. Hearing this answer, Sasuke said regretfully, I was originally thinking that I hope to compete with you in the 3rd exam. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, Sasuke. Mingshin said indifferently, and suddenly heard the noisy and sparse shouts of the yellow-haired man outside. Whose turn is it now? Before coming here, Ino and Sakura's names were on the screen. Sasuke clearly showed a lack of interest in their competition. Is that so? Hey, Sasuke, I see Sakura has always been. Mingshin didn't finish the rest of his words. Sasuke turned around and went to the bathroom. Hey, I really don't understand what he's thinking. After leaving the bathroom, he turned around and ran into Hangdao in the corridor. He greeted her unexpectedly. Hangdao, it's you. What for? Hangdao glanced at him. Mingshan took the opportunity when no one was around and asked her, where should I wait for you after the preliminaries are over? I still have a lot of exam materials that I haven't sorted out yet. I guess I'll be busy until the evening. Let's do it another day, Hongdao said after turning off the wireless microphone. Hey, don't. Mingshan hurriedly offered his courtesy. I can help you. Let's do it together. When everything is done, we can go eat together. Humph, you are not old, but you are so thoughtful. Hongdao was not impressed by Mingshan's courtesy and asked, why do you choose to give up the first round of the competition? I don't want to take the exam. Mingshan said to her without any concealment, the requirements for Chunin are very high, and there are many things to do. It's more leisurely for me to be a genin. I really admire you. Hongdao was speechless to this guy and walked past him. Let's go. I'm going to the bathroom. Hey, where will I wait for you after the preliminaries? Mingshan looked at her back and asked without giving up. We'll talk about it then. Hongdao only left him this sentence and went into the bathroom. Mingshan saw her go in, so he didn't ask any more questions. When he walked out and returned to Aang and the others, Sakura and the others' competition had already ended. Hey, what happened? Mingshan walked to the railing and looked down. The two contestants were both lying on the ground, and Ino's hair was all over the floor. He asked Kimimaro, who was watching the match, what happened. It's complicated to explain. Generally speaking, it can be regarded as a baptism of growth for the two of us. Kimimaro told him in a nutshell. As they were talking, they heard Hayama below make a judgment. Since both sides are unable to continue fighting, no one passed the 6th round of the preliminaries. The candidates on both sides above were surprised by this judgment. Both of them were eliminated. Then, Asuma came down to the scene in an instant and picked up Ino. No way. Kakashi followed and picked up Sakura. The two jumped back to the railing above and placed them both against the wall. Hey, Ino. Shikamaru and Choji ran over. Sakura, Lee and Naruto also gathered around nervously and asked Kakashi nervously, no, are you okay? Shh. Kakashi put a finger on his lips and motioned them to be quiet. The two teams all cooperated and looked at the two of them quietly. Don't worry, they don't need treatment and will wake up on their own in a short time. Asuma stood up and said to Kakashi, but, it's really surprising, girls. Yeah, not to mention Naruto and Sasuke, even the unreliable Sakura has grown so much. Kakashi felt the same and said to Asuma, although a lot of things have happened, I think from the bottom of my heart that it's really great to be able to let these children participate in the Chunin exam this time. Then, let's start the next round of competition. Yishan's voice came from below at the right time, pulling everyone's thoughts back to the live preliminaries. The screen scrolled and lit up, and the single row match began. Beep. Everyone looked at the new list displayed on the paused display. Uzumaki Naruto vs Inuzuka Kiba. Then, please invite the two contestants on the notice board to come forward, Yishan announced. Hey, it's my turn. Naruto stared at the screen, clapping his stick and shouting excitedly, I've kept you all waiting for a long time, it's finally my turn. So lucky, I'll definitely win against that guy, Akamaru. Kiba looked at the names of the battles on the screen and said to Akamaru in his arms with joy. Woof. Akamaru barked twice in agreement with Kiba. TSK, it's Naruto's turn. Hotaru stared at the list on the screen, retracted her eyes, and said to him with ill intentions, he will definitely be beaten badly by Kiba. No, Hotaru. Kimimaro held his chin in his hand very seriously, comparing the fighting power of the two and said, it's just that Naruto's chance of winning is a little slim. Huh. Mingshan heard what the two said, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, after seeing the funny way that guy jumped up and down, he didn't have any expectations for him either. Sasuke came back and saw his name on the screen, and the corners of his mouth rose. Is it Naruto's turn? Let me see how much you have grown. Kakashi stood beside the unconscious Sakura and looked at Naruto and thought to himself. Naruto was about to leave and go downstairs when he saw Sasuke coming back. He smiled confidently at him. Look at how good I am. Humph, you can't lose to Kiba. Sasuke still spoke to him with a cold face, but changed his tone. Naruto, I'm still waiting to play against you in the third exam. Naruto was stunned when he heard what Sasuke said, then smiled and nodded. Okay. After Naruto went downstairs, Sasuke saw Sakura sitting in the corner and asked Kakashi, how was Sakura's match? The two of them tied and were eliminated together. Kakashi said regretfully, oh. Sasuke didn't ask any more questions. He walked to the railing and watched the match that was about to start below. Naruto and Kiba walked up to Yi-chan, both full of confidence in themselves. Please come forward, both of you. Yi-chan waved to both sides, motioning them to come closer. The 7th round will be between Uzumaki Naruto and Inuzuka Kiba. Any objections? Naruto, no. Kiba, no. I've been waiting impatiently. Naruto shouted, it's finally my turn to show my skills. Damn it, that's what I want to say. It's only natural to defeat you, right, Akamaru? Kiba said to Naruto without any courtesy, and Akamaru also barked twice to cooperate with him. Naruto listened to Kiba's words and pointed at him and yelled in anger, don't talk nonsense, you can't beat me with your strength. You. Kiba opened his mouth and closed it again, too lazy to argue with him, and put Akamaru on the ground. Hey, Kiba, don't bring the puppy to the field, it will hinder the competition. Naruto stopped him. Idiot, Akamaru will also participate in the battle. Kiba despised him. Woof, woof. Akamaru followed and barked twice to protest against Naruto. No way, that's okay. Naruto pointed at Kiba and the others and asked the examiner. It's okay. Animals and insects are just like ninja tools. There's no problem. Heiama answered Naruto objectively. Naruto was speechless, but he immediately showed that he didn't care and shouted, HMPH, forget it, just think of it as me letting you go. This idiot. Mingshin quickly covered his face and turned away, not looking at this guy. HMPH, you just want to show off, then. Kiba ordered Akamaru. Akamaru, don't make a move, let me do it alone first. Akamaru growled, which was considered an agreement. Kiba's teacher, Yuhi, looked up at Naruto below and then looked at Kakashi on the other side, thinking to herself, if it's a competition with Naruto, I'm sorry, he can't beat Kiba. Kakashi. Naruto, although I really want to cheer you on, Kiba and I are on the same team. Hinata looked at the two of them with a very conflicted heart, although Kiba may be angry, but, Naruto. Lee stared at his back from above. Kiba is so lucky. Choji was full of envy for him, matching such a weak opponent. HMPH, I don't know how powerful this guy has become after becoming a genin, but he used to be that kind of person. Yara called a past event in school in his mind. Today we have to review the transformation technique, and the target of transformation is Hokage. Iruka called out the names of the students in the classroom one by one, asking them to transform. Naruto, it's your turn. When Naruto's name was called, he responded and stood in front of teacher Iruka, making a seal and shouting, transform. Bang, white smoke flashed, and a crooked third Hokage appeared in front of everyone. Kai. Everyone held back their laughter, pretending to be serious, and holding back their laughter, to save face for Naruto. But unexpectedly, Mingshin, who had just woken up, and was lying on the desk, yawned and said this, after seeing this third Hokage. Hey, isn't this the Kishimoto Hideki from the next class? Why is she wearing the Hokage's clothes to our class? This is too scary. Puff, ha 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 ha. Everyone couldn't hold back any longer, and laughed loudly at the table. Thank you to Broken Wings Angel, Book Friend 201705172021111506, and Turtle Warrior for your recommendation votes. In addition, I would like to especially thank Broken Wings Angel for his valuable monthly vote. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55, Beast Ninjutsu. Iruka looked at Naruto's transformation and shook his head helplessly. He had a headache. He simply turned around and scolded Mingshin. This is Naruto's transformation into Hokage. What Yinkyu, you have to transform into one too. It's so noisy. I was sleeping soundly. Yeah, I was sleeping soundly on the desk in the back row. He was awakened by their laughter. He looked up at Iruka and Naruto in front of the podium. Just now, I was joking. Naruto laughed at Iruka. I did it on purpose. Don't try to be so mean, Naruto. This is your third year in school. Iruka scolded him unhappily. Really, who is that guy? Yan muttered in a low voice. He had just transferred to this class with several other students not long ago, and he was not very familiar with the students here. Haha, we just changed classes and we can meet such an interesting guy. It's great. That guy is really good at making jokes. Several classmates around him were laughing and discussing Naruto. Yan muttered disdainfully, TSK, for popularity? Do it again, idiot. Iruka shouted. Transform. Naruto gritted his teeth and transformed again. Bang, it was Hideki Kishimoto again. You guy. Iruka twitched his lips, and he had completely given up on this guy. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed again. Hey, is this true? Seeing his funny transformation, Kiba couldn't help laughing. Are you sure? After 3 years of learning, you haven't even learned to transform well. Just watch carefully. One day, I will definitely become a real Hokage. Naruto was so angry at everyone's laughter that he jumped up and down and shouted, pointing at them and said, "You are so bad at transforming. What's the point of calling Hokage?" Kiba complained. After hearing the complaints, Naruto lowered his head in anger and helplessness. He couldn't refute others, who made him transform badly. I sympathize with you. Let me finish you off with one punch. Recalling the memories of school days, Kiba raised his fist and said kindly to Naruto, "Ah, is that so? But you can't beat me." Naruto also raised his fist in response to Kiba. "I told you to stop being so arrogant." Kiba pointed at him and retorted, "Woof. I say, you guys have so much time to talk nonsense. Are you going to compete?" Mingshan looked at the two of them depressedly from above, complaining repeatedly. Before Mingshan could complain for too long, the examiner coughed dryly. Then, the 7th round officially begins. "Yes," Han announced solemnly. Kiba half crouched down, made seals with both hands, beast mimicry ninja technique, full egg technique. Lying on the ground, he gathered chakra in his limbs, making himself look like a beast. "I'm going to attack." Swish. He rushed towards Naruto in an instant. Naruto was shocked and couldn't dodge in time, so he was hit in the stomach by Kiba's elbow and rolled away. So fast. Kimimaro barely caught Kiba's action with his eyes. It seems that he won't wake up soon, Mr. Examiner. Kiba stood up proudly and said to Yes-Han, "It's true." Shikamaru saw Naruto's performance, and it was the same as he predicted. That Naruto can't beat Kiba. Choji also agreed. "Naruto, you are so bad," Lee said disappointedly as he looked at Naruto, who fell to the ground. TSK, this guy's really made of paper. Aang shook her head repeatedly at Naruto's performance, and the wild girl glanced at Mingshan from time to time. Naruto will not be defeated by Kiba so easily. Mingshan turned to look at Aang. When everyone was not optimistic about him, he was very confident in Naruto. "Keep watching. This guy, he is not so weak." Sasuke saw Naruto was knocked to the ground by Kiba's elbow, and his expression did not fluctuate at all. Like Mingshan, he did not draw a conclusion early, but continued to watch the game seriously. He knew very well that this guy was not so vulnerable. "I said it." Han looked at Kakashi and became more determined in his prediction of this game. "What? That guy is so weak," Kankuro said disappointedly as he looked at Naruto below. Naruto. Hinata was extremely worried about him. Just as Kiba turned to leave, he heard a voice, turned around to look, and was surprised. "What?" Naruto stood up again. He wiped the blood from his mouth and shouted at Kiba, "Don't underestimate me." Except for Mingshan and Sasuke, everyone else was surprised. You said it very well." Shikamaru smiled when he saw how powerful he was. "You're already bleeding, and you're still talking nonsense. There should be a limit to being arrogant." I'm just pretending to be arrogant. I want to see your strength." Naruto readjusted himself. "Don't be arrogant. Use your dog or anything else. Don't regret it." Kiba was furious and shouted to Akamaru, "Let's go, Akamaru." Woof. Kiba and Akamaru ran towards Naruto together and took out two small balls from their waist bags. "Smoke bomb?" Naruto recognized the ball in Kiba's hand. "Take it." Kiba threw the smoke bomb towards Naruto, and bang, a large amount of smoke sprayed out, blocking his vision. Boom, boom. Naruto was in a passive position in the smoke, and was beaten without being able to fight back. I can't see clearly. This is bad. I must escape from the smoke, otherwise it's over. Naruto ran out in one direction with all his strength. Woof. He was knocked into the smoke by Akamaru again. I got hit. Kiba jumped back, smiling and waiting for the smoke to clear. Damn, I can't see anything. Shikamaru and everyone else couldn't see what happened in the smoke. When the smoke cleared, woof, Akamaru barked at Kiba, as if to ask for credit. Naruto, who didn't run out, was lying next to him. Success. Woof, woof. Akamaru ran and barked at Kiba. Good job, Akamaru. Huh. Kiba noticed that Akamaru was not right. It suddenly jumped up fiercely and bit his wrist. What's going on? Everyone was surprised. What happened to Akamaru? Kiba raised his hand and asked Akamaru very puzzledly, Akamaru, why? You got hit. Unexpectedly, Akamaru suddenly spoke. With a bang, the white smoke dissipated, and it turned out to be Akamaru that Naruto had transformed. You actually use the transformation technique. Kiba quickly waved his arms to shake him off. Let go. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. Naruto complained about Kiba uncomfortably. You smell like dog. Where is my Akamaru? Kiba didn't bother to pay attention to this guy's complaints and looked around for Akamaru. Here. The other Naruto grabbed Akamaru's front paws with both hands and lifted it up. Akamaru looked at Kiba pitifully and whimpered. Akamaru. Kiba could only stare at Naruto. Damn it. No way. Hotaru was a little surprised. Is that Naruto? He can be evenly matched with Kiba. No, he has the upper hand now. Using the shadow clone technique to imitate the transformation technique. Is this what that idiot Naruto thought of? Shikamaru felt incredible. The timing of using the ninjutsu is just right. Temari commented pertinently. What? Turns out he's stronger than I thought. Kankuro changed his words faster than turning a page. This guy has some tricks. Neji thought Naruto's move was very interesting. Naruto, so strong. Hinata wanted to say it louder, but she was afraid that Kiba would be upset, so she didn't dare to shout it out. You are stronger than before. Kiba admitted, but that's all. From now on, I will be serious. Oh, really? Naruto challenged Kiba with a face that deserved a beating. You will never be able to beat me. In this competition, he has grown a lot again. Huh, this is really surprising. Kakashi and the third Hokage both changed their views on Naruto. He was no longer as reckless as before, and was willing to use his brain to deal with the enemy. It seems that he is no longer the Naruto of the past. Shikamaru felt that he should change his view of him. Yeah. Choji agreed with him. What method did Kakashi use? Asuma looked at Naruto below and wondered curiously. Is this still Naruto who always trails behind? Hank thought to herself. However, after seeing Kiba's next move, she changed her mind and thought, Kiba and Akamaru may grow faster than him. Huh. Kiba suddenly closed his eyes and took a deep breath, and one hand touched his waist bag. Naruto didn't understand his intention. Naruto, give Akamaru back to me. Kiba pretended to discuss with Naruto. Whoosh. Kiba secretly fed Akamaru a small pill while he was still not reacting. Akamaru's whole body suddenly turned deep red. With a low roar, he kicked Naruto with his legs. Bang, the clone disappeared, and Akamaru ran back to Kiba. What's going on? What did you feed it? Naruto looked at Akamaru in surprise. The fur turned red. That's why it's called Akamaru. Kiba also ate one for himself. Hi Oregon. Kakashi recognized what Kiba was holding. Kiba, is he going to end the game with this trick? Hang saw Kiba's next intention. Go ahead, Akamaru. Kiba lay down. Woof. Akamaru ran onto Kiba's back. Beast mimicry ninjutsu. Bang. Beastman clone. Kiba transformed Akamaru on his back into a clone identical to himself and prepared to fight Naruto together. Roar. Naruto felt the hair on Akamaru on Kiba's back and felt that its eyes were very strange. He quickly protested to Yishan. They just ate some strange pills. Isn't that a stimulant? Is this okay? Yes, the Brimaru is also one of the ninja tools. No way. Examiner, is that all you can say? Naruto complained. What did they just eat? Shikamaru didn't recognize it, just like Naruto. That's a Brimaru. Choji, who was standing aside, suddenly spoke up. Brimaru? Shikamaru looked at Choji. The Binglian pills can allow the person who takes them to fight continuously for 3 days and 3 nights. They are high in protein, easy to absorb, and can have an exciting and calming effect. Choji's expression was rare and serious. Now Kiba and Akamaru's chakras have been temporarily doubled. Kiba must have taken Binglian pills. Mingshan regretted it, and Naruto was going to suffer a great loss. If I had known that in the Death Forest, I would have given Naruto some Binglian pills. Humph, you're only saying this now. What were you doing earlier? Hotaru looked down on him. The last blow, we'll go. Kiba and Akamaru rushed forward from the left and right foreleg technique. Naruto saw this and quickly turned over and jumped back. With a bang, the master and servant grabbed Naruto at the same time and attacked him on the ground. Swish, swish. As soon as Kiba and Akamaru landed, they immediately exerted their strength and kicked forward. Naruto dodged left and right, barely avoiding the grab and attack of the master and servant. Naruto, things are not good. Shikamaru turned around to look at his teacher after hearing Asuma's words. Kiba fills his whole body with chakra and attacks like a wild beast. This kind of pill that can double the chakra is really the most suitable pill for Kiba. Naruto was nearly scratched by Kiba's sharp claws several times. Oh no. Let alone counterattack. Just concentrating the chakra in my body on my feet to dodge is already strenuous enough. If this goes on. Before he could think of a countermeasure, Kiba and Akamaru attacked again, one in front and one behind, dodging left and right. Naruto was forced to turn over and jump into the air to avoid the cross attack. There is a flaw. Kiba seized this fleeting opportunity and predicted his landing point. Take it, the secret of the beastman's physical technique. Kiba and Akamaru ran at lightning speed. The master and servant quickly rotated their bodies, forming to tornadoes and rushing towards Naruto, who had just landed. Katon Kiba. Ah. A scream rang out. Naruto's body was pierced by the tornado, flying into the air and spinning down, blood flowing from his head, and he coughed up blood from his mouth. Hinata was so scared that she closed her eyes and dared not look at Naruto, but after a while, she began to worry about his situation again and opened her eyes again to pay attention. This is the difference in strength. Kiba stood up and looked at Naruto, who fell to the ground. I want to be a Hokage, and I will never fall here. Naruto was upside down, stretched out a hand, pressed on the ground, and tried to stand up with difficulty. You want to be the Hokage? Kiba disagreed. Haha, you are obviously weaker than me. If someone must become the Hokage, let me be the one. After saying that, he laughed at Naruto wantonly. TSK, Naruto, this guy can't beat Kiba, so he surrenders. Hearing Kiba's mockery from above, Aang couldn't stand it and whispered, Naruto won't surrender. He's not someone who will give up easily. Kimimaro held the railing, looked at the fallen Naruto, and said to Aang very confidently, haha, it's too hard to make this idiot give up on his own initiative. Mingshan also shared the same view as Kimimaro, and smiled knowingly. Naruto. Sasuke's face still didn't fluctuate. You know you can't be Hokage, but you still keep trying to be strong. You're such a fool. Kiba laughed even more unscrupulously. No, Kiba, you're wrong. Looking at Naruto, Hinata silently refuted his mockery in her heart. Naruto is not trying to be strong at all. He always believes that he can do it and never gives up easily. Ha. Suddenly, under Kiba's surprised gaze, as if Naruto heard Hinata's voice, he actually gritted his teeth, propped himself up with his hands, and climbed up again little by little. If you want to steal the title of Hokage from me, you will become a stray dog. Naruto panted, wiped the blood off his face, and declared to Kiba seriously. Damn, you are such a pestering guy. Hey. Forget it. In that case. Kiba took a stance again. Then I will beat you until you can never stand up again. Let's go, Akamaru. I won't fall for the same trick again. Take it. Kiba and Akamaru turned their bodies at high speed towards Naruto, forming to tornadoes and attacking. Chapter 56. The knockoff version of Lion. Whoosh. Naruto jumped into the air again. This time he learned his lesson and cleverly dodged the two tornadoes that followed closely behind him and attacked him crosswise. As soon as he landed, Kiba aimed at the right position and threw 2 smoke bombs. With a bang, they exploded around Naruto and shouted, "Gaetong-ya!" The 2 tornadoes flew in the smoke and ran around everywhere, leaving Naruto nowhere to hide. Although he used this trick just now, he can't dodge it every time. What should I do? What should I do? After the smoke was sprayed, Kiba and Akamaru flew back, keeping a distance from Naruto, and said proudly, "It seems that you can't hold on any longer." TSK, no. Naruto said stubbornly, "Even if you and Akamaru become 3 or 4 again, I can still win easily." Huh, you really don't admit defeat. Kiba gave Akamaru a look. "Let's send the game this time, Akamaru." Akamaru, who had transformed, heard Kiba's words and growled in response. Kiba and Akamaru rushed towards Naruto, holding the smoke bombs that they had just taken out of their waist bags. Bang! Naruto was surrounded by a huge cloud of smoke. Kiba and Akamaru spun their bodies at high speed again, turning into tornadoes and rushing into the gushing smoke. Damn it, we must find a way to fight back. The 2 tornadoes running around made it very difficult for him to resist. If we want to fight back, we have to hit Kiba, otherwise the attack will be meaningless. But, which one is he? The battle in the smoke became more and more intense. The people at the railing above could not see clearly inside. Hinata closed her hands and worried secretly. When Naruto was worrying about the next wave of cross attacks from Kiba and Akamaru, suddenly, a light bulb flashed in his mind. Right. He thought of something and hurriedly made a seal before the smoke dissipated, shouting, "Transform. Take it." Kiba saw the black shadow in the smoke. Although he realized that something was wrong, he and Akamaru could not stop and rushed in. The tornado did not run around this time, but stayed in the smoke. This is. I see. Kakashi, Minshin, Sasuke, Kimimaro, and others looked at the blurry shadows in the smoke that had not yet dissipated and said in unison. They all guessed Naruto's response. What? Lee heard Sasuke talking and turned to look at him. Watch carefully. Sasuke only said this to Lee, letting him see for himself. When the smoke dissipated, everyone saw clearly what happened. 3 identical fangs appeared in the same place. Oh. Lee cheered unexpectedly. "Well done. You actually thought of that, Naruto. Oh, you got it?" Minshin picked his ears. "Take advantage of the opportunity to transform into Kiba before the smoke dissipates. This makes it impossible for the real Kiba to tell which one is Akamaru and which one is Naruto, and he can't easily launch an attack. And for Naruto, it doesn't matter which one he attacks." Kimimaro admired Naruto's transformation strategy. He caught Kiba and Akamaru, the master and servant, and this flaw that appeared in an instant was really amazing. It really made me look at him in a new light. So that's how it is. You have this trick, but Kiba clenched his fists and smiled. "I'll give you a piece of advice. I was careless and discovered it too late just now, but it's useless to use transformation against me again. Tell me why." Kiba punched one of the clones in the face, and the clone rolled on the ground for several rounds in a row. "It's because the smell is different. Don't underestimate our sense of smell, Naruto." Kiba warned Naruto, who was lying on his back. Kiba can concentrate chakra on his nose to make his sense of smell tens of thousands of times stronger than that of an ordinary person. Of course, he can also identify other people through his sense of smell. As the leader of Class 8, Han knew that Naruto's simple transformation technique would not be difficult for Kiba to identify. I win. Bang, white smoke dissipated. What? Kiba couldn't believe it, and even the candidates above were surprised. What's going on? Kiba's sense of smell actually confused Naruto with Akamaru. Shino carefully analyzed and inferred what the problem was. Damn, what's going on? Thinking of something, Kiba glanced behind him and hit him hard. "Then you are Naruto. How dare you play tricks on me?" Boom. The clone rolled on the ground for a few times, and with a bang, the white smoke dissipated, and the transformation was cancelled. It was actually Akamaru. What? Kiba and the other candidates were all in disbelief. This is a trick that only a troublemaker would think of. Kakashi was moved by Naruto's cleverness. "We've been tricked." Hangen felt something was wrong. Just when everyone was in doubt, the puppy behind Ya suddenly stood up, and with a bang, the transformation was cancelled. He hurriedly turned back, but was kicked to the ground by Naruto, who attacked quickly. Naruto, you're awesome. Hinata blurted out. Ya wiped the footprints off her face, touched Akamaru who had fainted beside her, and gritted her teeth at Naruto. Although he was attacked by the real Yap because of his smell, Naruto did not transform back to his true form, but immediately transformed into Akamaru's appearance, making him mistakenly think that he was hitting Akamaru, and cancelled the anthropomorphic transformation. Mingshin was very puzzled by Naruto's sudden quick wit. Did this kid pick up melatonin in the Death Forest before he met us and made up for his IQ? Otherwise, there's no way to explain it. Hey, what is melatonin? Kimimaro asked him. Ahem, don't worry about these details. Let's continue to focus on him. Is the Naruto I know that smart? Aang really looked at him with admiration. Damn. Kiba stood up. Huh, you have to think before you use ninjutsu, otherwise you will be taken advantage of, idiot. Naruto pretended to be a senior and taught Kiba. TSK, you are just imitating what I said. Kakashi said contemptuously. Kiba thought and analyzed. It's a complete waste of time to argue with this guy. I can't let him lead me by the nose. I have to stay calm. He bit his palm so hard that blood came out. In pain, he carefully weighed the advantages and disadvantages of both sides. Hiss, calm down. In fact, Naruto can't keep up with my speed. Kiba looked at him and suddenly thought of something. I still have an absolute advantage. He took out the darts from his waist bag with both hands, observed Naruto's movements carefully to find the flaws, and then you can use the four legs technique to get behind him. There is no need to rush. As long as you stay calm, you will definitely win this game. It seems that the opponent has thought of a countermeasure. So, Naruto, what will you do next? Kakashi waited and saw. You are finally serious, Kiba. Naruto said shamelessly. Then let's use the new special move I prepared in advance to end it all. He started to make a seal with his hands. What? A new special move? When did he practice it? Aang wondered. There is a new special move. Naruto is really worthy of it. Lee said passionately. TSK, it must be a trick. Kiba didn't believe it. Whether it is a trick or not, you will know after trying it. TSK, if you continue like this, he will lead you by the nose again. Calm down. Kiba said secretly alertly. Take it. Naruto was about to perform. Although I don't know what the trick is, I won't let you succeed. Kiba swung his arms vigorously, threw darts at Naruto, and followed him. Whoosh, whoosh. Naruto quickly released his hands from the seal, moved sideways to avoid the darts that followed Kiba, and then jumped into the air. Now, the beast-like ninjutsu, full-egg technique. Whoosh, Kiba disappeared in an instant. As soon as Naruto looked up after landing, he saw Kiba running in front of him. He was surprised. So fast. Bang. A fierce shoulder collision pushed Naruto far away. Why did you stop? He just heard a voice next to him, and turned his head to the side, and was punched by Kiba, and thrown far away again. There is no way. That yellow-haired man. Kankuro began to speak arbitrarily again. Damn, there is no time to gather chakra like this. As soon as Naruto stood up again, Kiba rushed over. Hey, what's wrong, Naruto? He flashed and knocked him to the ground before Naruto could react and resist. This won't work. Naruto doesn't even have time to make a hand seal. The gap in strength is too big. As expected, Naruto still can't beat Kiba. Seeing Kiba's aggressive series of attacks, Shikamaru and Choji said pessimistically. Swish, swish. Before Naruto could stand up, Kiba jumped into the air again and rushed towards him. He looked up and said, damn it. Take that. Kiba rushed down from top to bottom, swinging his claws to attack, but only scratched one of his hands. What? Instead, Naruto grabbed Kiba's claws. You bastard. Naruto grabbed Kiba's claws with both hands and threw him away. Blood dripped down his wrist on one of his hands. I want to be the Hokage. How could I lose in a place like this? Naruto raised his hands and made a gesture to seal. What nonsense are you talking about? You can't keep up with my speed. Kiba's limbs slightly lay on the ground, and he pushed hard with his hind legs, attacking Naruto again. A few steps away from him, he jumped forward and attacked with his claws. Naruto was forced to give up the seal. He was unlucky and didn't dodge Kiba's sharp claws. He was cut. He covered his arm in pain and dodged forward. Before he could catch his breath, Kiba attacked his back again, and he stumbled forward. If I get serious, you are no match for me. Kiba took a breath. You should also understand that you are just. Before he finished the rest of the sentence, he saw Naruto stand up again. I will never lose. Naruto turned around and looked at Kiba with an extremely firm belief. Naruto is really fighting. If I were Kiba, I would have been fed up with it a long time ago. Choji and Shikamaru thought that they could not persist in the game like Naruto. It doesn't matter who wins, let's end it quickly. Kankuro hoped to end this competition. Naruto, come on. Hinata silently cheered him up. We must find the weakness of that guy Kiba as soon as possible. Naruto thought to himself and took the initiative to provoke Kiba. Humph, it's completely useless. I recognize your perseverance. Kiba also perfunctorily said to Naruto, that guy is about to give up. Let's make an end next. No matter what, I will use my new trick. Naruto started again and was determined to make a seal, to launch a new trick. I won't let you succeed. Kiba quickly attacked Naruto and shouted, too slow. Instantly went behind him. Take it. Naruto was in the state of making seals with both hands, and he couldn't dodge in time. Just as Kiba leaned over to attack from bottom to top and knock him away again, a discordant sound. Puff, puff. Kiba heard the sound, and when he was close to Naruto's butt, he accidentally sniffed it. Wow, screamed, covered his nose, and retreated repeatedly. The people above were stunned. Is this attacking the enemy with farts? Kimimaro's mind was a little messy, and he couldn't turn around. No. Mingshin's mouth twitched. This guy just got really lucky. Hinata blushed with shame when she saw this funny scene. This was too. Yeah, is quick and has a keen sense of smell, but the beast mimicry ninja technique will harm him instead. Kakashi really thought that Naruto's luck was unmatched, although that was just a coincidence. He is worthy of being the ninja with the most accidents. Now your sense of smell is tens of thousands of times that of an ordinary person. Han knew in her heart that Xiao was in trouble. Naruto's chance has come. Because of Naruto's accidental opportunity, Kiba was smoked and lost his self-control. Shikamaru predicted that the scales of victory had tilted. Damn it, I used too much force in the hand seal just now. However, it's time to learn my new trick, the shadow clone technique. Naruto finally seized the opportunity this time and began to make hand seals. In an instant, 5 clones appeared. I will return all the pain I just suffered to you in one breath. Kiba covered his nose and watched Naruto and the clones surround him. He didn't know what this guy was going to do. Damn it. Kiba looked around and found that there was nothing he could do. One clone jumped first and beat Kiba away. Whirlpool, vortex. The slogan was shouted, and the other 3 clones kicked him into the air. Finally, the original body kicked him down on the head with force and shouted, Naruto, bomb, bang, boom. Kiba's head hit the ground hard, and he coughed up blood in pain. He fell to the ground under the shocked eyes of everyone. Obviously, the winner between the two has been revealed. Naruto released his clones, and waited breathlessly for the final decision of the examiner. A new trick. Kakashi was too tired to complain about Naruto. I just saw Sasuke use the trick and learned it myself. Naruto, this guy. Sasuke was speechless with him. Not only did he copy it, but he even plagiarized his name. You don't even lean on the wall. I admire you. Mingshin really wants to worship this guy. He has never seen such a shameless person. Yishan approached the two, half squatted down to examine Kiba, and judged. The winner of the 7th round is Uzumaki Naruto, who passed the preliminaries. Hey, it's finally over. Hotaru kept complaining to Mingshin and the others. This is the most ridiculous match I have ever seen. Although I had such a hunch, I didn't expect that Naruto really beat Kiba. It's really a big upset. Shikamaru and Choji were also discussing the accident caused by Naruto. Today, after being reminded by brother Ganganju, I fixed the problem in chapter 55 in time. Thank you brother Ganganju. Chapter 57, the Hyuga family's feud. HMM. Just after Naruto finished the match, Sakura also woke up slowly. You finally woke up, Sakura. She heard Ino talking beside her, and woke up quickly. She wanted to get up immediately and continue fighting, but she heard other voices unexpectedly. Uzumaki, bang, Naruto's continuous bomb. She saw Lee, Sasuke and Kakashi in front of her, who were paying close attention to the competitions of others below. Our match is over, Ino told her. Sakura lowered her head sadly and choked. Did I lose? Huh, I should be the one crying. I actually tied with you. Ino complained to Sakura in dissatisfaction, but it was more like comfort than complaint. Huh. Sakura looked at Ino with a puzzled look. Here you go. Ino handed her the forehead protector that had fallen and said frankly, you have finally blossomed into a beautiful flower, Ino. In response to her, she was greeted by a smile that she had only vaguely seen in her childhood, as if she had traveled back to the past, when Ino's smile gave her strength to overcome her initial timidity. Sakura took the forehead protector and tied it on her head happily. Next time we fight, I won't just knock you out, and I don't plan to give Sasuke to you. I'll give you these words intact. They had been reconciled for less than 3 minutes, and they were arguing over men again. While chatting, they didn't pay attention to the situation below. At Hayama's urging, Naruto trotted upstairs happily. It's so relaxing. When passing by teammate. What should I do? What should I do? Hinata saw Naruto was about to pass by her and leave, so she mustered up her courage and whispered, Naruto, Naruto. Huh. Naruto turned around. Hinata, what's wrong? Well, that. Hinata closed her eyes and didn't dare to look at Naruto and pushed the thing in her hand in front of him. What is this? Naruto looked at the thing Hinata handed over, confused. It's ointment. Han reminded Hinata. Why give it to me? Hinata opened her eyes, embarrassed for a long time, but couldn't say a word. Just accept it, Naruto. Seeing her so shy, Han had to speak for Hinata and persuade Naruto to accept her feelings. Yeah. Naruto nodded to teacher Han and thanked Hinata. Thank you, you are such a good person, Hinata. Han's gaze passed over Naruto and Hinata and looked at Kiba, who was carried on a stretcher by the medical ninja, and said to herself, Kiba, you don't have to feel ashamed. Naruto is indeed a strong opponent. Hinata also caught a glimpse of Kiba out of the corner of her eye. After whispering a few words to Naruto, she went downstairs to bring medicine to Kiba. Not far behind Kurenai, Niji looked at Hinata's back with hostility for some reason. HMPH, you look so relaxed, Miss Hinata. Naruto took the ointment Hinata gave him and walked back to where his team was. He found that Ino, who was originally under the wall, had returned to the team, and Sakura had woken up and was standing there. He ran happily and shouted, Hey, Sakura. Yeah, Naruto? Sakura was about to go and talk to Sasuke at the railing when she heard Naruto's voice from a distance. Together with Sasuke and Kakashi, they watched him running over. Sakura, are you okay? Naruto ran up to Sakura and asked with concern. It's okay, I'm fine. Sakura, you're awake. Sasuke only noticed Sakura at this time. Yeah, I'm fine, Sasuke. Sakura then asked Sasuke, by the way, how was the game? The 7th round of the game just ended, and Naruto won. Really? Sakura looked at Naruto in surprise. Naruto began to boast to Sakura about the process of the game. Well, that. Hinata came to the medical ninja and shouted to stop them. Kiba, who was lying on the stretcher, looked up at Hinata. This is ointment. Hinata stretched out her hand and handed over the ointment for Kiba and Akamaru. Hey, instead of caring about others, you should worry about yourself. Kiba. Listen, Hinata. Kiba reminded her seriously, if you play against the sand village you met in the death forest before, give up immediately. Also, if your opponent is Niji, give up immediately. For you, he is too powerful and will beat you up. After Yesan was carried away by the medical ninja and evacuated, he said, then, let's start the next round of competition. The screen scrolled and lit up, and the single row match began. Beep. Everyone looked at the new list displayed on the paused display. Nera Shikamaru vs Kintsuchi, then please invite the 2 contestants on the notice board to come forward. Hayama announced. It's Shikamaru's turn. Asuma looked at the name on the screen. When he looked away, Shikamaru had already gone downstairs. He wanted to say something to him, but shook his head helplessly and said, this guy. TSK, what a hassle. Shikamaru walked listlessly to the examiner and waited for his opponent. Shikamaru, you must not lose. Ino's voice sounded at the right time, cheering Shikamaru up. Beat that guy to pieces. Yes, yes. This Ino guy has fully recovered. Choji muttered to himself when he saw how energetic she was. That guy can control people's shadows. You have to be careful of his shadow. Dos Anvil reminded Kintsuchi. Humph, I won't be hit by that boring ninjutsu. After saying that, he went downstairs and walked to the examiner. Please come forward, both of you. Hayama waved to both sides, signaling the two to come closer. Oh, it's really troublesome. My opponent is a woman. How can I start? Shikamaru looked at Jintu with a headache. Then I will end this match immediately. Jintu generously told Shikamaru that he would immediately resolve the competition between the two. The 8 rounds are Shikamaru and Jin. Do you have any objections? Shikamaru, no. Jin, no. Then, the 8th round officially begins. Hayama announced solemnly. Swish. Shikamaru took out the shuriken from his leg bag and threw it at Jintu, but she easily dodged it. Then he took out the kunai and rushed towards Jintu without any technical content. Hey, is this how you fight? Naruto wondered. What is Shikamaru going to do? Mingshin thought to himself. Ding, ding. The two fought each other with weapons in close combat, fighting and retreating. When Shikamaru estimated that the distance was about the same, he immediately jumped back one step, retracted the kunai, and began to make hand seals with both hands. Are you an idiot? Jintu also put away his weapon and laughed at him, I thought. Before she could finish. Ninjutsu, shadow imitation technique. Swish. Huh. Jintu was shocked. Why can't I move my body? He suddenly couldn't move his whole body, and it was useless to struggle. What's going on? Dos Anvil looked down, and the shadow under Shikamaru's feet strangely stretched to Jintu's feet and connected together. The shadow imitation technique was successful. Shikamaru said with a sigh of relief. What did you do to me? Jintu asked him. Idiot, look at your feet. Shikamaru signaled her to look down with his eyes. Jintu then realized that there was a long black shadow under her feet, connecting her and Shikamaru. No wonder she couldn't move. Damn it. Shikamaru took out the shuriken from his leg bag, and Jintu's hand followed suit and took out the shuriken. What are you going to do? Jintu looked at Shikamaru in doubt, unable to guess what he was going to do next. I want to shoot shuriken at you and see who can last longer. Shikamaru stated his purpose. Are you an idiot? Jintu didn't understand him. If you attack directly like this, you will also get hurt. Shikamaru ignored her and swung his arm to throw the shuriken. Idiot, stop it. Unfortunately, it was too late. Whoosh, whoosh. Shikamaru leaned back and dodged the oncoming shuriken, and Jintu also leaned back, mocking him in his heart. Humph, it's just a bluff after all. Bang. Ah. Jintu's back of the head hit the wall directly and fainted. It's solved. Shikamaru turned over and said, ninjas must first understand the surrounding situation and terrain before fighting. Even if our movements are the same, the distance between us and the wall behind us is different. The shuriken is just to make you ignore the wall behind you. Yishan skipped the inspection and directly judged the winner of the 8th round as Nara Shikamaru, who passed the preliminaries. What a fast round. Hotaru was surprised and admired. Shikamaru won too cleanly. What kind of ninjutsu is this? I've been in Konoha for so long, but I've never seen it before. Mingshin was very curious about Shikamaru's ninjutsu. This is the ancestral secret technique of the Nara clan. It connects with the enemy by stretching out one's shadow, making the opponent do the same action as oneself. Kimimaro spoke up to help him solve the puzzle at the right time, but this ninjutsu consumes a lot of chakra, and it cannot be used many times continuously in battle. When it comes to performing tasks in normal times, it requires the cooperation of teammates to play the role it should play. Hey, how do you know so much about it? Mingshin was surprised. When I invited Mr. Kakashi to dinner some time ago, he told me about it in a casual chat. Ah, great, Shikamaru. So handsome. Ino and Choji cheered for Shikamaru from above, but he himself left the competition site indifferently, walked upstairs calmly, and returned to the team. That guy seems inconspicuous, but compared with the battle I just had, he is much more handsome. Damn. Naruto was envious of Shikamaru. Am I the only one left? Dos Anvil muttered to himself. After Jintu was carried away, Yishan said, "Then, let's start the next round of competition." The screen scrolled and lit up, and the single row match began. The only ones left are me, Akimichi Chouji, Hyuga Niji, Kaguya Kimimaro, Dos Anvil, Hyuga Hinata, Gaara, and Tsuchigumo Hotaru. There are 8 people left. The information about Sasuke has also been collected. If it's my turn later. Kabuto looked at the matching screen and thought, I'll be like Itomention and pretend to surrender. Beep. Everyone looked at the new list displayed on the paused display. Hyuga Hinata vs Hyuga Niji then. Please ask the 2 players on the notice board to come forward. Yishan announced. This match is very interesting. The third Hokage held a pipe in his mouth and looked at the screen and thought. Hinata. After seeing the name, Han looked at Hinata with great concern and found that her body trembled slightly after seeing the name on the screen. It's Hinata's turn. Mingshin looked at the list and the 2 sides, looking thoughtful. The Hyuga family. Sasuke glanced at Niji who was going downstairs. The 2 walked to the examiner and stopped, looking at each other in silence. I didn't expect that I would fight with you, Miss Hinata. Niji was the first to break the silence and spoke. Brother Niji. Hinata looked at him and said. Brother? Sakura was a little surprised. Huh. Naruto also became curious. Are they brother and sister? No, they are both members of the Hyuga clan, the oldest family in Konoha. Kakashi explained. Then, what is their relationship? Sakura asked Kakashi. Well, it can be said to be the relationship between the main family and the branch family of the Hyuga. Main family and branch family? Naruto didn't understand. What's going on? Sasuke also spoke up, rarely showing concern for other people's family affairs. Hinata is from the main family of the Hyuga clan, and Niji is from the branch family. Before Kakashi could say anything else, Lee, who was standing nearby, explained to the 3 of them. So, this is a battle between 2 relatives? Sakura looked down. It's not easy to fight, the 2 of them. That's right. Lee hesitated. But, what's wrong? It seems that a lot of things happened between the main family and the branch family in the past, and now their relationship is not very good. Why is that? Naruto asked in confusion. Lee shook his head and said, I'm not sure either, but ninja clans like the Uchiha and Hyuga, which are known as famous clans, have their own secret skills. Huh. When Sasuke heard Lee mention that the Uchiha clan was a famous clan, he turned his head silently and stared somewhere else. His action was seen by Kakashi. In order to pass down the secret skills, the Hyuga family has established many family rules, but it seems that many of them are biased towards the main family. Lee looked at the 2 people who were about to start the competition below. Because of those family rules, many conflicts that are difficult to resolve broke out between the main family and the branch family. Then this match is a showdown of the old grudges between the 2 families. Sakura sighed, and Hayama's voice sounded below. Please come forward, both of you. He waved to both sides, signaling them to come closer. Naruto and the others stopped chatting and began to concentrate on watching the game below. The 9th round is between Hinata and Niji. Do you have any objections? Hinata lowered her head. No, no. Niji, no. Then, the 9th round officially begins. Hayama announced solemnly. Before the fight, I want to give Miss Hinata a piece of advice. Niji suddenly said to her. Hinata didn't know what he wanted to say. Just give up, Miss Hinata. You are not suitable to be a ninja. Thank you for the recommendation vote cast by the brother who breathes deep in the heart yesterday. Chapter 58 Cut off your own weakness. Hinata was at a loss when she heard this. You are too kind, you want peace, avoid disputes, and always cater to other people's opinions. You have no confidence and always feel inferior. She was speechless when Nisi pointed out all these. I think you should just be a genin. In my opinion, you took the Chunin exam reluctantly because you couldn't refuse Kiba's invitation. Am I right? Nisi said at the end, and he was already a little harsh. TSK. Mingshin was very puzzled by Nisi's aggressive attitude. Hinata is a very gentle girl. Why is Nisi doing this? Kimimaro felt puzzled. No, it's not like that. Hinata shook her head and tried to argue with Nisi. I just want to change myself by myself. Hinata. Han looked at Hinata with pity and recalled the past. the mansion of the Hyuga clan. In the dojo of the main family, Han watched quietly how the man in front of her trained her daughter strictly. "Stand up, Hanabi," the man said to his daughter expressionlessly. "Hinata will be my subordinate from now on, but is this really okay?" Han couldn't help but say, Hinata is the heir of the Hyuga family. The work of a genin often involves dealing with death. Is it okay to do this to her? You can do whatever you want with her. The man was indifferent. She can't even beat a sister who is 5 years younger than her. Our Hyuga family doesn't need such an heir. Hearing the man's cold and ruthless words, Han felt indignant for Hinata, but she could do nothing about it. "That's all you have to say. You can leave now, and don't get in the way here." "Yes." Han walked out and found Hinata leaning against the door. The conversation between her and him was all heard by the child. Hinata wants to change herself in her own way. Han ended this memory. "Miss Hinata, you are indeed the eldest daughter of the main family. People will never change." Niji further deepened her attack. "The last one is the last one, and their personality and abilities will not change." That guy. Naruto was very angry after hearing what he said. It is precisely because people cannot change that there are gaps, and that is why there are adjectives such as elite and last one. Niji believes that a person's ability in life is predetermined, and no matter how Hinata makes herself stronger, she cannot change her fate as a weak person. Everyone will judge the value of others based on their looks, brains, abilities, body shapes, and the quality of their personalities. They are also judged by others in the same way. People live because of these unchangeable factors, just like I'm from the branch family and you are from the main family. This is an unchangeable fact. He emphasized the pessimistic fatalism and said to Hinata, "I have seen through everything with these Byakugan. You are just being stubborn. I really want to escape from this place." "No, that's not right. I really want to. Do you still want to argue with me?" Nisi was really annoyed. "Byakugan." Nisi opened his Byakugan, his eyes full of fierce coercion. Hinata was shocked by Nisi's eyes. Her hair stood on end. She looked around unconsciously, put her hands in front of her chest, and raised a finger to her lips. "You can't fool my eyes," Nisi said piercingly. Hinata was shocked by his assertion. "You just felt my pressure, and your eyes moved to the upper left, which means you recalled your past painful experiences. Then your eyes immediately moved to the lower right, which means you were imagining physical and mental pain. In other words, you were using your past experiences to imagine the outcome of this match and imagine that you would lose." Hinata was so scared that she exclaimed after hearing Niji's inference. Naruto, who was above, clenched the ointment she gave him after hearing what Niji said. "This Niji is too bullying. It's just a qualifying match. It's too much to scare Hinata like this." Hotaru also clenched his fists in indignation. "TSK, is he going to play psychological warfare to the end?" Mingshin scratched his head and said to Kimimaro, "Use your power to suppress others and attack their hearts to force Hinata to give up the game. Now it depends on Hinata herself. Can she hold on? We can't help her." Kimimaro stared at the two people below. "Your action of putting your hand on your chest means that you want to set up a barrier between you and me to keep your distance. In other words, you don't want me to see your heart anymore, because I was right." And Hinata looked at Niji in panic, while Naruto tightened his grip on the ointment. "The action of touching your lips is also one of your intimate behaviors that shows your inner wavering. This means that your defensive instinct is easing your inner tension and anxiety. So, you should have discovered it a long time ago. If you want to change yourself, you absolutely. I can do it." TSK. Niji and Hinata, who were interrupted, looked up together. "Don't judge other people's hearts casually, bastard." Naruto yelled at Hinata, "Get rid of this guy, Hinata." Naruto. Hinata's eyes gradually calmed down from the panic. She was on the verge of a mental breakdown, but was pulled back by Naruto. Mingshin, who heard the roar from above, looked at Naruto in surprise and couldn't help but complain to him in a low voice, "You are really good at talking nonsense. You just yell every day. Do you want me to buy some golden throat pills to moisten your throat so that your throat won't be hoarse from your yelling?" After hearing this, the sharp-eared Hotaru turned to look at him. "What is golden throat?" Don't pay attention to these details. Look, Hinata has returned to normal. Hinata, you should also refute him a few words. Naruto shouted at her. I'm so angry just watching here. Naruto. This guy is so noisy. Niji looked away dissatisfiedly, but found that Hinata's body opposite him was no longer shaking. Naruto, thank you. Her eyes were no longer confused as before. Her eyes changed. Niji tried to threaten again. If you don't give up, I can't guarantee the result. Already. Hinata didn't wait for him to finish and raised her hand. I don't want to escape anymore. Byakugan. She resolutely opened her Byakugan and took a fighting stance. Brother Niji, let's have a showdown. That's... Lee recognized it. Okay. Niji opened his Byakugan to accompany him. Sure enough, they are both Hyuga Ryu. Naruto turned to look at Lee muttering, the starting position is exactly the same as Niji's. Hyuga Ryu? Sakura didn't understand. This is Konoha's strongest physical training school. Lee's hands were shaking. I told you before that I'm afraid the most powerful person among Konoha's genin is in our team. I was talking about him. Hyuga Niji. Hyuga Niji. Sasuke looked at Niji and said silently in his heart, hey. Hinata and Niji started at the same time, and the two of them fought together, back and forth, and slapped each other's attacks. Is this you clap once, and I clap twice? Ming-Shian was watching the fight with a confused face, and he said this without thinking. What a mess. The wild girl kicked him hard in annoyance. If you have no knowledge, shut up. Ming-Shian hugged his foot in pain. Why did you kick me? This is soft fist. Okay, bumpkin. Aang rolled her eyes at him. This is a physical technique that injects one's own chakra into the opponent's body, thereby damaging the opponent's chakra pathway meridian system and various internal organs. Combined with the Byakugan, it is very powerful. Hey, how do you know so much? Ming-Shian looked at her in disbelief. This is not scientific. When I went to Hinata's house to play some time ago, she told me so. Aang said proudly. Girl, it's more than that. Kimimaro smiled and added for her, because the human internal organs cannot be trained. Even the most powerful ninja will often be fatally injured by the soft fist. Brother Kimimaro is still smart. Aang praised. You understand it at a glance. The two continued to talk about other characteristics of the soft fist. Hey, what were you busy with some time ago? Ming-Shian, who was standing aside, secretly muttered a few words in his heart, and then continued to focus on watching the fight. At this time, below, the two people on the scene, every time they fought and slapped each other, the chakra flow would be scattered and floating. In the fierce fight, Hinata sees the little gap between Niji's belly. Here, she took the opportunity to attack with a palm, but he was able to avoid it by shrinking his abdomen in time. TSK. Did you hit it? Sakura asked. No, the force of the move just now was too light. Naruto judged. No, even if it was just touched, it would have an effect. Lee denied. What? Naruto and Sakura were surprised. What's going on? Sasuke looked at the two people in the fierce battle and asked Lee. Just as Lee was about to speak, Kei and Kakashi took the initiative to explain to them in detail the differences between the taijutsu passed down from generation to generation by the Hyuga family and other conventional taijutsu. Basically, what they said was roughly the same as the principles that Hotaru told Ming-Shian. After understanding, they continued to concentrate on watching the game. Bang. Ta. Hinata's offensive became more and more active, forcing Niji to face danger and unable to cope. Hinata is in a great advantage now. Shino saw that Hinata was in a favorable position in the offensive and felt that she still had a chance to win this duel. Very good, Hinata, just beat him in one go. Naruto cheered her on. TSK, it's not that simple. That guy should have deliberately lured her to attack like this. Sasuke quickly saw Nisa's intention, but he didn't say it out loud, but chose to wait and see. Hinata and Nisi fought, and the fight became faster and faster. Ta. After several rounds of fighting, Hinata saw that Nisi had revealed a flaw again, so she took the opportunity to concentrate all her strength on her arms and attacked him. With a whoosh, they hit each other with the palm. Great. Naruto shouted, clapping his pole. Did it work? Shino watched the two of them stand still after hitting each other. On the other side, Kimimaro was not as optimistic as the two of them. After carefully observing what was wrong, he said to himself, not good. Just as the people above were quietly watching the two of them, a voice suddenly sounded. Is the strength of the main family really limited to this level? Nisi said coldly. Huh. Hinata's mouth was bleeding, and she attacked again without giving up. She hit Nisi with her palm, but he grabbed her hand and took the opportunity to press acupoints on her arm. How could this happen? Hinata obviously hit him completely. Naruto saw the two of them hitting each other, but why did Nisi act like nothing happened? What an amazing guy. I didn't expect. You are worthy of being called the most rare genius elite in the history of the Hyuga clan. The third Hokage and many Jonin present saw the secret of his move and praised him highly. Niji expressionlessly lifted the long sleeves of her arms, revealing her snow white and soft skin. There were many red spots on her skin. Hinata looked at the red spots on her arms and was shocked. Could it be that from the beginning of the fight, Yes. Niji admitted frankly that when defending against her attack, he secretly tapped her acupoints to seal her chakra, and then deliberately exposed the floor again, to lure her to attack with all her strength. As a result, both sides were hit by a palm, but the effect of this palm was completely different. He was unharmed, but she vomited blood and suffered internal injuries. What's going on? Naruto was puzzled. Why did so many red spots appear when Niji tapped Hinata's arm? In the Meridian system, there are 361 acupuncture points called chakra points, which are about the size of a pinhole. Niji's trick is called acupuncture. In theory, if you can hit that acupuncture point, you can stop the flow of chakra or increase it. These can be controlled at will. Kakashi paused and continued. Speaking of this, by the way, I want to tell you that this acupuncture point, to be honest, even my Sharingan can't see through it. Even if Niji uses the Byakugan, he can see through Hinata's acupuncture points all over his body, but he can press acupuncture points in battle, and it is so accurate. Ta. Before Kakashi finished speaking, Hinata screamed and was hit by Niji's palm and fell heavily to the ground. My eyes can now see through the acupuncture points, Miss Hinata. This is the gap that cannot be changed, and it is also the gap between the elite and the last. Hinata sat up from the ground panting and turned to look at him. This is an unchangeable fact. When you said you didn't want to escape, you actually started to regret it. You should be desperate now. Niji walked slowly towards Hinata, stared at her and said, facing this kind of game, that you have no chance to win, I will give you one last chance. Give up. Hinata retracted her gaze from Niji and supported herself on the ground with both hands. I will never escape like before. She struggled to force her body to stand up again. Hinata. Naruto saw her looking up at him, and she barely smiled. Hinata. Naruto saw all of Hinata's actions from above. Thinking back to the past, Mengshin knew that she was secretly in love with Naruto. Even he couldn't compare to her care for the idiot. If she hadn't roared before, she might have given up the competition long ago. Hinata, she is such a strong person. Naruto said with deep emotion. She is very similar to you. Speaking of which, she has been watching you since the beginning. Lee and Sakura said to Naruto directly. Hinata. Chapter 59. Under the moonlight. Hinata put away her smile and opened her Byakugan again. TSK. Seeing that she used this action instead of answering, Niji stopped talking nonsense, opened his Byakugan as well, and shouted, come on. Cough. An unexpected incident happened. Hinata suddenly covered her chest in pain, spitting blood from her mouth. That child is almost at her limit. Han looked at Hinata's painful appearance and said worriedly for her, if she is attacked again. Niji didn't care about Hinata's current situation at all and got ready for the attack with a soft fist. Ninja's acupuncture attack has completely stopped Hinata's chakra flow, which means that she can no longer use the soft fist attack that injects chakra into the opponent's body. The winner of this competition has been revealed. Kakashi looked at Sasuke who was watching the game intently, thinking, I didn't expect him to be so powerful. To be honest, even Sasuke may not be able to beat him. The winner of this round of competition should be Niji. He can't win with that kid's strength. Kei also came to the same conclusion as Kakashi. Gaara looked at the bloodstains on the ground and began to feel a little restless. Give up, Hinata. Mengshin sighed helplessly and turned his face away, unable to bear to look at her. HMM. Hearing Mengshin's sigh, Aang remained silent. Even a wild girl like her could see that Hinata was no match for Niji. Now she was so injured that she was coughing up blood. If she continued to fight, she would lose her life sooner or later. She wanted to help her, but there was nothing she could do. Well, what a scary look. Ino looked at Niji with a little fear and said, Hinata shouldn't be killed by him. If Hinata doesn't give up the game, it's hard to say. Shikamaru shook his head and said. Naruto felt very unwilling for Hinata. He held the ointment she gave him in one hand and grabbed the railing with the other hand. His knuckles turned white. He shouted angrily, Hinata, come on. This was the only thing he could do now. Naruto. Hinata looked up at him, and her thoughts suddenly drifted to the distant past. It was a cold winter night in a morning hall of the Hyuga family. Hayashi. The child is only 4 years old. How pitiful. Little Hinata, wearing black mourning clothes, listened to the discussions of distant relatives around her. She was so young that she didn't understand anything. She just tried hard to scan and search for the weak figure. Finally, she saw it in a corner of the morning hall, Brother Niji. She wanted to run over to comfort Niji, but when she saw him talking to an adult, tears automatically fell from the corners of his eyes. Seeing Niji in such pain, Hinata lowered her head sadly, walked out of the morning hall alone, and cried while walking outside. Finally, she ran out, fell down while running, and after running to a street lamp, her 2 feet could no longer run, and she fell to the snow, lowered her head and cried. What are you doing? Huh? Hearing the voice, Hinata raised her little head. Why are you staying in a place like this? A little boy came closer, making the snow creak under his feet. He had goggles on his golden hair, which was particularly dazzling under the street light. Hinata was a little dazed. He smiled gently and said, don't just cry. Hinata sobbed. The little boy came closer to her. Where is your home? Hinata shook her head. There's really no other way. Come on, let's go. The little boy took Hinata's hand without saying anything and started looking for it one by one. When the 2 children finally found it and stopped in front of a big house, Hinata nodded timidly and said it was her home. You have such a big house. Why are you still crying? Naruto stood in front of her house, saying with envy and confusion. Huh, like me, there is no one around me, but I never cry. After saying that, he showed her a very happy smile. Goodbye, don't run out next time, your family will be worried about you. After running a long way, the little boy turned back and waved goodbye to her. I've been watching. Putting away the precious childhood memories, Hinata strengthened her belief, raised her hands and posed, and rushed towards Niji. Nisi looked at her in surprise. Your eyes are full of power again. What's going on? I've been watching you for so many years. How can I say? Hinata attacked Niji with all her strength and silently confided in front of her lover. I don't know why this is. As long as I see you, Naruto, I will gradually have courage and have a feeling that if I work hard, I can do it. And I feel that my existence is also valuable. Hey. Hinata's palm push missed and her arm was pulled away by Niji. Boom. Nisi's palm attacked her chin from bottom to top. Hinata screamed in pain and was beaten back several steps. Hinata. Naruto shouted with concern. Hinata arched her waist and coughed in pain. Hinata, you always like to give up. When did you start to want to change yourself? Han couldn't understand this child. Thinking back to the past, Hinata always practiced desperately when others were resting. She worked very hard and would not stop until her hands were exhausted. She was so hardworking and motivated, but she could never complete the task well. She kept failing, was afraid of real battles, and was particularly easy to get frustrated. But Hinata was different today. It was the first time she saw the look in that child's eyes. After easing up a little, Hinata forced herself to stand up straight and rushed to Nisi in front without hesitation, fighting with him. Naruto, I have always been watching you, but now finally. Boom. Nisi hit her chest with a fierce palm. After a long time, Hinata vomited blood and slowly fell to the ground. Everyone looked at Hinata, who fell to the ground and couldn't speak. You are such an unreasonable young lady. Niji released his Byakugan. Your attack didn't work from the beginning. It's over. Hinata, that's enough. Although you lost the game, you are different from before. You did a good job. Han looked at Hinata, who fell to the ground and was silent. Naruto looked at Hinata and recalled what she said before the fight. For some reason, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. Kei, who was standing next to him, suddenly said, "Ninja's attack hit her heart. It's so pitiful. She can't stand up now." Hearing such cruel words, the ointment in his hand was torn into several cracks by his grasping. Yishan walked over, half squatted down to check Hinata's condition, and then stood up and said, "I think the game can no longer continue." Unexpectedly, he was interrupted by a roar. "Don't stop the game." Yishan looked up. "I said, don't stop the game." Naruto repeated loudly. "Hey, Naruto." Sakura shouted angrily at his disruptive behavior. "Hinata is almost dying. You." "Sakura." Sasuke suddenly spoke beside her and interrupted. "Watch down below." Huh. Hearing this, Sakura turned her gaze back to the competition scene and said in shock, "What?" Huh. Niji looked at Hinata lying on the ground with an incredible look on his face. She trembled all over and stood up little by little. Hinata. Hotaru was also shocked by her persistence. Mingshin looked at Hinata's delicate body with complicated eyes and remained silent. "Why are you still standing up?" Nisi warned dissatisfiedly, "If you keep doing this, you will really die." "Finally, I have been noticed by someone, in front of the person I like." Hinata ignored Nisi's warning and thought to herself, "Why? I can't let him see me make a fool of myself." Hinata just covered her heart and walked towards Niji, saying with difficulty, "It's not over yet. Don't be so stubborn." Niji said coldly, "I can see that it's hard for you to just stand. You have been carrying the fate of the Hyuga family since you were born." Niji kept hitting her. "I know you resent and blame yourself for your incompetence, but people can't change themselves. This is fate. You don't have to make yourself suffer anymore. Get rid of it." Hinata shook her head calmly. "It's not like that, brother Niji. Because I can see that you have been living in endless pain compared to me." Hinata looked at her brother distressedly and said, "What did you say?" Niji was hurt. In the fate of the main family and the branch family, the most confused and painful person is you, brother Niji. Hinata said this, and the whole person was almost dying. "Shut up." Niji rushed towards Hinata in anger. Yishan tried to stop him. "Ninji, the match is over." Niji turned a deaf ear to Hinata and ran straight towards Hinata, full of murderous intent. Oh no, he won't listen at all. Yishan was about to move when a black shadow suddenly appeared. Whoosh, bang, a kick violently came at Niji's back, forcing him to turn around and block it casually, but it was just a feint. Boom. His other hand was raised in time to catch the heavy punch from the side. His arm trembled, and Niji was shocked and took several steps back. He looked at the seaweed-headed man in front of him with some disbelief. "Ito, Mingshin? TSK." Mingshin stood in front of Niji and looked at him, blocking Hinata behind him, picking his ears without any image. Cough. Hinata bent over and coughed continuously. After a pause, she raised her head slightly and looked at his figure in surprise. With doubt, she said weakly, Mingshin. Don't talk, you are too badly injured." Mingshin turned around and said to her calmly, "Hinata, Naruto has seen your efforts. How could you? No. Rest assured, you have worked hard enough to prove it to us." Mingshin showed her a smile of recognition. "Hinata, you brought us a very exciting game." Hearing him say this, Hinata looked at Mingshin with a dazed look in her eyes. A tear flowed unconsciously from the corner of her eyes. She murmured in a low voice, "Thank you, Mingshin. Get out." Niji rolled his eyes angrily and shouted. Mingshin put away his smile, turned around, and said to Niji with a joking face, "What if I don't get out? This kid is so fast, even faster than Kakashi and the others." Red Bean, who was watching from another place above, looked at Mingshin's back and said secretly, "Ito Mingshin." Gaara stared at the seaweed-headed man dimly. Mingshin. Sasuke didn't expect him to stand up for Hinata. Just when the two were on the verge of a fight. Swish, swish. "Ningsi, stop it." Several jonin appeared around him at the same time, shouting at him to stop his behavior. Mingshin's skills are so agile that he can force Ningsi to retreat head-on. Kakashi thought to himself, and he couldn't understand why he decisively admitted defeat in the first round when he had such strength. Didn't you promise me that you would no longer conflict with others because of the main family's affairs? Kei's voice sounded behind Niji, blaming him. Why did other Jonin come out too? Niji looked at Yesan, Kakashi, and Han hatefully and said, is this a special treatment for the main family? Cough. Hinata's heart suddenly beat violently, and she couldn't support herself, and knelt on the ground, spitting out blood. Hinata. Hinata. Mingshin and Han shouted together. Hinata. Naruto, Sakura, and Lee couldn't help but jump down and ran to Hinata's side. Lee saw Mingshin protecting Hinata and thought to himself, sure enough, he surrendered on purpose and let me. Naruto half knelt on the ground and said to Hinata anxiously, Hinata, are you okay? Hey. Naruto. Naruto. Hinata heard the voice and turned her eyes, which were already a little hard to open, to look at him. Yeah, I'm here. After saying I weakly twice, Hinata finally closed her eyes because she was too seriously injured and fainted. She didn't have the chance to finish her last words. Naruto looked at Hinata sadly, and Mingshin's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Naruto, I need to ask you for something. What? Naruto stood up and looked at him in confusion. In the third exam, if you have the chance to meet that bastard Hyuga Niji, help me beat him up. Although Mingshin looked at Niji with lifeless eyes, the commission he mentioned still cheered up Naruto, and he nodded and promised him, okay, I promise you, Mingshin. I'm leaving first, Naruto. Mingshin said to him and left first. Humph, just him? Niji glanced at Naruto and said to Mingshin, who was walking towards him with great disdain, the last one is always the last one, and it will never change. Hearing this sarcasm, Mingshin just walked past him expressionlessly and suddenly left a message in his ear, you can wait and see. After that, regardless of the expression on Niji's face, he left directly and walked back up the stairs. Cough. Hinata lay on the ground, coughing up blood in pain again. Not good, she has ventricular fibrillation. Hong helped Hinata check her injuries and found that her condition was very bad. He shouted anxiously, medical team, what are you doing? Come here quickly. Yes, sorry. Several medical ninjas rushed over and lifted Hinata onto the stretcher together and said, we have to send her to the emergency room as soon as possible. Let's go quickly. Candidates in front, please make way. Naruto and Sakura all stepped aside. He looked at Hinata lying on the stretcher and made up his mind. Hinata, I also made a promise with you. He grabbed the blood she spit out from the ground, clenched it, and swore to Nisi, I will definitely defeat you. Nisi sneered and did not comment. He did not take the words of the last one to heart. Chapter 60 Human Bomb Chariot. After Naruto finished his harsh words to Niji, Hayama urged everyone to retreat and go back to the upper room to prepare for the next round of competition. After everyone left one after another, Marino Ibiki personally came to the scene and cleaned the blood on the ground with a mop. When everything was almost cleaned up, Hayama said, then, let's start the next competition. The screen scrolled and lit up, and the single row match began. Beep. Everyone looked at the new list on the paused display. Dos Anvil vs Akimichi Chouji. Then, please ask the two contestants on the notice board to come forward. Hayama announced. Hey, it's finally my turn. Dos Anvil, who had been waiting for a long time, walked down the stairs slowly and came to the examiner, thinking, first, I'll win this game and then find a chance to fight with Sasuke who passed the preliminaries. Lord Orochimaru, I will definitely complete the task you assigned me. Hey, Choji. Shikamaru pushed him and reminded him, it's your turn. I want to give up. Choji squatted down timidly. After seeing so many candidates in front of him fighting fiercely, he no longer had the slightest fighting spirit. What are you talking about? Ino was furious and tried to pull him up. Hurry up and get down. Your opponent and the examiner are waiting for you. I don't want to. The more he was urged, the less he wanted to get up. No matter how hard Shikamaru and Ino pulled, they couldn't move Choji, who was clinging to the railing. This guy was too. If you resist like this, that's fine. The agreement on the all-you-can-eat barbecue that we agreed on before will also be cancelled. Asuma suddenly said this. Hey, how can this be? Hearing that the barbecue dinner was going to be ruined, Choji quickly protested. Hey, what's there to be afraid of? It's okay. If things go wrong, I will rush down to the scene to stop it, like I did with Hinata. Don't worry, Asuma said to Choji, special beef tongue and spare ribs, you can order, until you are satisfied, and there is. Don't tempt him with food. When Hinata was competing, you didn't stop it at all. Ino and Shikamaru looked at their leader, who made all kinds of promises in Choji's ears, and complained endlessly in their hearts. Oh, barbecue. Choji's eyes were almost spitting fire. He stood up suddenly, and shouted the slogan loudly, barbecue, I want to eat barbecue, all you can eat. Now, are you going downstairs to compete? Asuma continued to tempt Choji, as long as we win, we can go to eat barbecue. I want. Choji roared, I want to play the game. What barbecue? On the railings on both sides of their team, the candidates who heard Choji's roar all looked at Asuma and Choji in surprise. Idiot. Hurry down. Shikamaru and Ino saw that Choji's roaring appearance attracted everyone's attention. They felt too embarrassed and hurriedly urged him to go downstairs to play the game. I'm going. Choji finally set off and ran downstairs for the barbecue. He soon walked to the examiner and cheered himself up secretly. Beat this guy, and we can go to eat barbecue after the preliminaries are over. Please come forward, both of you. Yishan waved to both sides, motioning them to come closer. The two sides for the 10th round are Dos Anvil and Akimichi Choji. Do you have any objections? Dos Anvil, no. Akimichi Choji, no. Then, the 10th round officially begins. Hayama announced solemnly. Come on. Shikamaru cheered for him from above. Fat pig. Ino showed no mercy and blurted out the word that was taboo for Choji. When Choji heard Ino calling him that, his veins immediately popped up and he gritted his teeth and said, damn it, just wait and see. I will end the competition right away and come back to deal with you. Hey, then I won't play with you anymore and I will finish you right away, fat pig. Dos Anvil followed suit and said to Choji kindly, you cucumber sushi roll wrapped in bandages. Choji launched the attack without saying a word, raised his hand, and made a seal, ninjutsu, multiplication technique. He instantly expanded his body several times, and then shouted, next is Konoha fluid technique. He retracted his limbs and head, and shouted, human bomb tank, charge. Long live the plump system. The wheels rolled towards Dos Anvil. Listening to the rumbling sound of the ball rolling, Dos Anvil's face was full of speechlessness. That's it? Okay, crush him with this momentum, Choji. Ino cheered for him. It's hard. Shikamaru shook his head without any hope for this monotonous attack. Kimimaro and Hotaru looked at each other at the railing, while Menshin complained to him in his heart, Chosi, this foodie is really a scum with a combat power of only 5. What's the use of turning into a meatball to attack others? Can you hit me? Chosi drove the meat bomb tank at high speed, chasing Dos Anvil all the way. Dos Anvil dodged, while luring Chosi to drive the meat car to a wall behind him. When it was almost close, he jumped away easily. With a bang, the whole ball was stuck on the wall. Oh no, it's stuck. Chosi hurriedly tried to break free from the wall. Idiot, just cancel the multiplication technique. Shikamaru shouted to remind him. No, just stay stuck there. Dos Anvil didn't give Chosi a chance to shrink and punch the ball. It doesn't hurt at all. Chosi shouted. I can't hurt you, but it's over now. Dos Anvil flicked the porous armor on his right hand with 2 fingers of his left hand, creating an extremely harsh sound wave to attack Choji, paralyzing his auditory nerves and making him scream. Bang, the white smoke dissipated, and the multiplication technique was released. He collapsed to the ground and fainted. It's over, Choji's game? Ino and Shikamaru were a little dumbfounded. He was defeated by just a noise attack. TSK, more than 70% of the human body is made of water that can transmit sound. Stupid, if the noise is used just right, it can also defeat you. Dos Anvil taught Choji a lesson, and then walked straight to the stairs. Yishan judged, the winner of the 10th round is Dos Anvil, who passed the preliminaries. After judging, he called the medical team to carry Choji away. Are you okay? The medical ninja half squatted down to care about Choji's condition, but unexpectedly, meat. I want to eat meat. Several people carried Choji to the stretcher in silence and evacuated. Well, luckily the other party showed mercy. Shikamaru sighed, watching the foodie being carried away. Forget it, even though he lost the game, since he worked so hard, I'll take him to a barbecue, Asuma said with a wry smile. Then, let's start the next round of competition, Hayama said. The screen scrolled and lit up, and the single row match began. Beep. Everyone looked at the new list displayed on the paused display. Gara vs Tsuchigumo Hotaru. Then, please ask the 2 players on the notice board to come forward, Hayama announced. Hey, is it my turn? Hotaru looked at the new list and muttered. It's Gara who can use sand. Mingshin's face was not very good. Girl, how about? Stop it, I'll try my best first. If I can beat him, I'll beat him. If I can't, I'll just admit defeat. Don't worry. The wild girl smiled and promised without waiting for him to finish nagging. Yeah. Kimimaro nodded to her and whispered, be careful with the sand, Hotaru. I'll go. Mingshin, Kimimaro brother. Hotaru turned around and ran downstairs. I really can't do anything about her. Mingshin shook his head and complained to Kimimaro, you always spoil her like this. Retracting his gaze from the screen, Gara made a sand seal with one hand and instantly came to the scene below. In front of the examiner, he was waiting for his opponent impatiently. Come over quickly. After a while, Hotaru, who was jogging all the way, also came to the examiner, panting a little, and did not forget to say politely to the examiner and Gara, sorry, I kept you waiting for a long time. Please come forward, both of you. Yes, Han waved to both sides, signaling them to come closer. The 2 sides of the 11th round are Gara and Tsuchigumo Hotaru. Do you have any objections? Gara, no. Tsuchigumo Hotaru, no. Then, the 11th round officially begins. Yes, Han announced solemnly. As soon as the voice fell, the plug on Gara's sand gourd flew directly, and sand continued to gush out and gather on the ground. Hotaru jumped back a few steps, took out the ninja tool from the leg bag, and tentatively launched an attack on Gara first. Swish, swish. 6 shurikens were instantly thrown towards Gara, but they were blocked by the sand wall with 2 clicks. It's just like in the forest, Aang thought to herself. Gara drove waves of sand that had already gathered and formed towards Aang. The girl dodged swiftly, then jumped into the air and quickly formed a seal, water style, water wave. A waterfall-like stream of water gushed out of her mouth, washing over the sand waves below, soaking all his fine sand, and making him unable to move. After spraying the water, Aang slowly descended from mid-air, landing on her feet, and concentrating on guarding against Gara's next round of attacks. HMPH. Gara didn't take Aang's water style of jutsu seriously. A large amount of fine sand continued to gush out of the sand gourd. He pointed his hand into the air, and a large amount of sand gathered on Aang's head. He shouted, "Sand rain." The dense sand rain fell from the sky towards Aang at a rapid speed. Water style, water wall. The girl raised her head and puffed up her mouth, spraying a wall of water from her mouth to offset the dense attack of sand. Through the wall of water, it turned into small pieces of sand and mud that fell to the ground. Many of the mud pieces accidentally fell on Aang's clothes, making the girl scream in anger. Damn it, it didn't get dirty in the Death Forest, but it got so dirty in this competition. This little girl's chakra is really great. She can use water style to wash away Gara's sand rain attack. Temari looked at the 2 people fighting in the field with a serious face. I didn't expect Aang to be so hidden. Sakura saw the strength she showed and compared it with the previous battle with Ino. She was just playing a small fight. The Chunin exam was really a place where masters gathered. After Aang finished venting her anger, she suddenly heard a whirring sound beside her. She immediately turned over and jumped back. Suddenly, a gust of sand appeared and almost entangled her silently. She took out a relatively large scroll from her waist bag and secretly thanked herself. Fortunately, I listened to Brother Kimimaro's advice and prepared one. Hey, Aang is going to take that out. Mingshin grabbed the railing with both hands and paid close attention to the actions of the wild girl. Kimimaro just responded beside him and suddenly felt uncomfortable in his chest and lungs. He quickly covered his mouth and turned around while Mingshin's attention was attracted by the girl's actions. He took a few steps, shook his body silently and coughed. Blood seeped out from between his fingers. Gara saw her take out a scroll, and he was too lazy to guess what the mystery was. He drove 2 newly gathered sand waves with both hands and rushed towards Aang. Seeing that the situation was not good, 2 more waves of sand came. She quickly opened the scroll, slapped the seal word that was spread out, pointed it at Gaara, and whispered, "Unlock it for me." Wow, wow, wow. A large stream of water gushed out from the seal word, washing over Gaara's 2 waves of sand at an unstoppable speed, and rushing straight towards him. Not good. The incident happened suddenly. Gaara saw that the water was so fierce, and guessed that this scroll might have stored a lot of water before the preliminaries. He stepped on a cloud of sand and rose into the air, barely avoiding the water. I didn't expect that Aang had this trick. Did they teach her? Sasuke looked at the surging water below, then looked at Mingxin and the others, thinking to himself, water style, water dragon bullet. Hotaru's feet wetly stepped on the surging water, and her hands quickly formed seals. Taking advantage of the increased water volume, she injected chakra into the water and condensed the water into the form of a dragon, rising into the air and swooping down on Gaara, who was in midair, watching the situation below. How is it possible? She completed such a complicated seal in just a few seconds. Kakashi looked at the ninjutsu performed by Hotaru in amazement, thinking, this child can actually use a water dragon bullet so skillfully, which is a B-level ninjutsu. Haha, it seems that the Hokage's teaching during that time was not in vain. I didn't expect Hotaru to. Mingxin saw that the girl was now slightly in the upper hand. Just as he turned around and wanted to say a few words to Kimimaro, his body suddenly froze. He shouted loudly, "Hey, Kimimaro, what's wrong with you? What?" Hotaru suddenly heard Mingxin's anxious shouting from above, and his hands dropped involuntarily, releasing the water dragon bullet. With a splash, the water dragon that was about to rush into the air fell down instantly. "Why don't you fight anymore?" Lee asked in confusion when he saw the water dragon bullet was suddenly cancelled. The other candidates on both sides above were just like Lee, not understanding why Tsuchigumo Hotaru stopped and what she was going to do. Hotaru did not speak out to explain, but turned around eagerly, regardless of the situation, and ran quickly towards where the 2 of them would be tomorrow, climbing up the wall in a few cross steps, and then jumping over the railing. Gaara was ready to drive the sand cloud to dodge the attack of the water dragon bullet, but he didn't expect that this water escape would suddenly be cancelled and fall. He saw Tsuchigumo Hotaru turn around and run away from the competition site and go back upstairs, wondering what she was going to do. "Tsuchigumo Hotaru, what are you doing? We are in the middle of the competition now." Yi-shan shouted at the candidate, asking her to come down by herself, otherwise it would be considered as her automatic forfeit. Chapter 61 Preliminary Round ends. "Hey, wake up." Mingxin turned Kimimaro over and found that his hands were all bloody. "Hold on for a while, Kimimaro." He grabbed both of his arms and carefully carried him on his back. Whoosh. "Mingxin, what happened to Kimimaro, brother?" Just as he was about to carry Kimimaro on his back, he saw a person jumping out of the railing. It was Hotaru, who was in the middle of the competition. "I don't know what happened. I just turned around and found him lying on the ground." "Tsuchigumo Hotaru." The examiner's voice came from below. Mingxin heard Yes Han's urging and hurriedly said to her, "Girl, go back to the competition." "I will." "No." Hotaru refused categorically. "Kimimaro brother is like this. What's the point of competing?" She turned around and walked to the railing, shouting to the bottom, "I admit defeat. I give up and don't want to play anymore." What? Many candidates felt very strange. Why did another person give up? What's wrong with Hotaru? Naruto and the others were far away and didn't know what happened to Mingxin. TSK. Gaara was very dissatisfied and sent down the sand cloud. Although he wanted to kill her right now, in order not to affect the subsequent plan, he had to suppress his inner restlessness and wait for the examiner's arrangement. "Tsuchigumo Hotaru, are you sure you want to give up?" Yes Han looked up and asked the examinee again. "Give up?" After saying that, he jumped down with Mingxin, who had already carried Kimimaro on his back, and walked to the examiner. "Examiner Yes Han, please call the medical team." "Kimimaro from our team." After briefly explaining the situation, Yes Han took a quick look at Kimimaro behind him. He was indeed unconscious. "Medical team, come quickly and take the examinee away." Yes Han called the medical ninja. Mingshin and the other ninja could not wait for the medical team to come over slowly. They ran towards them anxiously, treading water in their hearts, shouting as they walked, asking several people to hold the stretcher in their hands and spread it out. He and Hotaru carefully put him on the stretcher, and then left the preliminaries with them. It seems that I don't even need to participate in the next match. Kabuto, who had been watching the match quietly, suddenly muttered to himself as he looked at Kaguya Kimimaro, who was carried away. After they all left, Hayama made a judgment. Because Tsuchigumo Hotaru voluntarily gave up, I declare the winner of the 11th round to be Gaara, who passed the preliminaries. I thought there would be a tough battle next, but I didn't expect it to end like this. Kankuro said regretfully. Don't forget, we still have mission to do. Temari reminded. I know. In the 12th round, due to Kaguya Kimimaro's poor physical condition, he is now considered to have voluntarily given up and lost the qualification to compete. Therefore, I declare that the winner of the 12th round is Kabuto Yakushi, who passed the preliminaries. As expected, Hayama directly pronounced the result of the next round. Hey, the last one to appear, Kabuto Yakushi, is really lucky. Hearing the examiner's judgment, Shikamaru said enviously, they saved the trouble of the competition and won directly. It's all over at last. Yishan sorted out the other things on hand and asked the invigilator in the backstage to close the screen again. After making sure that nothing was missed, he announced loudly to both sides. Then, I declare that the preliminaries for the third exam are all over. Yishan then asked all the candidates who passed the preliminaries to gather below and wait for the third Hokage and others to come. After a while, the third Hokage came with the examiners of the other 2 rounds. Yishan asked the candidates to stand in a row so that it would be convenient to talk. Congratulations to everyone present for successfully entering the third round of the Chunin exam. After a pause, he continued, now please ask the Hokage to come forward and say a few words about the official competition. Yishan respectfully invited the third Hokage to come out. There are 7 people from Konoha, 3 from Sunagakure, and 1 from Otogakure. The third Hokage estimated and counted in his mind, and just when he was about to speak, well, I have something to say. Kabuto suddenly raised his hand and spoke. HMM. The third Hokage and the examiners and candidates were attracted by Kabuto's words. Brother Kabuto, what's wrong? Naruto looked at him puzzled. I want to give up and withdraw from the third exam. Kabuto said with a heavy heart. What? Naruto couldn't understand why he wanted to give up. Oh. The third Hokage looked at the candidate. Are you sure you want to give up? Yeah. Kabuto nodded and replied naturally. I'm sure I give up. Okay then. The third Hokage closed his eyes and took a puff of cigarette, then shouted, Yaema. I see. Yaema flipped through the list. You are Konoha's pharmacist Kabuto, right? He crossed out his selected name. Then, you can leave now. Thank you. Kabuto nodded again in greeting, turned around and was about to leave when he heard Naruto shouting anxiously, Brother Kabuto, why do you want to quit? I'm sorry, Naruto. Kabuto had a hint of apology on his face. I was already scarred when I was in the forest of death. After seeing such a cruel fight in the preliminaries, although I was lucky enough to pass the preliminaries because Kimimaro fainted, I really have no confidence in winning the next exam. Naruto opened his mouth and closed it again when he heard this and lowered his head helplessly, not knowing what to say. While Kabuto and Naruto were explaining, the third Hokage stared at his back with a strange look on his face. I seem to have seen this person several times. In the previous Chunin exams, he seemed to have given up when it came to the selection. What on earth was he thinking? Hearing the third Hokage's doubts, Marino Ibiki said to Anko, Anko. Yes. Anko found the student's information and reported, Yakushi Kabuto. According to the personal file records, he has failed 6 times in a row. What is his experience like? The third Hokage asked. Since his school days, he has not been a conspicuous student, and his grades are also ordinary. He took 3 exams before barely passing the graduation exam. After that, he completed 2 C-level missions and 14 D-level missions. He didn't have any particularly noteworthy combat experience, but, Anko said this, hesitant to speak. Just what? There are other records of him, before he went to school in the file. Anko said, huh. The third Hokage didn't remember. Do you still remember? Red Bean reminded the third Hokage, the boy who was brought back from the Battle of Mount Kikyo. I remember. The third Hokage said. After she reminded him, there was a young enemy boy who survived on the battlefield and was adopted by a Jonin from our Konoha medical unit. So he is the boy from that year. TSK. Gaara looked at Kabuto thoughtfully and gave him a deep look. He has worked so hard to get to this point, but he actually gave up so easily? Lee felt incredible, but everyone has their own aspirations, and he couldn't say anything to others. Goodbye Naruto, do your best in the third exam. Kabuto smiled and waved to Naruto, then said goodbye, turned around, and when no one noticed, he was alone with his back to everyone, sneering. After Kabuto left, the third Hokage continued, then, I will begin to explain the content of the next third exam. Is it finally going to start? Naruto thought to himself. The official competition is to show everyone's battle to the audience. I hope that everyone can serve as the image representative of their respective countries and show their strength without any regrets. Therefore, the official competition is scheduled to be held in a month. Hey, isn't there an invitation in advance? Naruto was puzzled. I thought it could start right away. The village did invite in advance, but there must be corresponding preparation time. What do you mean? Niji also asked. The invitation was sent in advance to notify the daimyo and other village leaders of each country so that they can set off to Konoha as soon as possible to watch the official competition. Because the distances of each country are different, the time spent on the road is also different. In addition, this is also to give you candidates time to prepare. The third Hokage explained in detail. This old man is talking in a roundabout way. Kankuro was secretly very dissatisfied, but on the surface he asked the third Hokage politely, I still don't understand what you mean tomorrow. It means that you should be prepared to know yourself and the enemy, analyze the enemy intelligence obtained in the preliminaries, and use this time to increase your chances of winning. The third Hokage explained the reason for the time. So far, the competitions have been just like actual combat, assuming that you will fight unexpected enemies. That's right, no one expected this guy to use sand as a weapon. Shikamaru looked at Gaara beside him and said secretly, but the official competition is not like that. Someone should show all his strength in front of his opponents. For the sake of fairness and justice, this month, all candidates can use it to improve themselves. After the third Hokage finished speaking, the candidates all had their own thoughts and began to plan in secret how to use this month. The old man said so this month can't be wasted, it's in vain. Naruto thought to himself. So, although I want everyone to disband immediately, before that, there is one thing that everyone must do for the official competition. What is it? Naruto shouted when he heard the third Hokage was doing this again. I have to go back to practice. Okay, don't worry, each of you draw a lot from the box that Red Bean has. The third Hokage said, winking at Red Bean beside him, and she walked out. I will go over, and you draw in order. Red Bean said as she walked to the first person. Each person can only draw one. Everyone drew in turn. Naruto curiously opened the paper and saw the number 1 written on it. Okay, everyone has finished drawing. Marino Ibiki asked them to pick up the papers in their hands and said, then, starting from the left, tell me the numbers you drew in order. Dos Anvil, I'm 9. Naruto, I'm 1. Sasuke, I'm 4. Temari, I'm 7. Kankuro, I'm 5. Gaara, I'm 3. Shikamaru, I'm 8. Niji, I'm 2. Lee, I'm 10. Shino, I'm 6. Marino Ibiki listened while writing something quickly on the clipboard. After they all finished reporting, he stopped writing, turned to the third Hokage, nodded and said, okay, Hokage-sama. Yes. After hearing what Marino Ibiki said, the third Hokage took a puff of cigarette slowly and said, then, now I will announce the distribution of the official game. Naruto exclaimed. Did you draw the lot for this distribution? Shikamaru said. Ibiki, show them the results. The third Hokage ordered. Okay. Marino Ibiki turned the battle table in his hand and showed it to everyone. It was a tree-like matching table. Dos Anvil looked at his name in the table. I'm at the very back. What official competition? Temari said disdainfully. Isn't it just the simplest elimination match? Gaara. Sasuke was a little excited and looked at him. Finally I'm going to fight him. Why am I fighting against a woman again? It's really troublesome. Shikamaru saw the matched opponent and had a headache. Fortunately, I was not matched with Gaara. Kankuro secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, I'm the last to appear. Lee clenched his fists and shouted passionately, which made Naruto confused and wondered, is that so? Uchiha, Sasuke. Gaara stared at the list with a gloomy face. Just right. Niji raised the corner of his mouth. Hyuga Niji. Naruto looked at him. You're the one who came up first. Just what I want. Sasuke is going to compete with that sand ninja. Sakura said worriedly for him. I have a question. Shikamaru asked. If it's an elimination match, only one person can win in the end, which means that only one person can become a Chunin? No, this exam will be watched by examiners including me, the Kazakage, and the daimyo and village leaders of various countries who have entrusted us with the exam all year round. The third Hokage looked at the examinees. The examiners will evaluate you after watching the elimination match. Those who are considered qualified to become Chunin can become Chunin, even if they lose in the first round. In other words, everyone here has the possibility of becoming a Chunin? Temari said her guess. Well, on the contrary, it is possible that no one can become one. The third Hokage added, winning the elimination match is equivalent to winning yourself a chance to perform. Turning his eyes, he said to Shikamaru, do you understand, Shikamaru? Oh, really? Shikamaru pouted. In the second match, am I going to fight against that guy without eyebrows? Naruto had already concluded in his mind that Sasuke would lose the match before the fight even started. He said worriedly, that guy is strong. I guess I have to go find Kakashi-sensei. Well, thank you all for your hard work. See you in a month. Disband. 2 days later, in the ward of Konoha Hospital, Kimimaro lay pale on the bed, smiling as he watched Mingshin and Hotaru running around. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62, The Pervert in the Hot Spring Town. Brother Kimimaro, are you feeling better? Hotaru asked him with concern, while peeling an apple. I've been told it's fine. You really don't have to worry about me, Hotaru. He reached out and gently rubbed her head. What do you mean it's fine? Mingshin put a pile of books on the bedside and complained to him. The doctor said that I need to observe for a few more days before I can be discharged. You better behave yourself. Mingshin. Kimimaro looked at Mingshin's face full of fatigue. He had not stopped to rest because he fainted in the preliminaries that day. In 2 days, the doctor who examined you will be back to the hospital. We will get the report together then. Mingshin wiped the sweat from his face. It's about time. I'll go to the hot spring street again and buy some of your favorite food for lunch. Without waiting for Kimimaro to speak again, he turned around and told the girl that he would go back to visit Tombi and bring her lunchbox back to the hospital. After leaving the hospital, Mingshin went straight to the hot spring street and bought the food that Kimimaro usually liked to eat. He was about to return to his residence to get lunch from Tombi. He saw someone lingering around the women's bathroom outside a hot spring shop not far away. Mingshin walked over quietly, and when he was still a few steps away from the man, he heard him muttering furtively, how strange, the hole yesterday was found and blocked by the boss lady? TSK, so you poked that hole? Yes, that's right, The man just nodded, was startled, and was frightened by the person behind him and screamed. He turned over and jumped back to distance himself from Mingshin, and even took a fighting posture and asked, boy, who are you, and what are your intentions of standing behind me furtively? Didn't you see the forehead protector? Mingshin was speechless. He stretched out a finger with the hand holding the thing and pointed at the forehead protector on his head. Brother, if you want to say suspicious, you are more. He didn't finish his words. Oh, nasty. There seems to be a noise outside. The girls who were taking a hot spring bath inside said suspiciously through a wall. Oh no. The two said in unison, we have to run away quickly. Come on, come this way. Mingshan turned his head and took the initiative to guide him, running to the other side together. After the two of them jogged for a while, they saw that they were far away from the store, so they stopped and took a short rest. What a pity, failed to collect materials. The man shook his head and said to himself in pain, then turned and blamed Mingshan with a fierce face. It's all because of you, Kit, that I can't peek. Looking at this person, who can be so shameless and righteous, Mingshan has a very bad premonition in his heart, always feeling that the person in front of him is very similar to a yellow-haired person. I say, who told you to shout loudly outside the store? Besides, the hole you poked is in an obvious position and it's hard to get close to it. What kind of attractive scenery can you see? Mingshan looked down on him. Hey, Kit, you are so arrogant. The man looked at Mingshan unexpectedly. Hearing you say that, do you have any better observation angle? Follow me. Mingshan mysteriously took him to another hot spring shop, and the two walked to the outside of a bamboo fence. Come, get closer. Mingshan cautiously glanced around, and after making sure that there was no one around, he said to him in a very low voice, TSK, is it really that exaggerated? The man looked over disdainfully, thinking that the kid was bragging. Unexpectedly, after he looked at it, he trembled all over, and in just a moment, his hands were almost on the wall, and he was more and more fascinated. That's enough. Mingshan saw that it was almost enough, so he quickly pulled him up and diverted his obscene gaze back. The man's face was full of ugly soul-giving. How is it? Mingshan showed a very obscene expression and asked him in a low voice. He turned to look at Mingshan, no longer with the previous contempt and disdain, but very seriously raised his thumb and nodded silently. The two were indeed like-minded people. Hey, is there any noise outside? No. Did you hear any sound? Is someone spying on us? Damn it, I'll get dressed first and then go out to see what's going on. Hearing this, the two hurried away and slipped away. Hey, Kit, you're really good. This man also showed a very obscene expression and said to Mingshan, I think that position seems to have existed for a long time. It seems that you. He didn't finish his words, but everyone understood that it can only be understood, but not expressed in words. I used to go once every 3 days. Mingshan yawned. I haven't been there much lately because of the exams. Exams? The man looked Mingshan up and down and asked, what exams were they? Chunin exams. Mingshan lost his spirits when he talked about this, but I gave up the competition and finished the exams early. The man was a little surprised when he heard what he said. Why did you give up? Because I don't want to take the exam. Mingshan was too lazy to explain too much, so he took the initiative to ask him and changed the subject. Hey, you haven't told me yet, who are you? Hey, since you're asking sincerely. The man started to show off when he heard that he was going to ask about his identity. The next sentence is, shouldn't you be merciful and tell me? Mingshan stared at him with his two dead fish eyes without any enthusiasm. You are really smart. The man hadn't finished praising him. Come on, stop talking nonsense. Tell me your name quickly. Mingshan impatiently interrupted the nonsense he was about to say. This kid is not fun at all. The man curled his lips, shook his long white hair again, and said in a flash, well, I'm the Toad Spirit Immortal Taoist of Myaboki Mountain, commonly known as the Toad Immortal. I'm here. It's just a toad. Why do you want to be a high-sounding immortal? Mingshan's nose was a little itchy. He raised a hand that was not holding anything and carefully dug his nostrils with his little finger and said without caring about his image, even if you are a real immortal, you are a completely lustful immortal. He despised him deeply. Hey, you are so rude. How can you talk to your elders like this? This man put on the posture of an elder seriously and asked him, who taught you? Come on, you. Mingshan looked at him like that and said unhappily, which elder would lie on the wall to peek? Hey, what's that book in your arms? Mingshan was sharp-eyed and saw a corner of a book sticking out of his arms. This guy was also a naughty boy. I was going to scold him a few more times, but when I heard Mingshan mention a book in his arms, I completely forgot about his previous rude behavior. He immediately put on a smiling face and enthusiastically took out the book to introduce and promote it. I'm a very famous writer. This book is the result of my hard work. Let me see what that is. Hey, in Timid Paradise. Ming-Shen looked up at him unexpectedly and then asked with a strange expression, "Are you the author of Intimate Paradise?" "Yes, you, a little kid, also know this book." Although he seemed very surprised that the little kid knew about this book, deep down in his heart, he was secretly delighted and said, "It seems that my book has become quite famous. Even this stranger boy knows it. Well, because I have read it before." Ming-Shen continued, "But, having said that, Jiraiya, your book is not very well written. When it comes to the exciting plot, the emotions are not invested enough, and the interaction mode with the girls is too simple and single. Impossible, you little brat." The man was shaking his head and was about to continue to refute his criticism when he was suddenly stunned, reacted, and asked, "Wait, what did you call me just now?" "Jiraiya," Ming-Shen said puzzledly. "Wow." Jiraiya quickly formed a seal with a fierce momentum and slapped his hand on the ground. With a bang, the white smoke dissipated, and he successfully summoned a big toad with the word loyalty written on its head. He stepped on the toad's head, made an exaggerated gesture towards Ming-Shen, and whispered, "Tell me, which village sent you as a spy?" "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Ming-Shen glared at him. "Didn't you see my forehead protector?" "Humph, forehead protectors can be fake, and I haven't been active in the village for a long time. You kid can recognize me, the toad sage, Jiraiya, at a glance. This is definitely suspicious." Jiraiya stated the reason for his suspicion, and did not forget to add a final explanation to Ming-Shen. "Also, your biggest flaw is that my book is prohibited for minors under the age of 18 to buy and read in bookstores. Because there are too many things today, I don't have enough time. I promised to Erwa's Mueller brother that I would never stop updating, so I'm sorry for everyone. After coming back in the evening, I had too little time to write, and I updated too little in this chapter. I really tried my best." Chapter 63 Shimura Danzo. As expected, Ming-Shen is very similar to that guy. Ming-Shen said to Jiraiya calmly, "Your little stories are widely circulated in the village. It's hard not to know, especially when I was in school. I often worked part-time in the bookstore. There were few other books in the store, but there were many legendary stories about famous ninjas like you. Among these famous ninjas, there is no one else who is vulgar and unrestrained, likes beautiful women, and likes to peep." "Hey, what do you mean by stories? You say it so badly." Jiraiya shouted dissatisfiedly, almost blowing his beard, and glaring at Ming-Shen. "Of course, the premise is that he has a beard. Either you use the through escape technique to try to sneak into the women's bathhouse, or some bloody story that you have to tell with Tsunade." When Ming-Shen said this, he simply put down the things he bought and started to pick his ears. "I sneaked into pass." "Wait, how do you know about me and Tsunade?" Jiraiya said speechlessly. "There are in the bookstore. There are so many gossips like this. There are also records of you sneaking to the open air hot spring with the Hokage in the past." Ming-Shen said nonchalantly. "In those years, in the store, whenever the store manager was out for something, he would read books when he was bored. Not to mention magazines. He also peeked at a lot of adult books with restricted content." "No way." Jiraiya was hit hard, but he shook his head and thought, "Forget it, that's all in the past. I believe for the time being that you are not a spy sent by another country." Jiraiya said with disbelief. "Well, can I ask you something?" Ming-Shen suddenly thought of something and asked him. "Well, what is it? How old are you this year?" "Exactly 50. "Hey, why are you asking this?" Jiraiya asked curiously. "Well, then, the publication of Intimate Paradise has been almost 8 years. How do you know that this book has been published for almost 8 years?" Jiraiya was shocked, and his mouth opened wide. He had never told anyone about this. "I asked the boss before, when was your book published?" "Oh, that's right. Others don't know, but the bookstore owner must know." "Alas, how did you get to be a Sannin?" Ming-Shen shook his head and complained about him in his heart. "After talking for a long time, you still haven't told me what your name is?" Jiraiya finally remembered that he hadn't asked him his name yet. "Ito Ming-Shen. I don't want to chat with you anymore." Thinking about Kimimaro, Ming-Shen mentioned his things and said goodbye to Jiraiya. "I should go back. See you again, if there is a chance." After saying that, he turned and left. "Hey, Kit, you said earlier that my book is not very good, but Jiraiya wanted to ask him about his book, but before he could finish his words, Mingshin disappeared after turning a corner. TSK, this kid, really? Jiraiya muttered in a low voice and turned back to continue his work of collecting materials. After leaving the hot spring street, he walked for a long distance before returning to his residence. Mingshin went to the next door to find Dunboy to get Hotaru's lunchbox, then said goodbye to him and hurried back to the hospital. He thought that the two of them should be hungry now, especially Hotaru, and he couldn't let them wait too long. HMM. Just as Mingshin was walking to the park with his lunchbox, a black shadow suddenly appeared and surrounded him with several masked ninjas. Are you from the ANBU? Mingshin asked with a secret vigilance in his heart. Is it the Hokage who wants to summon me? No. The man in front of him shook his head and said, we are the Roots. Roots? Mingshin had never heard of it. What are they? The so-called Roots have no names or feelings, no past or future. Mingshin noticed that in front of him, someone was walking slowly with a cane, making a clacking sound. There is only the mission in his heart, supporting the big tree of Konoha village from behind and deeply rooted in the earth. Mingshin shifted his sight forward after hearing this, and saw a middle-aged man with black hair with a bandage on the right side of his face, also walking towards him. The masked ninja who was in front of Mingshin took the initiative to respectfully step aside when the man was about to approach, so that the man could look him in the eye. Ito Mingshin. Although the man spoke to him very gently, he did not give people a sense of intimacy. Who are you? Mingshin asked. How do you know my name? Nice to meet you. My name is Shimura Danzo, the leader of the Root. Danzo said calmly. What do you want from me? Mingshin asked the other party directly. I want you to join the Root. Danzo stated his purpose without any concealment, and work with us to actively protect Konoha in the dark. Sorry, I'm not interested. Mingshin flatly refused. I have something to do next. Could you please get out of the way? You guy. One of the ninjas surrounding him scolded Mingshin. How dare you be so rude to Lord Danzo? Don't be rude. Danzo spoke out to stop the man, and turned to Mingshin and said calmly, if you don't want to, I won't force you. It's a pity that you have such an excellent bloodline limit ability, but you can't use it. Are you talking about would release? Mingshin suddenly realized that this was not an invitation to join the Root because of his talent, but just wanted to monopolize the would release ninja and use it for their own purposes. There's nothing to pity. If you don't have anything else, I'll take my leave first. After Mingshin finished speaking, he ignored Danzo and left the park with a smile on his face. The ninjas around him did not try to stop him. Danzo-sama, why did you let him go? Yi waited for Mingshin's back to walk away and disappear, then asked. It's not that I want to let him go, but I can't do anything to him. When I tried to activate the Sharingan to control him in secret just now, I found that illusions didn't work on him at all. Danzo put away his false gentleness and suddenly became gloomy. It seems that he has more than just the secret of wood release. What about it, Mingshin? A ninja on the other side asked Danzo. Leave it aside for now and observe it there. Danzo looked disappointed. What should we do with the information about Orochimaru's actions obtained last night? Danzo-sama. It has nothing to do with us. Let's wait and see. I want to see if Hirozen can have as good luck as last time. Yes. Mingshin returned to Konoha Hospital. Before he even reached the door of the ward, he could hear the voice of Hotaru in the room from a long distance. She was sitting beside Kimimaro's bed, chattering about something. He gently pushed open the door, and Kimimaro's eyes naturally turned to the door. Mingshin, you're back. Yeah. Mingshin nodded, walked to the girl, and handed her a lunchbox. Here, Dunby made fried shrimp for lunch. You're finally back. Aang stopped talking, turned around and took the lunchbox handed by Mingshin, complaining to him. Why did you go for so long? I'm almost starving. Really? I was delayed on the way. Mingshin explained, and also opened Kimimaro's portion for him, and handed it over. Dang dang. The people inside were about to start eating when there was a knock on the door outside. Mingshin walked over to open the door, and found that it was Hey-8 and the people from Team 7, and Kakashi was also here. Hey, Hey-8 sensei, Sasuke, Naruto, why are you here? Mingshin said happily, while inviting them in. I just finished my mission today, so I came to see Kimimaro and you guys. Hey-8 coughed a few times. We met Hey-8 on the way and came here together. Kakashi also spoke. Sakura, you're here too. Aang happily took her hand, and the two walked to the window to chat about topics that girls are interested in. Sasuke, Naruto, the third game will start in a month. Aren't you going to practice? Kimimaro asked them. We don't lack this little time. Sasuke rarely took the initiative to speak, saying, I want to see how you are doing first, and then go back to continue practicing. After all, when we were in the Death Forest, without the help of your Team 9, we might not have been able to reach the central tower. Yeah, that's right. Naruto nodded and agreed with Sasuke. Thank you for taking the time to come here. Kimimaro thanked him politely. I'm sorry to trouble you. It's not a big deal, Kimimaro. Naruto said carelessly. After we go back. After everyone chatted in the ward for a while, Kakashi and Hey-8 said goodbye and left the ward one after another. Outside the ward door, Naruto kept yelling for Kakashi to take him to practice. As they walked away, the noisy corridor gradually returned to calm. Cough. Kimimaro started coughing again for no reason on the bed. After seeing them off, Mingshin returned to the ward and saw Kimimaro coughing. He quickly walked behind him and patted his back. Are you feeling better? Kimimaro brother. Hotaru looked at him worriedly. It's okay, Kimimaro said with a smile, trying to reassure them. TSK, can't the doctor come back earlier? Mingshin was anxious. Hearing the complaints, the sick Kimimaro comforted Mingshin and told him not to worry. Tomorrow, you should also go and have a rest. Kimimaro persuaded him. Because of me, you have been busy these days and have not had a good rest. Yeah. Aang looked at Mingshin's tired face and said to him with rare concern, tomorrow, leave this to me in the afternoon and come over in the evening. You guys. Mingshin opened his mouth to say something, but the two of them stopped him with their eyes, so he had to smile bitterly and compromised. Then I will bring food to take over you in the evening, girl. Well, go back and have a good rest. Walking out of the hospital, Mingshin took a deep breath and looked at the window where the girl and the others were. He was actually very worried about Kimimaro's illness, but he couldn't show it in front of Aang, which would make her more worried. He looked away and muttered to himself, get well soon, Kimimaro. After several considerations, I decided to return to the previous number of words, so that the daily updates would at least be guaranteed stably, and completely give up the full attendance award. I don't want to disappoint those old brothers who have always supported me. Chapter 64, Running. 2 days later, at the outpatient department of Konoha Hospital. Doctor, how is Kimimaro's physical examination? Is this disease serious? Can it be cured? Mingshin asked the doctor who was sitting opposite him and had just returned not long ago with concern. Hotaru and Kimimaro were also watching closely. The doctor shook his head, holding the report in his hand, hesitated, and said, although I have tried my best to check, but this disease in his body, if we have the medical records or treatment data of his family, we may be able to carry out targeted treatment. Otherwise, the doctor did not finish the following words. Otherwise, what will happen? Tell me quickly, doctor. Hearing that he was halfway through speaking, Hotaru urged anxiously. I can only tell you that, if he continues to use the blood limit like this, he will not live long. The doctor looked at the three people, hesitated again and again, and chose to tell the truth. What? The three were shocked. The doctor explained the results of the examination on Kimimaro to the three of them in detail. Kimimaro can easily extract so many bones from his body to use as weapons. Generally speaking, in our human body, large-scale abnormally high calcium will cause muscle weakness. The main component of bones is calcium. You can imagine how high the calcium content in his body is. He uses his bloodline limit too frequently, which will cause muscle failure. The heart is mainly muscle. Even if he doesn't die of chronic heart failure, he will die from other diseases caused by muscle failure, such as diaphragm failure and inability to breathe. Mingshin didn't give up. Doctor, what about his disease? Unfortunately, with our current medical level, there is no way to cure him. I'm sorry. Before Mingshin finished speaking, the doctor apologized to the three of them for being powerless against this disease. Kimimaro brother. Hotaru pulled the corner of Kimimaro's clothes and sobbed softly. "It's okay, Hotaru." Kimimaro recovered from the brief shock. After hearing the doctor's diagnosis, he was calm and composed, and he could even smile and comfort Hotaru. However, this would only make Hotaru and Mingshan feel more uncomfortable and tormented. They would watch him like this and be powerless. "Doctor, can you tell me something?" Kimimaro asked him calmly. "Please tell me." The doctor looked at him. "How long can I live?" Kimimaro asked this question without any fear or unwillingness, which made the doctor sitting opposite him feel incredible. When ordinary people heard such bad news, they rarely behaved like this young man. "If you can insist on not using your own blood limit during this period of time." The doctor carefully estimated his remaining lifespan. "There are still 3 months. Thank you, doctor." Kimimaro wanted to nod his head to thank him, but his respiratory tract was choked, and he began to bend over and cough violently. Hotaru patted his back and stroked it to relieve the energy. "You can go through the discharge procedures for him today. I will prescribe some medicine for him to take after he goes back home." After saying this to them, the 3 of them said goodbye to the doctor and went back to the ward to pack up their things and prepare to go home. Mingshan, Aang and Kimimaro had just walked out of the hospital gate and apologized to them. "I still have something to do. Girl, you take Kimimaro back first." "Yeah, okay. There must be a way." Mingshan decided to go to the Hokage office building, find the 3rd Hokage, and make one last effort. He did what he thought, and his body followed his heart. Mingshan rushed to the building, his feet touching the roof, and he passed by quickly. Soon, he entered the building and came to the door of the Hokage's office. After adjusting his breathing, he raised his hand and the rhythmic knocking sound was transmitted inside. Soon, a voice came from inside. "Come in." "Excuse me." Mingshan pushed the door open. "Oh, it's you, Mingshan." The 3rd Hokage put down his pipe and asked him with a smile, "What's the matter?" "Hokage-sama, in our Konoha village, besides the medical ninjas in our hospital, which other country's medical ninjas are more famous?" Mingshan asked the 3rd Hokage straight to the point. "What's the matter? Why are you so anxious to find a ninja with excellent medical skills?" The 3rd Hokage was puzzled. Mingshan explained Kimimaro's condition and the reasons behind it, hoping to find a glimmer of hope for him from the 3rd Hokage. "I see. I didn't expect Kimimaro's condition to be so serious." The 3rd Hokage looked solemn. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Tomorrow, there is someone who may be able to help him, but, Hokage, you can tell me what you want." Tomorrow said very seriously, "No matter how difficult it is, I will invite people to the village. Actually, you don't have to go to other countries to invite people. We have such a famous ninja with extremely high medical skills in Konoha." The 3rd Hokage picked up the pipe, took a puff, and said slowly, "That's Tsunade. Princess Tsunade?" Tomorrow was enlightened. "Yes, how could I forget her?" Tsunade, the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage, is one of the legendary 3 ninjas. She can be said to be a leader of medical ninjas in the entire ninja world. The 3rd Hokage got up from his chair and walked to the window, but her whereabouts are erratic, and even I'm not very clear where she is now. "It's okay, thank you for the reminder, Hokage." Tomorrow bowed to express his gratitude, then left the Hokage office building and went straight to the commission office to take the task. "I'll look for it." Mingshan searched around in the task column. The staff at the commission office didn't know what he was looking for and didn't ask him. "I looked through all the commissions in the task column, and none of them were the places I wanted to go." Mingshan lowered his head and thought, "According to the gossip I saw in the bookstore before, the places where she is most likely to appear are nothing more than those towns famous for gambling. If there is no mission to go out, the village does not allow genin to leave the village without permission." After thinking carefully for a while, Mingshan decided to take a commission to transport goods first, and then go out. "Let me see." Mingshan selected the tasks again, and suddenly, he pointed to one of the commissions. "Well, I got it. Let's take this one." Mingshan walked to the staff at the commission office, took the C-level commission, and went back to his residence first, and explained to Hotaru and Kimimaro, "I'm going on a long trip, Hotaru. While I'm away, Kimimaro will be left to you to take good care of." "Where are you going?" Hotaru asked him. "I'm going to deliver goods to the snow country." By the way, I'll help Kimimaro find a ninja with good medical skills and bring him back for treatment, Mingshan said and glanced at Kimimaro. The two were speechless. After a long time, Kimimaro said softly, "Be careful on the road. Come back early, Mingshan." Aang looked at Mingshan with hope. "Yeah." Mingshan nodded. "I'll go early and come back early." After packing up simply, Mingshan said goodbye to the two and left home. When he arrived at the commissioning office, the staff handed the goods to be delivered to him. After loading them and carrying them on his back, Mingshan set off for the snow country. 2 days later, he arrived at the port of Far Country. Tomorrow he boarded a ship to Snow Country. Sailing in the sea, he looked at the information in the atlas he had just bought and read aloud. Snow Country is located near the polar region. It is mostly snowy all year round, with few warm days. Although the local agricultural industry and per capita GDP are less affected by the weather, the country has its own exclusive national ninjas and its heavy industry is more developed than other countries. It seems to be a place similar to Russia in the previous life, with a cold climate and a large temperature difference. Tomorrow he sorted out the information about Snow Country to kill time. There was no conversation along the way. After 2 days and 2 nights of sailing, the ship arrived at the port of Snow Country. There were already people on the dock, waiting there early. As soon as Mingshan got off the boat, several people came towards him. "Thank you for your hard work. Are you the ninja sent by Konoha to deliver the goods this time?" "Yes, my name is Ito Mingshan." Mingshan introduced himself to the newcomers and took a look at the leader. "Who are you?" "My name is Langaya Zubeng, and I'm Fenghua Nuteo, the lord of Fenghua City. He sent us here to wait for the goods. This is his order. Please check it." The long-haired man in front of him handed the document to Mingshan and explained. "Okay." Mingshan nodded, took the document, checked it with his own letter of authorization, and after confirming that it was correct, he took out a receipt confirmation form and asked Langaya Zubeng to sign to confirm that the goods had been received. After completing the formalities, Mingshan unloaded the goods on his back and handed them over to the relevant personnel of the Snow Country. He took out his map and asked him, "Excuse me, if I want to take a boat back to the area between the Lightning Country and the Fire Country, how should I go?" Langaya Avalanche looked at the place he pointed to, but didn't quite understand. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to a small town between the two countries," Mingshan replied. "Town." Although Langaya Avalanche was curious, he didn't ask much and gave him a simple explanation. "There is no cargo ship that goes directly to the area between the two countries from the Snow Country. You can only take a boat to the port of Soup Country and then buy a ticket to transfer to a cargo ship heading to the port of Iron Country. After getting off the boat at the dock there, walk to the town you want to go to." "Thank you." Mingshan thanked Langaya Avalanche for pointing the way, but the other party didn't care much. After getting the things, he left in a hurry. If we follow the route Langaya Avalanche mentioned, it will take at least 6 or 7 days to reach the gambling town. I'll go to Fenghua City to buy some supplies first, and then we'll set off. He made up his mind. After asking about the departure time of the next boat at the dock tomorrow, he booked a boat ticket and rushed to Fenghua City. The local weather in the Snow Country is unpredictable and changeable. The sky was still windless and grey the moment before, but when it was close to dusk, a cold wind and snow began to blow. Mingshan took one step at a time, stepping on the snow. When he arrived at the gate of Fenghua City, it was already dark. He stood in the distance and looked at the closed gate. He sighed helplessly. It's almost time to catch up with the closing time. This snowstorm comes at the wrong time. He stomped his feet to shake off the snow on his body. He was about to turn back to the dock to spend the night and come back tomorrow, but unexpectedly, a voice sounded behind him. "Ito Mingshan?" Chapter 65. Dark and windy night. "Hey, is that you?" Mingshan turned around and found that the person behind him was an old acquaintance. "Fang Zhu, why are you here?" Fang Zhu wrapped his cloak tightly to keep warm. "I have been in the Snow Country for a while. Why are you here, Mingshan?" "It's a long story. Where is the shelter here?" The wind and snow were getting stronger. Mingshan wanted to find a place to stay first, and then talk to Fang Zhu in detail. "Come with me." Fang Zhu led Mingshan to a remote village far outside Fenghua City. The scale of this village was not large. After passing through the scattered houses in twas and threes, the two entered a dilapidated farmhouse to avoid the wind and snow. Inside the house, Ming Xian looked up and down at the layout of the place, then retracted his gaze and asked Fang Zhu, "Do you live here?" "Well, the owner of this house just passed away some time ago. Now there is no one. The village chief was kind enough to lend it to me for a while." Fang Zhu untied his cloak and talked while looking for the dry firewood he had stored before and got it on the small kang to light a fire to keep warm. The two had not seen each other for a long time, so they chatted all night about what they had experienced after they separated. "I didn't expect that you would encounter so many things after parting in the forest country." Fang Zhu was full of emotion. "You are not bad either. You have been alone in danger many times and almost lost your life. It's a good thing that you can come all the way to the snow country. I really don't understand you. Seeking knowledge is a good thing. I support you, but you still have to take care of yourself more." Mingshan was both scolding and caring. "Human life is so short, just like the water passing by quickly. I want to try to climb over various mountains and seas in a limited time to explore more." Fang Zhu was just talking in high spirits. Stop for a while. I was wrong. Can we not talk about science?" Mingshan quickly begged for mercy and changed the topic to divert his attention. "Where are you going to go next?" "Well, I plan to study the chakra armor thoroughly in the next 2 days and leave here." Fang Zhu pushed his glasses, took out a rough sketch from his arms, approached Mingshan, and unfolded it for him to browse. "Chakra armor?" Mingshan did not understand for a moment. "What is that?" "It is equipment developed by the Snow Country specifically for its own ninjas." Fang Zhu pointed to the various structures of the armor in the sketch and explained to him in detail. "This kind of armor can greatly enhance the chakra in the wearer's body, strengthen various ninjutsu, build a chakra defense wall around the body, and can offset the chakra attack from the enemy's ninjutsu, and even reverse the enemy's chakra. No matter what kind of ninjutsu or illusion, it will be ineffective against it." "Is it so powerful?" Mingshan thought it was a bit far-fetched, but after listening to Fang Zhu's explanation, he recalled that when Langire Avalanche came to pick up the goods, he seemed to be wearing a strange armor. "Who invented this?" "According to what I have learned in the Snow Country during this period, it seems that the Lord of Fenghua City developed it himself." Fang Zhu saw that he had almost finished talking, so he carefully rolled up the sketch and put it away, saying with regret, "If the lord of the city was not so difficult to approach and talk to, I really want to have a set of such armor myself, and then find a quiet place to study it behind closed doors. If the chakra armor you are talking about is really that powerful." Hearing his regret, Mingshan hit him unceremoniously. "It's impossible that someone would give it to you." "Well, that's right. It's very late. I'm going to sleep. I have to get up early tomorrow to travel." Mingshan yawned, nagged Fang Zhu, and asked him to rest early. Then he lay down on the dirty tatami and fell asleep with his clothes on. After Fang Zhu added new dry firewood to the small fire, he began to yawn and felt drowsy. After a while, he lay down and fell asleep. It was midnight. "Help. Someone come and save us. It's no use shouting your throat out. You dare to collude with the 3 women in secret and attempt to rebel. You deserve to die." "Huh." Mingshan closed his eyes and frowned. He was awakened by the crying, fighting, and screaming outside. What happened outside? He got up quickly. Fang Zhu, who woke up earlier than Mingshan, lay under the window and looked outside. After looking for a long time, he turned his head and said, "It's the ninjas from the Snow Country who are slaughtering the villagers in the village." "What?" Mingshan came to the window when he heard this. Through the window, outside the farmhouse, except for Mingshan and his side, many villagers and people dressed as samurai fell in a pool of blood. "Sir Santeifu, we will stay here to resist them. You should leave quickly." "No, this is my fault. I didn't cover my tracks carefully. They found me and implicated everyone. How can I leave you alone and run away alone?" Several warriors wearing simple protective gears held swords and confronted a group of snow ninjas. They blocked an old man behind them for protection. The old man tried to break free and fight with the snow ninjas. "Hey, why do I always encounter such things?" Mingshan turned around and planned not to care about this trivial matter. Is this really okay? Fang Zhu asked him if. He only said the word if when he opened his mouth and didn't say anything else. They both understood each other tacitly. TSK, what a trouble. Mingshan complained in a low voice, scratched his head, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. HMPH, don't even think about running away. I'll send you to hell together. A female ninja walked out of the snow ninjas, laughing strangely, which was extremely harsh and unpleasant. She started to make hand seals and shouted, ice style, swallow blowing snow. She used her chakra to turn the surrounding snow piles into darts, and with a whoosh, they all flew towards them at a rapid speed. Sir, go. Just as the samurai were trying their best to push the old man back, and were prepared to sacrifice their lives, they suddenly heard a shout. Wood style, wood ingot wall. A row of wooden pillars suddenly bent from the snow to form a notch wall, appearing in front of them, just blocking the sharp snow darts when they were about to attack. Dang, dang, dang. The snow darts hit the solid wooden wall one after another, leaving only a groove and falling down. Cap. Mingshan unlocked the wooden wall defense. You are. Several samurai looked at Mingshan who suddenly appeared and asked in surprise. Before they could finish, hurried footsteps sounded behind them. Holding the wakiza she handed to him by Mingshan, Fang Zhu was shivering with cold. He walked a few steps quickly and came behind the few people, whispering anxiously, come with me, we can talk later, if you have anything to say. The old man and the samurai looked at each other, knowing that now was not the time to ask questions, and hurriedly followed him into the farmhouse. Boy, who are you? The female ninja was very angry when she saw Mingshan interfering. How dare you interfere with the affairs of our snow country? I'm Iruba. Mingshan wore a funny monkey mask on his face, and the forehead protector hanging on his neck indicated that he was in a fighting posture. Huh, Iruba? The female ninja was a little surprised. After carefully looking at the forehead protector hanging on his neck, she found that he was actually a ninja from the hidden mist village in the water country. Our ninjas in the snow country seem to have never had any grudges with you hidden mist village. What is your intention in interfering with our internal affairs here? Huh, I'm just passing by here, and I can't stand your carelessness of human life. Mingshan said simply and straightforwardly. Hey, are you here to make fun of me? The female ninja bent her back and laughed out loud, mocking, little brat, go home and sleep quickly. Who do you think you are? You are so old, and you still want to be the embodiment of justice? The snow ninja beside her also sneered. To be honest, my age is enough to be your father. Mingshan smiled calmly and mocked her. If his agent lives could be superimposed, he could really be her father. Arsehole. The female ninja heard him insult so badly and immediately ordered the snow ninjas angrily, kill him for me. Die. Swish, swish. The snow ninjas around her all ran towards Mingshan, and while charging, they also took out shurikens and threw them at him. Mingshan quickly bent his knees and kicked his legs, jumped to the right and back to dodge, and at the same time, he formed seals with both hands, tapped the ground with both feet, slapped the ground with his hands, and shouted, wood style, diamond call wood. Dang, cap. Suddenly, rows of hard trees emerged from under the snow. When the snow ninjas who were running towards tomorrow found the abnormality in the snow, they had no time to avoid it. Their feet were pierced by the wooden thorns he controlled, and then they were quickly stretched through their bodies. Many snow ninjas only had time to scream before they were pierced to death by the wooden thorns. The female ninja saw the opportunity quickly and activated the metal wings on her back, flying into the air, avoiding the hardwood emerging from the ground in time. She watched her subordinates being pierced to death by the sharp wood from above with shock and anger, thinking, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Blizzard, what's going on? After hearing the screams of their own people, the leader of the snow ninja team that was slaughtering Zhenghuan in another place in the village, gathered their scattered subordinates and hurried over. This is. The man looked solemn, looking at the rows of sharp spikes on the ground that pierced the bodies of the snow ninjas, and speculated in surprise, would release. Who are you? The man stared at Mingshan with an ugly face and asked, thinking to himself, did he kill all these people? This kid looks young, but he is so cruel to kill people. It's him. Mingshan recognized the man It was the Wolf Fang Avalanche who received the goods at the dock today and thought, fortunately, he disguised himself, otherwise it would be a big trouble. Avalanche, this kid killed a lot of us. The female ninja flapped her wings and said to him in the sky, Blizzard, be careful, this kid is very tricky. Avalanche was wary of the other party. Our snow country and water country have no dealings. What exactly is your intention? Mingshan did not speak to him, for fear that he would be exposed as soon as he spoke and be guessed by him. He made seals with his hands and shouted, would release, forest collapse. Click, click, click. The ground tremors extended to the surviving snow ninjas on the opposite side. The branches grew out of the ground and tried to wrap around Zubeng and his men. Get out of the way. Zubeng shouted urgently, asking his subordinates to retreat. He quickly formed seals with his hands. Ice escape, ice prison technique. He half crouched on the ground and slapped his hands on the snow. Swish. Soon, a small iceberg rose out of thin air from the snow, trying to resist the attack of the branches. Chapter 66 Aruba. With a crackling sound, the branches broke through the small iceberg at an extremely alarming speed. As soon as Zubeng opened the chakra armor barrier and bounced off the branches, he had a premonition in his heart. Not good. Whoosh. Mingshan moved instantly, without giving Zubeng a chance to react, and came behind him. The kunai in his hand had just pierced into his back, but had not yet completely sunk into his body. Ice release. Swallow blowing snow. The flying snow dart rushed from top to bottom towards Mingshan, who was attacking Zubeng from behind, and with 2 clicks, forced him to turn over and jump away. This kid. Zubeng reached out in pain and pulled out the kunai on his back and threw it on the ground. Quick, go back and tell Lord Newtao that we were provoked and attacked by the Kirigakure ninja outside Fenghua Castle. Yes, Lord Fubuki. Seeing that this battle would not be able to do anything to Mingshan for a while, the female ninja named Fubuki quickly issued an order in midair, asking her subordinates hiding somewhere else to go back and ask for reinforcement. TSK. Mingshan looked up at the female ninja in midair. She can fly. What should I do? Chakra armor can indeed prevent ninjutsu and illusion. Mingshan thought for a moment. It seems that I can only find a way to kill them close to them. Crack, crack. Just as Mingshan was stunned, the snow around him suddenly broke apart, and with a bang, several figures of snow ninjas rushed over quickly, aimed at his vital parts, and threw shurikens with their arms. Ding, ding. Hearing the sound of the weapons coming, Mingshan took out the kunai from his leg bag in time to block it, and rolled to the side neatly, to avoid the next wave of shuriken attacks that continued to fly from behind. Old man. Who are you, and why are you being chased by the ninjas of the snow country? Fang Zhu watched Mingshan and the snow ninjas fighting endlessly outside. It was impossible to determine the winner in a short time. After retracting his sight, he also put away the wakizashi given to him by Mingshan, and took the initiative to walk towards the old man and the samurai to ask for advice. My name is Osama Sandeu, and I'm the former lord of Fuuka Castle and a retainer of Fuuka Soyuki. Sandeu told Fang Zhu about the past of the snow country. As they talked, the battle outside was getting more intense. Clang, clang. Mingshan dodged sideways and used his shuriken to block the sneak attack of the dart from behind. Without looking back, he threw the shuriken in his hand. With a thud, he luckily hit the man's face, causing him to scream and fall to the ground. Swish, swish. Mingshan snatched the blade from another snow ninja soldier who was attacking from the front with his bare hands. Puff. The kunai he had just grabbed was immediately inserted into the enemy's carotid artery by him. Blood was flowing. The ninja opened his eyes wide, covered his neck with one hand, and fell to the ground in disbelief, staining the white snow red. Mingshan turned over and jumped, wiping the blood that splashed on his mask while running. He glimpsed from the corner of his eye that the warriors who protected the old man were standing upright by the window in the farmhouse, watching him fight the snow ninja, while Fang Zhu and the old man were chatting more and more excitedly. He saw this scene and couldn't help cursing in his heart. Fuck, I'm fighting with the snow ninja alone here. You guys can help me. Are you really watching a monkey show? He wanted to complain a few more times, but unfortunately the enemy didn't give him the opportunity. Ice escape, ice pillar. Fubuki, who was in the air, landed on the ground and started to use ninjutsu. Crack. Crack. In the snow around Mengshan, a large number of ice pillars suddenly rose up and rushed towards him. He turned over and jumped, but he couldn't catch up with the speed of the ice pillars. First, his heels were frozen, and then they spread upwards and covered his whole body. Huh, this Iruba. Fubuki looked at Mengshan's horrified eyes in the icicle and was about to make a few sarcastic remarks when Zubeng suddenly shouted, "Be careful." Before she could explain, Zubeng arrived in an instant and kicked Fubuki hard in the back. Boom. Mengshan's Kune was kicked away by him. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, he quickly jumped back to distance himself. Huh. Zubeng forced Mengshan's sneak attack back. Fubuki then realized, when did this kid come behind me in an instant? Don't underestimate the enemy, just because he is young, Fubuki. Zubeng said to Mengshan while confronting her. Understood. Fubuki nodded and put away her contempt to face the enemy seriously. TSK. Mengshan was about to attack the two again, and a few more snow ninjas emerged from the snow to attack him. Clang clang. The crisp sound of metal collision rang out, and he was forced to fight with the miscellaneous soldiers. Ice release. Dragon breaking tiger. Zubeng started to make hand seals and shouted, using chakra to control the surrounding snow piles, kneading them into the form of a tiger and rushing towards Mengshan. Seeing this, Mengshan flipped backwards and kicked away the snow ninja soldiers. Seeing that the snow tiger was getting closer and closer to him, Mengshan quickly jumped sideways to the other side. Boom. The snow tiger fiercely crashed into his back, and several houses collapsed with a loud bang. Wood release. Great forest technique. Mengshan just touched the ground with his back foot, and he stretched out his hand and pushed. Multiple vines and branches grew from his arms and pounced on the several snow ninja soldiers who were close to him. After capturing them, he tied them up tightly. Ice release. Shuriken. Fubuki started to make hand seals, gathering moisture in the air to create invisible darts, and launched them at Mengshan. In Mengshan's palm, a wooden shield quickly grew. Puff, puff, easily blocking the attack. With his other hand, he took out a smoke bomb from his waist bag and threw it to the ground. Bang. He covered himself in the smoke and quickly formed a seal. Wood style. Multiple wood clone technique. He mass-produced wood style clones similar to himself and scattered out of the smoke to fight with many other snow ninjas. Are they shadow clones? Zubeng looked at the multiple Mengshans who rushed out of the heavy smoke. No. He saw that those clones were very vulnerable. Basically, they were defeated as soon as they fought with other snow ninjas. When they were released from the clone state, they instantly turned into branches and entangled them. When Zubeng was about to form a seal to counter, Fubuki launched a snow dart attack, which knocked away two shurikens that attacked his side in time and shocked him so much that he jumped back from where he was. TSK failed again. Mengshan felt helpless, and without any hesitation, he continued to draw a kunai, held it in his hand, and rushed towards Zubeng at high speed. I won't let you succeed, Iruba. Seeing this, Fubuki quickly formed a seal, slapped the ground, and shouted, Ice style, ice pillar. She launched a ninjutsu towards Mengshan who was running, and quickly raised a bunch of ice pillars, instantly freezing him. Finally, Fubuki didn't let out a breath, and suddenly her whole body tightened. She felt it from behind, and was shocked and said inwardly, impossible. Finally what? Goodbye. Mengshan still had that shameless smile on his face. He exerted force on his hands and suddenly inserted the kunai into the core of the chakra armor behind her. The core inside was directly pierced by the metal weapon and cracked with a sound. What? Hearing the sound of the chakra armor core being destroyed, Fubuki wanted to escape forward, but was held tightly by Mengshan's big hand. Wood style, cutting technique. Cough. Fubuki only had time to spit out a large mouthful of blood from her mouth, and then she opened her eyes in vain, fell to the ground, and her body was pierced with wooden spikes. The death was very ugly. Mengshan let go and jumped away from the two of them. All his actions seemed very slow, but in fact they were carried out very quickly between lightning and fire. Arsehole. Zubeng watched Zuchu being killed in front of him and was furious. Chakra is consumed too much. Mengshan was exhausted. He took out a soldier's ration pill from his waist bag, threw it into his mouth and chewed it, replenishing a lot of physical strength. He thought, it seems that we must fight quickly. If I continue to waste time like this, I will be skinned alive. Would release. Violent spear tree. Mingshan took advantage of the other miscellaneous snow ninjas busy removing the vine restraints, quickly formed seals, and used his left and right arms to extend multiple wooden vine branches at the same time. Under their horrified eyes, they instantly grew into big trees. Before they could escape, they were swallowed up by them. He exerted force to drive the big tree to twist, and many snow ninjas trapped in the tree body screamed in pain, and blood oozed out of the tree body. Damn it, so cruel. Zubeng gritted his teeth and glared at Mingshan. He didn't expect that Mingshan, who was still young, could be so vicious and cruel. He couldn't beat him at all. His ice escape technique was like paper in front of this kid. Let's retreat. Zubeng gave the order without hesitation. He couldn't wait for the reinforcement to arrive, so he ordered the remaining snow ninjas to retreat and leave. He decided to regroup and come back to settle accounts with Mingshan. Mingshan rested his hands on his knees, panting, and said, I'll go see how Fang Zhu and the others are doing. Whoosh. Mingshan arrived in front of the farmhouse in an instant, but just as he opened the door, he heard, wow, ah, ha. Mingshan didn't understand. Wait a minute. Bang. Hey, I hid it. Fang Zhu opened his tightly closed eyes. When he saw the person standing in front of him, he was so surprised that he couldn't speak. He was quite embarrassed. I was exhausted and finally beat them away. At least you should see clearly before you cut. Mingshan stared at Fang Zhu with a pair of dead fish eyes, blood flowing down his cheeks. I'm sorry. Fang Zhu honestly bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Did you let it slip and tell them my true identity? Mingshan pulled him to the front and whispered to Fang Zhu through the samurai and the old man. No. Fang Zhu shook his head. I said you are a Ruba from the hidden mist village in the land of water. Don't worry, I have hidden all the 4 head protectors of Konoha in my bag. That's good. Mingshan exhaled and then went into the house with Fang Zhu. Fortunately, he held the knife in the wrong direction and cut with the back of the knife. A samurai came forward to check Mingshan's injuries. You can hit me with the back of a knife until I bleed. Mingshan was speechless after hearing this. He took off his mask and bandaged it with a bandage from his waist bag. Then he urged them, let's leave quickly. They will probably come back for revenge. Okay. Santeifu nodded and asked the warriors to leave with Mingshan. I was delayed on the road today, so I came back late to update. I apologize to everyone. Chapter 67. Infiltrating Fenghua City. Hey, why are you touching her? Mingshan looked at Fang Zhu in confusion as he suddenly trotted over to the pink-haired female ninja, half squatted down, and touched her body. He also curiously leaned over to take a look, with a slightly obscene smile on his face. Could it be that you have? No, you misunderstood Mingshan. Fang Zhu blushed and explained, I want to remove this chakra armor from her body and keep it for my future research. Although this armor has been damaged by you in many places, it is still not a problem to use it for research. Mingshan lost interest when he heard him say that and let him remove the equipment from the body. After Fang Zhu collected the equipment, the group walked on the snowy road leaving the village. They found corpses on both sides of the path. The whole village was killed by the snow ninjas, leaving only a few orphans and widows crying beside their murdered relatives. If Mingshan hadn't suddenly appeared, even these few survivors might have been killed. Witnessing all these tragic scenes, Santeifu felt extremely guilty. He turned around and bowed to the samurai, saying with guilt, I'm really sorry for causing such a tragic disaster to your village. No, this has nothing to do with Santeifu. When we decided to fight against Fenghua Nutao, we were ready to sacrifice for justice. The leading samurai spoke to comfort him. Then, after we leave here, we should also say goodbye. You are safe now, and the snow ninja will not catch up so quickly for the time being. Mingshan looked at the tragic scenes around him. Although he sympathized with their plight, he was powerless. That Santeifu hesitated for a while, but still gritted his teeth and said, Iruba, can you accept an unwelcome request from me? Mingshan looked at him. His heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad premonition. Please help us defeat Fenghua Nutao. Santeifu suddenly knelt down and said to him. Mingshan was dumbfounded. We are begging you to, Iruba. The warriors looked at each other, half knelt on one knee and begged. Everyone, this. Fang Zhu looked at them at a loss. It seemed that he would kneel down and not get up if they didn't agree to help. Damn, I'm alone. What are you doing? He cursed in his heart, but on the surface he had to force a smile that was uglier than crying. Well, I'm limited in my ability and I really can't help you. When you fought with the snow ninja in the village, we saw that you were very powerful, Iruba. You could easily kill Crane Wing blowing snow and force back the Wolf Fang avalanche. Santeifu said to him very emotionally, this must be the Lord blessing the snow country in the dark and sending you to save us. Mingshan got goosebumps all over the floor when he heard it. I'm just delivering a package. Who would be so bored that they would come all the way to such a remote place to save you? He secretly complained in his heart and said with great embarrassment on the surface, I really can't help you. You want me to fight the entire snow country alone? It's impossible. He stopped again and was determined not to help. Are you kidding me? Are you tired of living? You're asking for trouble. Iruba. Fang Zhu looked at him and hesitated. Hey, you guys are not trying to trick me into accepting this request, are you? Mingshan's lips twitched, and he looked at Fang Zhu. In fact, even if we leave this village now, they can't escape far. There is only the dock here except Fenghua City, and there is no other place to stay. It's about 2 or 3 hours before dawn. Fang Zhu didn't finish his words, and Mingshan reached out to stop him. I know what you want to say, but the key is that we have too few people here. We can't rely on so few people to attack Fenghua City, Mingshan retorted. Iruba, please. Santeifu buried his head deep in the snow and begged in a piteous voice. I say, Santeifu, please. Mingshan wanted to continue to refuse, but the warriors followed him and begged him. Iruba, give it a try. If you fail, the worst that can happen is that we can retreat together. Fang Zhu is really talking without any pain. Come on, I'll give you a chance. Mingshan cursed in his heart, but then he thought about it and realized that it was indeed as Fang Zhu said. If they left here, where could they run to? TSK, never mind. Santeifu, you get up first. Mingshan stretched out his hands to try to help him up, but the old man was unmoved and still knelt there. If Iruba, you keep kneeling there, how can we discuss it? Santeifu finally raised his head in surprise when he heard him say this. What's going on? In the empty hall of Fenghua City, a man sat on a high seat and questioned Langai Zubeng, who was half kneeling and reporting the situation below with full of majesty. Lord Nuteo, we were about to wipe out all the remnants of the village, but suddenly a mist ninja wearing a monkey mask showed up and not only hindered us, but also killed and injured many of our people. Even Fubuki died at his hands. Zubeng reported the truth to Fenghua Nuteo from below. Humph, just a clown. Pass on my order. Send people to block all ships at the harbor dock immediately. Fenghua Nuteo gave orders one by one, vowing to catch this mist ninja and kill him in the snow country. That night, the snow ninjas entered and exited the hall in batches, accepted the instructions from the upper level, and set out to block various important places. Tomorrow, they will hide on the tops of several densely growing larch trees with Santeifu and others to carefully observe the situation in Fenghua City. Iruba, what should we do? The one who asked the question was Fang Zhu. I'll find the corner of Fenghua Castle and climb up along that side. Mingshan pointed to a slanted shadowy surface of Fenghua Castle, which was not very conspicuous under the dim moonlight. He was about to assign other tasks to everyone. Okay, then we will split up here. Osamu Santeifu pushed the round glasses on his thin face and turned to the warriors behind him. They nodded in understanding and prepared to get down from the tree. What? Mingshan was stunned. Where are you going? You don't plan to attack the city with me? Iruba, you misunderstood. We are going to gather other old subordinates of Master Hayatiki. This will relieve you of a lot of pressure. Before that, Fenghua Castle will be entrusted to you. Osamu Santeifu said to him in a low voice. Fuck. Mingshan couldn't say it, but he had already cursed in his heart. He looked at Fang Zhu. Ming. Iruba, I will also help protect the third lady and the others. You have to be more careful. Fang Zhu looked genuinely worried about him, but in Ming Xian's eyes, this face was simply a devil. Are you sure they are not protecting you? Damn it, it's better to rely on yourself than others. Ming Xian cursed as he watched a group of people run away far below him. After waiting for a while and making sure that there was no one, whoosh, he also had no choice but to start working. He pushed his feet hard and ran down the tree, heading towards Fenghua City. Someone once said that the darkness of the night is the darkest before dawn. This statement is the most appropriate to describe the current situation outside the city at this moment. Ming Xian sneaked silently and cautiously all the way, always paying close attention to the snow ninjas on the city wall. Ta ta ta. It took almost an incense stick of time for Ming Xian to reach the foot of the wall of Fenghua City. He gently made a knot with his hands, stepped on the city wall with both feet, and tried his best to control the strength. He quickly ran to the top of the city, running silently like a gecko. After a while, Ming Xian saw a snow ninja who was dozing off on the top of the city wall. He took out a shuriken from his leg bag and threw it at him. Puff! It hit his throat directly. The intense pain broke the snow ninja's sleepiness. He opened his eyes and heard a slight sound. He looked down and saw a dark shadow getting closer and closer. He tried to shout, but unfortunately his throat was pierced by the shuriken, and he couldn't say a word. Swish! Ming Xian looked up and accelerated without hesitation. Swish! His figure suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was in front of the snow ninja. He didn't even have time to be afraid, and he was dragged down from the top of the city wall. He didn't know whether he was dead or alive. So many traps. Ming Xian looked around and found that there were rows of wooden boxes on the top of the city wall that were almost as wide as the wall. There were many densely packed round holes on the side facing the outside of the city. Ming Xian estimated that if Santeifu and the others gathered their people and attacked head on, there would be no casualties. No way. He sighed, made up his mind, and quickly formed a seal. Who is it? A team of snow ninjas patrolling the wall discovered the abnormality here and were about to shout to warn. Ming Xian clapped his hands together and shouted, "Would release. Tree World Advent." Crack. Crack. Chakra surged from Ming Xian's body into the city wall. Boom. At this moment, Fenghua City shook and trembled strangely under the night sky of the waning moon. Under Ming Xian's feet, a green tree broke through the wall and spread out, and more towering trees grew rapidly from the snow in the city, surrounding the entire city at lightning speed. The veins on Ming Xian's forehead bulged, and he clenched his hands tighter, injecting more chakra into the ground to accelerate the growth of the wood world. Crack. Ta. What's going on? Damn it. The snow ninjas on the patrol team came back to their senses from the shock and found that they had been entangled by branches and vines and could not break free. In a few breaths, they were strangled to death on the spot. What happened? What the hell is this? Many snow ninjas in the city rushed and tried to avoid being entangled by the branches of the trees that suddenly grew out of nowhere, but none of them could escape. Crackle. Arsehole. Fenghua Nuteo roared and slapped the branches and vines that attacked him, but after he cut off a batch, there were more that came to entangle him. It was endless. Nuteo was forced to drive the wings hidden behind him and rise into the air to avoid the endless vines. He flew out of the hall and was horrified to find that things were far worse than he had imagined. At this time, Fenghua City had been cut apart by countless unimaginable giant cypress trees, and the walls collapsed in pieces. Nuteo looked around. In addition to avalanches and freezing rain, there were very few snow ninjas who were struggling tenaciously and trying to cut and resist the attacks of branches. There were no more extra living people in the city. They were all strangled to death by the branches of these big trees. Thank you Brothers X12 for your recommendation today. Chapter 68, Snow Battle and Raging Waves. Ming Xian's face was extremely pale, and cold sweat on his forehead kept flowing down his mask and dripping onto the tree roots under his feet. The knuckles of his hands were so white from being tightly clenched. The screams of the unwilling struggles of the snow ninjas surrounded his ears. After holding on for a short while, finally, with a pop, Ming Xian could no longer hold on and let go. His hands fell down with extreme numbness and trembling. Really? Ming Xian panted heavily and said to himself with difficulty, "Kill me and never use this trick again. My soul is about to leave my body." I didn't expect that. After using the forbidden technique of the tree world for a long time, the chakra in my body would flow away quickly, just like drinking coke. I kept injecting chakra into the earth to drive the forbidden technique, and it was almost drained. He raised his trembling hand, took out a soldier's ration pill, and threw it into his mouth, and suddenly he felt something in his heart. Not good. Without thinking, he jumped to the left and back like a conditioned reflex. Bang! A violent black hurricane blew over and rushed to the place where he was standing, knocking a big hole in the ground. You are the one who used ninjutsu to destroy my windflower city like this? Nutao questioned Mingshan below in midair. I did it. Mingshan raised his head and looked at Nutao without hiding anything, thinking about the next countermeasure in his heart. This man is flying in the air. Look at his chakra armor. It is more sophisticated than the 2 snow ninjas we met before. It's not easy to fight. Humph, then leave your life. Nutao began to make seals and shouted, ice style, double dragon storm kill. He swung his fists, controlling the falling snow around and mixing it with his 2 wind styles, turning it into a black hurricane, rumbling and rushing towards Mingshan. Wood style, tree realm wall. Mingshan made seals with both hands and slapped the snow. In an instant, a circular wall composed of many wooden vines intertwined grew rapidly, barely resisting the 2 black hurricanes that rushed in. Cap. The cracks on the wooden wall became more and more numerous. With a bang, it was finally destroyed by the hurricane. Wood chips were everywhere. Nutao looked over there and found that there was no one inside. It was obvious that the boy had jumped away in time. It's Master Nutao, Zoo Avalanche, who had escaped from the attack of branches, and another snow ninja beside him heard the violent sound of the wind and saw Fenghu and Nutao in the air, and they hurried to support him. TSK, where did this kid go? Nutao searched in the air for a long time, but didn't see anyone. Swoosh, swoosh. He flapped his wings behind him and just landed from the air, but unexpectedly. Whoosh. A black shadow rushed towards Fenghu and Nutao and attacked him. With 2 clangs, he easily blocked the attack of the Kune. TSK. Mingshan saw that the sneak attack failed and immediately jumped back to distance himself. Don't overestimate your ability. Nutao exerted his strength, kicked his legs, and attacked him quickly, shouting, ice escape, dragon breaking tiger. He created several tigers with snow piles and rushed towards Mingshan. Ice style, wolf fang. Before he got close, Zubeng made seals with both hands and launched a ninjutsu behind Mingshan. He used chakra to transform the snow on the ground into a pack of wolves and rushed towards him. Are you guys treating me like a meat bun? Mingshan made seals while complaining and shouted, wood style, giant wood pillar technique. On both sides of him, many giant woods with tender leaves appeared and attacked the tigers and wolves on both sides. Bang! At the same time, they collided with each other, causing snowflakes to splash. Swish. After Mingshan made a mental analysis of the strengths and weaknesses of both sides, he adjusted the priority order and immediately launched a ninjutsu and shouted, wood style, sea of trees birth. Injecting chakra into the ground again. Crack. Crack. Many trees grew rapidly from the ground, and those trees were like being uprooted. In an instant, a small forest was created, trapping people on both sides. Damn it. Nutao saw these annoying branches and vines appear in front of him again, and he was extremely annoyed and kept sweeping them. Watch out. Mingshan appeared out of nowhere and instantly got close to Nutao, fighting with him. TSK, it's endless. Zubeng made a seal and turned to a fat ninja with thick lips behind him and said, Fengyu, use your chakra mechanism to help Lord Nutao catch him. Okay, leave it to me. Dongyu took off the folded skateboard on his back and unfolded it. Suddenly, be careful. Zubeng sensed that there was danger on the right side of Dongyu. Whoosh. Clang. Dongyu blocked Mingshan's sudden attack with one hand. Seeing that the attack failed, he was surprised and jumped back and jumped away. Humph, it's just like Zubeng said, you are very good at using all the gaps to sneak attack the enemy, but unfortunately these despicable tricks have no effect on me. Dongyu sneered at Mingshan. TSK, am I that despicable? Mingshan curled his lips in dissatisfaction. Zubeng, who was standing by, raised his hand and made seals while reminding him, "Don't be careless, this guy is very difficult to deal with." "Yeah, I understand." Danyu also raised his hand and was about to use the mechanism on his arm to spray out cold mist when he was shocked to find that someone had pasted a burning detonating talisman on his right arm. Zubeng, who was standing next to him, saw it and screamed, "Oh no." Boom. Cough. Danyu spat out blood from the corner of his mouth, covering his right arm, and was about to fall. Zubeng activated the protection at the first time, so he was not affected. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. Although the chakra armor can defend against ninjutsu and illusion, it is not absolutely omnipotent. Mingshan was indifferent in his heart, but his hands did not stop, and quickly made seals. Would release. Tree binding eternal burial. Snap. Click. Zubayan jumped onto the branch beside him in time to avoid being entangled, but the others were not so lucky. He watched helplessly as Danyu's feet were entangled by the branches that suddenly grew out of the ground and then covered his whole body. Zubayan was about to pretend to save Danyu, but whoosh. Mingshan appeared in an instant, smiling harmlessly and blocking him. "Your opponent is me." With a thumping sound, Zubayan was forced to fight him. "Asshole." Danyu tried to forcefully break through the branches that were getting thicker and thicker, but after struggling frantically, he realized that it was futile, and he was suppressed even more. Until the tree was fully grown, Danyu was completely squeezed and strangled inside, and his face, which was screaming in despair, was buried in the tree trunk. After a breath, blood seeped out from the cracks in the bark. Zubeng, who was fighting, saw the tragic death of Danyu, and shouted with red eyes, "Die." A hand unexpectedly stabbed into Mingshan's chest, but strangely, not a drop of blood flowed out. Crack, crack. What? Zubeng looked at Mingshan's face fading in horror, and his body suddenly turned into a branch, and tried to entangle him. Humph, just because. Zubeng just started talking. Poof. The piercing pain in his back was instantly transmitted to his whole body. He saw from the corner of his eye that the chakra armor core on his arm had cracks at some point. He gritted his teeth and turned his head with difficulty, saying in disbelief, "You." Mingshan's eyes through the mask were extremely indifferent, as if he was slaughtering an animal. Without giving him a chance to finish, he suddenly inserted a kunai full of holes into his throat and then pulled his wrist hard, making him unable to roar. He opened his eyes and knelt on his knees. He fell to the ground with a slight push and died. Boom. Boy. After tearing Mingshan's clone, which had already turned into wood, into two halves, Nutao walked towards him. Mingshan didn't even have time to eat the ration pills or rest. He immediately turned around, adjusted his state, and prepared to fight the Fenghua city lord, Fenghua Nutao, who was running towards him with murderous intent. Boom. Ta. Mingshan and Fenghua Nutao fought each other in close combat. After 3 minutes of fighting, he gradually fell into a disadvantage in the fight. Fuck. He barely blocked his punch on the head, but he didn't expect that his strength was so strong and powerful, beyond his expectations. He staggered back several steps. Bang. Mingshan didn't react for a while, and was kicked in the stomach by his unexpected kick. Cough. Feeling his internal organs rolling, his throat was sweet, and blood spit out from the corners of his mouth. He quickly flipped and jumped back, to distance himself from him. PFFT. Mingshan spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, and stared at Nutao with a solemn expression, thinking that his physical skills were not fancy, very direct, just open and close, but every move gave people an inexplicable pressure. Swish. Fenghua Nutao snorted and attacked again. With a quick step, he flashed to his side in an instant. Mingshan quickly raised his hands and crossed them, trying to block his horizontal swing, but with a bang, he was hit and flew out. Mingshan turned in the air and quickly threw a smoke bomb to his side. With a bang, the smoke filled the surroundings full of trees, blocking Nutao's sight. TSK. Nutao looked at the smoke in front of him with disdain. He raised his hands and was about to make a seal. Ding. The chakra wristband on Nutao's hand easily blocked Mingshan's kunai attack, leaving only a mark on the solid wristband. Seeing this, Mingshan quickly turned around and retreated. Nutao sneered, "Want to run?" Bang. The big hand clasped his shoulder tightly, turned over, and punched his chest, which was sunken, but the whole person did not react at all. What? Damn it. Nutao was shocked, and just when he was about to pull his hand back, dung. Cap. A black shadow flashed from the side again, and he directly stabbed the kunai into the equipment in the middle of Fenghua Nutao's chest with one hand. The core of his chakra armor cracked, and could no longer open the barrier. Mingshan followed her, and gritted his teeth. He clasped his arm with his other hand and shouted, would release, insertion technique. Cough. Fenghua Nutao's body was instantly pierced with wooden thorns. Some sharp thorns even penetrated his cheeks. You. Looking at the cold eyes under the monkey mask, he never thought that he would die so ugly. Mingshan kicked Fenghua Nutao's unresponsive body away. He finally won the fight. He knelt on the ground. Although he put his hand into the mask and covered his mouth, he couldn't bear the churning of his internal organs. Ugh. He vomited a lot of blood and collapsed to the side. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69 Dawn. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of several snow ninjas running came from far away. When they arrived at the scene, they only saw shocking bloodstains all over the ground, and no other living people. What's going on? One of the snow ninjas asked in a trembling voice, but unfortunately no one could answer him. Everyone looked at each other silently, and there was silence. A discordant voice suddenly sounded in this empty scene. Who is it? The ninjas took out their ninja tools and were highly alert. They saw a man standing up slowly on the side. They walked closer cautiously and looked up and down. They found that his equipment and forehead protector were not from their own country. The leading snow ninja immediately became murderous and shouted, "This is an enemy. Let's go together and kill him." Whoosh, whoosh. Several snow ninjas threw darts with both hands and attacked the man. Boom, boom, boom. What? They saw in disbelief that the man's hands suddenly grew rapidly and turned into a wooden shield, blocking all the attacks from the ninja tools. Wood style, cutting technique. Mingshan ignored their daze, mechanically raised his hands, and fired long spikes at the snow ninjas. These low-level ninjas didn't have the well-equipped chakra armor of the big men in the city. After being hit by the wooden spikes, they fell to the ground one after another, and none of them escaped from this wood-style ninjutsu. It should be cleared now. Mingshan fumbled out the soldier's ration pill from his waist bag, threw it into his mouth, and took a few bites. He observed the surroundings for a long time. After making sure that no one was spared, he walked to Fenghua Nutao's body, half squatted down, and searched for a while, with a smile on his lips. Sure enough, he took a seal from his arms. Although this thing was missing a corner, it didn't have much impact, and it could be repaired and used again. Mingshan jumped several times, and left the place. On the way back, he saw no one alive. He sighed in his heart. Fortunately, as Santeifu told me, there are no ordinary people in the city, otherwise it would be a big sin. After a while, he came to the outside of the city in an instant. Everyone, it's time to defeat Fenghua Nutao and avenge Lord Zheoxu. A dozen steps away from the city, Mingshan heard a familiar old shout, and his face couldn't help twitching. Could this be? Yes, we should not let Aruba down. Now the outer wall of Fenghua City has been broken by him. Someone raised his arms and shouted, "Let's keep moving forward, defeat Fenghua Nutao, and avenge Aruba." Hearing his shout, the warriors standing in a loose row roared in response, and the crowd was excited. Fuck. Mingshan wanted to kill them, especially the bespectacled guy. You haven't even approached the city yet, and you dare to shout slogans blindly. You just think I'm really dead. Kill them. Fang Zhu and Santeifu ran in the front, helping him shout, and leading everyone to rush forward to the already dilapidated Fenghua city. Looking at the city getting closer and closer, everyone was awed, knowing that this was a battle of life and death, and secretly made up their minds. Santeifu stopped when they got closer, and found that there was something wrong with Fenghua city. He saw that the entire city was completely shrouded in dense forests. Fang Zhu suddenly saw someone approaching them slowly, so he shouted without thinking, "There are enemies, Mr. Santeifu, please step back." Fang Zhu closed his eyes, drew out his wakizashi, held it straight, and rushed over. "Wow, I'll fight you. Wait a minute, Fang Zhu." Santeifu saw the man wearing a mask and walking unsteadily in the distance, so he shouted in shock, trying to get Fang Zhu to stop, but unfortunately he had already rushed out with a knife and arrow in his hands, and could not hear the shouting behind him. Mingshan watched Fang Zhu getting closer and closer, and when he was about to get close to him, he suddenly realized the problem, and quickly said to him, "Wait a minute." Bang. History always repeats itself in a surprising way, and it still cannot escape the fate of reincarnation. Hit the enemy. Fang Zhu opened his eyes carefully, trembling as he swung his knife down. He looked at the enemy he had hit in front of him, and suddenly his whole body shook. His heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly said, Hey, you and I, Fang Zhu." Mingshan stared at this devil expressionlessly, gritting his teeth and saying gently, "Your knife skills are really accurate." He gave him a thumbs up, and after a while, blood suddenly flowed from the same position on his head. Mingshan didn't know what to do with him, whether to cook him, or skin him alive, and countless alpacas were running through his heart. "Yes, is it you, Iruba?" The third lady walked up to Mingshan excitedly, and hugged him tightly. "You're okay, that's great." Mingshan heard him say that, and just put on a fake smile. "Actually, it's not that hard, Lord Zheoxu must be blessing us in the dark." The third lady shouted to the warriors who were running forward, "The usurper, Feng Huanuteo, is in the city. Everyone, follow me." "Fuck you." Mingshan's blood was boiling in his chest. He didn't dare to beat his chest, for fear that he would vomit 3 liters of blood and die first. He felt sorry for himself and said, "I broke the city and killed the people. Are you guys just shouting a few slogans there?" When he thought of this, he couldn't help cursing. "Brother, I'm curious, what earth-shattering things did you do when you ran away from home?" "We swear to follow Lord Santeifu until death." The warriors responded to him excitedly and rushed into the broken gate and killed their way in. "Well, Iruba, we'll go first," Fang Zhu said to him carefully. After putting away the wakizashi obediently, they could follow Santeifu and the others to rush into the city. Mingshan was the only one left with a frozen smile, looking at it with resentment, looking at outside Fenghua City. At this moment, the first ray of sunlight at dawn finally passed through the long night and appeared in the east. It was obvious that the day had broken. Santeifu looked at the cleaned up corpses placed in the hall, and he still murmured to himself in disbelief. Except for the snow ninjas sent to other places to block the news, the entire Fenghua City actually. Fang Zhu and the warriors were also shocked. They all looked at Mingshan with an indescribable impulse in their eyes, brewing in their hearts. Actually, it's okay, Santeifu, you finally noticed it, because Mingshan saw everyone's reaction and smiled with some relief and started to speak, but unexpectedly. "Lord Zheoxu, thanks to your blessing in heaven," Santeifu said with tears in her eyes, "we have gone through hardships and finally succeeded in restoring our country." Hearing this, the warriors followed suit and choked up in tears. Some even walked to the door, collapsed outside, and cried loudly. "It's really not easy. Even an outsider like me is deeply moved." "Hey, Iruba, where are you going?" Fang Zhu was about to say something touching to them, but he unexpectedly found that Mingshan walked out alone, and he didn't respond when he called him. "What's wrong? What's this?" He muttered in confusion, and then didn't take it to heart, and continued to invest in his feelings. Mingshan quietly passed by this group of people, and borrowed a cigarette from one of the warriors. He walked to the door of the main hall, squatted in the corner beside the door, smoked, and thought to himself, "Today's weather is really good, no wind and no snow." His heart was bleeding. "Why are you working so hard? It's not hard at all, okay, asshole." After dawn, Santeifu discussed the follow-up matters with everyone. Although Feng Huanuteo is dead now, the guards at other checkpoints in the snow country have not been cleared. Mingshan had to be a good person to the end and help them eliminate them together. After finishing these things, 2 days had already passed. This morning, in the harbor outside Fenghua City. Iruba, are you really going back to the water country? Santeifu was at the dock, holding his hand reluctantly. HMPH, you can't bear to part with such a cheap and useful genin like me, so you just run away like this. He snorted in his heart, but on the surface, he said helplessly and with nostalgia, alas. My seriously ill brother at home is still anxiously waiting for me to find a medical ninja with excellent medical skills to come back. I can't continue to waste time here. Yeah. Fang Zhu nodded and agreed with Mingshan, and said to Santeifu, my research in the past 2 days is almost coming to an end. I have a general understanding of the basic structure of the chakra armor. The next thing is to go to the land of craftsmen, and continue to concentrate on researching the next step. TSK, do you look like you are talking to someone else? Mingshan's eyebrows jumped. There was really nothing he could do about this science maniac. Iruba. Santeifu held his hands tightly, not knowing what else to say. Damn it, let go. Mingshan hated this old man in his heart, and goosebumps were falling all over his body, but he said it in a very nice way. It's okay, we will meet again someday, Lady Santeifu. Okay. Santeifu wiped the tears from her face, and said to him, Iruba, we'll say goodbye now. Now the country is basically in a state of disrepair. After we finish our work for a while, we will go to find Her Royal Highness the Princess. Well, we are leaving. Goodbye, Lady Santeifu. After the two of them said goodbye to each other on the shore, they went straight on the boat. After a few whistles, the ship left the harbor of Fenghua City. After Santeifu and the others could no longer see Mingshan's boat, they turned back. By the way, Mingshan. On the boat sailing in the sea, Fang Zhu suddenly remembered something, and said to him, what's wrong? You're so startled. Mingshan took off his monkey mask and expressed his surprise at his behavior. Before we left in the morning, Lady Santeifu secretly found an opportunity to slip me a small wooden box, and repeatedly told me to keep an eye on the box, and give it to you after the ship left the snow country. As he spoke, Fang Zhu actually took out a small wooden box from his arms. It was quite delicate and beautiful, and handed it to Mingshan. Here you go. Let's open it together, and see what good things are inside. Okay. Mingshan nodded and took it. Just as he was about to open the wooden box, he was still smiling and muttering, Lady Santeifu is really thoughtful. She could have just given it to me in person. Chapter 70. First encounter at sea. When he opened the wooden box, his smiling face immediately stretched out. The good stuff inside turned out to be a small bottle of Binglian pills and a lot of rusty ninja tools, and nothing else. Seeing Mingshan showing his unique death expression again, Fang Zhu was very puzzled. He also leaned over to take a look and exclaimed, isn't this? No matter how excited Mingshan was at the moment, in general, the snow country incident had come to an end. Above the sea, the sky was clear and the azure blue water seemed to merge with the sky. Mingshan, why did you ask me and Santeifu to deliberately hide your identity? Fang Zhu closed the book he had just finished reading and looked at him. Didn't their identities appear in the back? They are not bad people. Why? Have you forgotten? Mingshan took out the map in his arms and taught Fang Zhu a lesson. I received a commission from Konoha to deliver goods to the snow country. If others knew that I, a delivery man, actually brought down a country, who would dare to place a commission order with Konoha in the future? Yeah, that's right. Fang Zhu thought about it and felt that what he said made sense. The two of them were silent afterwards, basking in the sun and watching the sea on the deck in silence. Mingshan, how long will it take to reach the destination? After a long while, Fang Zhu lazily lay on the railing of the boat and couldn't help but ask Mingshan who was on the other side. It's still early. Mingshan, who was standing not far away, was concentrating on studying the map in his hand. He replied without looking up, with the monkey mask still hanging on his waist. The ship has just left the Kingdom of Hot Springs, and it's still a long way from the next stop, the Kingdom of Iron. Fang Zhu was even more listless when he heard him say that. What? It's because you had to hang around in the Kingdom of Hot Springs to buy those scraps of copper and iron, wasting an extra day. Mingshan rubbed his eyebrows and complained about him. That's not scraps of copper and iron, Mingshan. Fang Zhu stood up and walked over to explain to Mingshan, the source of the materials for the chakra armor is more complicated, and it needs to be everywhere. Stop, 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 I was wrong. Let's continue to watch the sea. Mingshan saw Fang Zhu was about to start counting the materials on his fingers again, and hurriedly begged for mercy. Seeing him like this, Fang Zhu had to stop talking in disappointment. He caught a glimpse of something getting closer and closer from the corner of his eye. Danger. Mingshan did not think twice, and instantly stood in front of Fang Zhu. He stretched out his hand and a wooden shield quickly grew out. Boom, boom. Several snowflake-shaped crystal shurikens hit the shield, dull and powerful. Mingshan cut off the chakra and the wooden shield fell to the ground. The crimson crystal shurikens on the board were particularly dazzling under the sunlight. HMPH would release. A rather arrogant voice reached the ears of the two. Looking at the green-shirted female ninja standing in front of the two, Mingshan and Fang Zhu looked at each other, and he spoke, well, we don't seem to know each other, right? We don't know each other, but Lord Orochimaru knows you. Ito Mingshan. The female ninja said with ill intentions. Orochimaru? Fang Zhu had never heard of this name. Oh, you turned out to be his subordinate, no wonder. Mingshan suddenly realized, without any tension or uneasiness, but asked calmly, what should I call you, sir? Hanglian. She gathered her hair behind her ears, and was not surprised by his reaction. Are you here to take our lives? Mingshan pulled out a kunai from his waist bag and asked. HMPH, I would, but it's a pity that Lord Orochimaru didn't give me this order. Hang Lion said with great regret. Whoosh. Lord Hang Lion. A white-haired ninja flashed beside her, wearing an oxygen mask similar to the one Mingshan encountered in the Death Forest. He half knelt on the deck, and said to her respectfully, it has been recovered. Yes, I know. Hang Lion instructed him without looking away. Ghost Mist, you take it directly back to the base first. Yes, sir. Ghost Mist nodded and accepted the order. Whoosh, another flash, disappeared in front of everyone. This time I came here to say hello to you first. Hang Lion held a few red crystal shuriken in her hand and spun them around. Wait until the day of collapse. Whoosh, whoosh. She suddenly swung at Mingshan. Ding, ding. Mingshan parried the kunai effortless and asked in confusion, what do you mean? You'll know in half a month. Hang Lion left this meaningful sentence, and with a bang, the white smoke dissipated and disappeared. In half a month. Fang Zhu muttered, silently feeling that something big would happen in Konoha village. What does Orochimaru want to do to the village? Mingshan thought, but then he thought that he was too far away from the land of fire now, and it was useless to think about these things, and there was no time. Mingshan. Fang Zhu wanted to say something to him. It's okay, Fang Zhu. Mingshan said calmly, even if we rush back now, it's useless. Konoha is not so fragile that it can be easily defeated. That's right. Fang Zhu thought about it and nodded to agree with Mingshan. The two continued to drift on the sea, not affected by this visitor at all, and each was busy with their own things. A day later, they arrived at the port of the Land of Iron. Fang Zhu, let's say goodbye here. Mingshan said goodbye to Fang Zhu as soon as he got off the boat. Yeah. Fang Zhu replied softly, looking at Mingshan, although he was a little reluctant, but they each had their own things to do. Mingshan would walk north to the buffer zone between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire to find medical ninjas, while he would buy a ticket from the pier here, and then set off to the Land of Craftsmen, far southeast of the Land of Iron, to continue to modify his chakra. Mingshan took off the monkey mask on his waist, and returned the forehead protector of the Hidden Mist village to Fang Zhu. Unexpectedly, he repeatedly stopped and refused to take these items back. What's wrong? Why don't you want the mask and forehead protector? Mingshan asked him, puzzled. I'll give them to you, Mingshan. These things were all obtained by me unintentionally during my journey. They are not very useful to me. Fang Zhu pushed the frame of his glasses inward, leaving them to you. On the contrary, you will need them urgently at any time. Okay. Mingshan did not refuse Fang Zhu's kindness too much, but he also took the wakizashi from his back and handed it to him. Mingshan, you. Fang Zhu took the wakizashi and was about to say, this is a gift for you. Just use it for self-defense. Mingshan said without letting him refuse. Okay, thank you. Fang Zhu shook hands with him and said goodbye with gratitude, then walked to the ticket office alone to buy a ticket to the country of soup. Mingshan followed the route given on the map, heading north, and left the pier. I'm sorry for all the troubles on Mayday, brothers. Chapter 71, Shinamon. At noon, the sun was blazing in the sky, and the heat waves were rolling on the ground. Mingshan was traveling through the wild mountains and ridges. Help. Mingshan jumped to the top of a big tree and paused, listening carefully. The sound came from the northeast. Hurry up. In the dense forest in the northeast, there was a man with a lot of blood on his body, holding a small wooden box in his arms, and running forward in a panic. Anyone can come. Someone come to save me. Don't waste your energy. Enter the gate. A large group of ferocious bandits were chasing behind them. The leader, holding a bloody blade, looked at the man in front greedily, and persuaded with a cruel and strange smile, put down the treasure, let you die quickly. Bang. The man was not paying attention. His feet were tripped by the debris on the ground, screaming, and fell to the ground, and the small wooden box in his arms was thrown far away. Die. The leader swung his knife and chopped down, just as the man closed his eyes in despair and his life was about to be lost. Ta. With a thud, weapons fell to the ground one after another, making a ping pong sound, and the sound of people falling to the ground came one after another. After hearing the unusual sound, the man opened his eyes in surprise and found that the leader was standing there straight, and behind him, the bandits who were chasing him all fell to the ground inexplicably. He looked closely at the back of their necks and found that the places where they were attacked were deeply entangled in a rusty shuriken, and blood was flowing out and seeping into the ground. What is going on? Not understanding, he looked around and found that there was no one around. Suddenly, a wind blew and blew the standing bandit leader, and his body slowly fell forward. The man turned around to look around, but he didn't see any figure around the small wooden box. He turned back in confusion, and he felt a shadow pressing in front of him. He looked up and screamed, and was thrown to the ground by the body again. Hey, there is only a broken bowl in it. A disappointed voice suddenly sounded. What? Hearing someone complain about his treasure, the man was shocked. He pushed the body away, got up quickly, turned around and ran to the small wooden box. He saw a ninja wearing a monkey mask, playing with the soup bowl he had worked so hard to make. Asshole, what are you doing? Put that bowl down. The man shouted angrily, but unexpectedly, the monkey-faced ninja threw the soup bowl casually. Bang! The soup bowl fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Seeing this, the man went crazy like a bereaved mother. He walked to the fragments, ignored Mingshan, and lay on the ground, looking at the bowl and wailing, "My baby. TSK, isn't it just a broken bowl?" Mingshan picked his ears and said disdainfully, "Why are you crying so hard? You are so hateful." Hearing Mingshan take it lightly, the man immediately got up and scolded him. "Do you know that this is a national treasure, Finghuaxuiu?" Mingshan complained heartlessly, "Hey, isn't it just a broken bowl? If it's broken, just make another one. You." The man was so angry that he fell down dizzy. "Hey, big brother you." He couldn't hear Mingshan's shouting anymore. Afternoon dusk. The man frowned and felt water dripping on his face, waking him up. "Hey, you're awake, buddy." Mingshan's voice floated into his ears. He didn't remember the situation for a moment. After he accidentally glanced at the broken soup bowl, he came to his senses. With a wow, he jumped up and shouted to Mingshan beside him, "It's you, kid. Stop it." Mingshan looked up at him speechlessly. "You should be quiet for a while. The bowl is broken anyway." Oh. He opened his mouth to say something, but after thinking about it, he closed it and just brushed the dust off his body worriedly, not knowing what to do next. "I just buried the bodies of the bandits, buddy, and I see you're fine now." Mingshan half knelt on the ground and stood up. "I should say goodbye, bye." After that, he just wanted to leave this place, but unexpectedly, just as he lifted his front foot, and before he could lift his back foot, he heard him shout, "Wait a minute." Mingshan turned around puzzledly and looked at him. "What's wrong? You kid has ruined my romance. You can't leave." The man stopped him and protested. It just so happens that all the guards I hired are dead. You have to protect me to the exhibition. Huh. Ming Xian's brain froze a little, and he asked him, why do I have to protect you to some exhibition? Of course you have an obligation to protect me. The man answered him reasonably, if my guards hadn't been killed by the bandits, I wouldn't have run to this damn place. If it weren't for the bandits chasing me, I wouldn't have thrown my treasures out. If it weren't for you stepping in to save me, my rare soup bowl wouldn't have been broken by you. The man took a deep breath, and finally hid Mingxian, who was already in a state of confusion. So, you have to protect me to the exhibition. Mingxian's heart was galloping, looking at this guy. Thousands of words were combined into one sentence to interpret his heart at the moment. Fuck. Just like that, Mingxian inexplicably became someone else's new free bodyguard, accompanying him on a new journey to the exhibition site. 3 days later, in the waters of the Crescent Moon Islands, the two looked far ahead on the ship. As Mingxian's new employer, the man yawned and asked his new bodyguard with listless eyes, Iruba, how long will it take us to reach the Kingdom of the Moon? Are you annoying, Shinamon? You have asked this question 7 times today. Mingxian buried his head in the sea map, given by Shinamon on his hand, and while studying it carefully, he casually perfunctorily said to him, by tonight, we should be able to reach the Kingdom of the Moon. Damn, you kid don't take me as your employer seriously at all. Shinamon protested very dissatisfiedly. Come on. Mingxian said unhappily, I'm willing to accompany you to the exhibition for free. You should be smiling in your dreams. Why are you complaining so much? In fact, there is another sentence that Mingxian did not say. As early as Shinamon told him that the exhibition venue of this trip was held in the Kingdom of the Moon on Mikazuki Island. Thinking of Tsunde's reputation as a fat sheep mentioned many times in gossip rumors, she is very likely to gamble on the island, because the Kingdom of the Moon is also famous for its outstanding gambling industry. So Mingxian took this into consideration, and accompanied him to the waters of Mikazuki Island half-heartedly. Your Kirigakure actually has a ninja with such a bad attitude like you who comes out to take missions. It's really a decline of morals. Shinamon was still complaining there. Mingxian heard it, but did not refute it, and let him nag. Tap, tap. Mingxian suddenly threw out his shuriken and hit 2 unlucky seabirds that flew past them. He stretched out his hand and quickly grew branches to catch them. He said to himself excitedly, oh yeah, we can have a snack at noon. He did not forget to show his achievements to Shinamon. Hey, Iruba. Shinamon saw that Mingxian did not listen to what he said just now, so he jumped up and cursed even harder. Chapter 72, Kingdom of the Moon. After many twists and turns, it was already midnight. The ship they were on finally arrived at the port of Moon Country. After getting off the ship, Shinamon stretched his body and yawned. Finally here. Let's go. Let's find a place to stay. Mingxian looked up at the moonlight tonight, retracted his gaze, and said to Shinamon, well, go to the hotel early. I don't want to be forced to sleep on the street with you as soon as I arrive in Moon Country. Shinamon scratched his bird's nest hair that hadn't been washed for several days, pointed to the distance of the pier and said, let's go into the city quickly from here. TSK. She rolled her eyes at his words, thinking that she would get up early tomorrow and find out the news of the big fat sheep in the city. Mingxian and Shinamon walked straight to the European-style round arch at the pier. After entering the city, they crossed a long empty road. Under the faint reflection of the bright moonlight in the sky, the whole street seemed unusually cold and quiet. If a kune accidentally fell to the ground, there would be an echo. As they were looking for a hotel, they suddenly heard a dense sound of footsteps on the street, getting closer and closer to the two of them, and the noise was unusual. They are on the coastline over there. Hurry, don't let them get away. Soldiers wearing ordinary military uniforms of the Moon Kingdom rode horses and passed by a corner far away from the two of them. These people seemed to be chasing someone. What's going on? Shinamon saw their actions and felt that something big seemed to have happened here. It's really surprising to mobilize so many troops in the middle of the night. The lights on the upper floors of the buildings on both sides of the street are bright, and people are poking their heads out from time to time to carefully observe the situation outside. Mingxian half crouched on a tree not far from them and speculated to himself, listening to the shouting of the soldiers just now. Is there a coup happening in the Moon Kingdom now? Shinamon, I see that. Although the doors of the residence here are all closed, the lights on the upper floors are very bright. I guess there is a big chaos among them. Well, for safety's sake, you go back first. Iruba, don't die. When Mengchen turned around and said this, he didn't need anyone to remind him. Jinamon turned his back to him and ran back to the port along the same route. As they were almost gone, Shinamon turned back and said to Mingchen, Iruba, I'll stay at the dock and wait for you to come back. Mingchen was speechless at Shinamon's funny look and complained to him in his heart, you are really the best client in history. After no longer having to worry about Shinamon, Mingchen pushed his feet hard, took off a few jumps, and leaped to the roof of a residential building. He looked around to check the group of soldiers who had just patrolled. After searching for a long time, he finally found them in a dense forest. They were running towards the coastline, chasing the carriage, one after the other. It's over there. I hope it's not too late. Mingchen muttered, and went over in an instant. Sure. He followed behind, ready to wait and see what would happen. Your Majesty, hold on. We'll be able to get rid of them soon. A guard officer drove the carriage and kept turning his head to say to a white-haired old man in the carriage. Inside the carriage, the old man's gorgeous clothes had long been tattered and were particularly ugly due to the smoke. He was pale and confused, and he leaned his head against the window weakly. Fortunately, none of the pursuers had the ability to carry bows and arrows to shoot from a distance. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 ninjas of unknown origin suddenly appeared in front of the carriage. The horses were slightly frightened, raised their front hooves, and were forced to stop. Finally we stopped you. The leading ninja with long pink hair walked forward a few steps and said contemptuously to the carriage, where can you run to? Damn it, we were stopped by them again. The guard secretly hated it. The Kingdom of the Moon is a beautiful place. We will never hand it over to you villains. The military officer drew his weapon and shouted at them. It's a pity that you can't stop us. The pink-haired ninja said jokingly and regretfully for him, you will accompany the old king to his death here tonight. Captain Krieger, we will stop them. You should take his majesty away from here. Several knights beside the carriage turned over and ran to the pink-haired ninja, showing their weapons and said, Humph, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. A companion beside the pink-haired ninja said disdainfully, cracking his knuckles and attacking the guards who took the initiative to protect the old king. They looked at each other and shouted at him. Bang, 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 cough. Ah. It only took a moment for the guards to be knocked to the ground by this powerful and tall ninja. Many of them were no match for him at all. One face-to-face fight could tell. Too weak. Is this the strength of the guards of this country? They are totally vulnerable. He commented with disdain and contempt. You just follow the old king like this, huh? Hearing the sound of movement, the man looked up. Whoosh. A ninja wearing a monkey mask suddenly appeared above the carriage and stepped on the roof. Hey, good evening, everyone. The man scratched his head and greeted everyone present. Who are you? A female ninja on the other side of the pink-haired ninja asked. I'm Aruba from the Hidden Mist Village. I just passed by here. After saying that, he yawned and muttered to himself, I'm so sleepy. I originally planned to find an ordinary hotel to rest well, but I didn't expect the city to be so noisy and there is no place for me to stay. The pink-haired ninja looked up at him and warned, don't meddle in other people's business, kid, otherwise. Otherwise what? Looking at the leading ninja through the mask. You will die here. He said slowly. Young man, run away. Krieger's face was full of anxiety, and he urged Mingchen to leave. TSK, you can't even protect yourself, and you still care about other people's lives. You are such a goody-goody. The companion of the pink-haired ninja mocked. Although I don't know what grudge you have, it won't affect my next move. Mingchen took out a rusty shuriken from his waist bag and played with it. Young man, you. Krieger was about to persuade him, but was interrupted by Mingchen. Uncle, I will collect my reward after I finish them off. What? The three of them felt very funny when they heard him say that. The female ninja laughed and complained. Just a little kid. Swish, swish, swish. 6 shuriken were shot out from another direction without any warning. Although they avoided them in time, the soldiers standing next to them were not so lucky. They were all stabbed in the throat without exception and fell to the ground and died instantly. TSK. The pink-haired ninja didn't expect that this kid would suddenly do this and start fighting without warning. Mingshan took advantage of the three people dodging and formed seals with his hands in an orderly manner. Would release. Sea of trees birth. Crack. Crack. What's going on? Hey, why are there so many branches and vines on the ground? My hands are entangled. Come and help me cut them off. Damn, what is this thing? No matter how I cut it off, it will continue to grow rapidly. Kong Kong, Xiang Lionhua, be careful not to be entangled by these vines. The pink-haired ninja dodged and reminded the two. What is this? Looking at the situation on the scene in disbelief, although he didn't understand how the boy did it, Kreger was able to seize this fleeting opportunity and shouted, "Everyone in the royal guards, for the king, let's fight them." Okay. The injured guards who fell to the ground gritted their teeth and climbed up from the ground, roared, and rushed into the chaotic soldiers with Kreger. Chapter 73. No suspense. The soldiers who were surrounding the carriage were unable to focus on dealing with the injured and weakened king's guards because of the sudden attack of the tree. Instead, they were defeated one by one. Because of this ninjutsu tomorrow, Craig and his men began to slowly reverse their disadvantages. Damn it. No matter how the burly ninja used his ninja tools to cut the tree branches, there would still be branches that would suddenly attack them. It was endless. TSK, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Why is it so weird? The pink-haired ninja had an eye on the back of one of his hands. Once he touched the vine branches, they would be inexplicably transformed into stone-like substances and easily shattered. However, because the new branches and leaves of the trees grew too fast, no matter how hard he tried to petrify them, it was still futile. This was beyond his understanding of the concept of conventional ninjutsu. Look at my power. Seeing her own side so passive, the white-haired female ninja swiftly dodged the branches that stretched out to her and quickly ran around the carriage, scattering cherry blossoms under her feet as she ran. And the more she ran, the more cherry blossoms there were. Why are there so many cherry blossoms? Hey, where is the enemy I just fought? Damn, why can't I sweep away these cherry blossoms? Krager and the other servants looked at the cherry blossoms all around them at a loss, while Mingshan, who had been watching on the top of the carriage and had not moved, maintained the posture of making a seal to control the branches to attack the soldiers. He looked at the female ninja with a puzzled look on his face and suddenly jumped straight into the air and rushed towards him. Are you rushing here to give yourself a head? Mingshan was surprised by such a direct attack for the first time without being affected by the illusion. After releasing the seal state, he raised one hand and aimed at the female ninja. He just struggled desperately in the illusion. Seeing Mingshan reach out his hand, the female ninja was secretly happy, thinking that he had been deeply trapped in her illusion and could not get rid of it. With one hand, she took out more poisonous darts from her waist bag, ready to kill him on the spot. The distance between the two of them was getting closer and closer. She could clearly see the stripes on his monkey mask in midair. He made a cruel and strange laugh. When she was about to swing her arm and throw the ninja tool at him, unexpectedly, would release, insertion technique. Puff. An inconspicuous wooden thorn flew out of Mingshan's palm quickly and pierced into her chest. At first, she didn't feel anything, at most a little pain. Suddenly, countless wooden thorns forked and grew wildly from her body and pierced through. Cough. The female ninja coughed up blood from the corner of her mouth. Her body was covered with terrifying long thorns. Her hands drooped weakly, and the ninja tools in her hands fell to the ground one after another. With her empty eyes open, she fell heavily to the ground with a bang. Xiang Lionhua. The pink-haired ninja came to Xiang Lionhua's side in an instant, half squatted down to check, and found that she had already died, deader than dead. Asshole, you dare to kill her. He stood up and shouted at Mingshan in anger. TSK, I'm stupid, rushing to die, who can I blame? Mingshan shrugged indifferently, you at least let me enjoy the fun of fighting. Too weak. Shi Li, what should I do? A tall ninja who was not paying attention and was entangled by vines asked him anxiously. Would release, multiple wood clone technique. Mingshan quickly split into several wooden clones that were almost the same as himself and swish. Scattered to attack the enemy. TSK. Shi Li shook his long hair, jumped off the spot, and fought with Ming Xian's clones, without paying attention to anything else. After the clones entangled the soldiers and the pink-haired ninja, Ming Xian disappeared from the top of the carriage in an instant, and flashed in front of a soldier who was entangled by branches and struggling. As soon as he appeared, the other party screamed in shock. The long spear in his hand was snatched away by him, and with a twist, it was swung out, aiming at the tall ninja. HMPH. He caught the spear thrown at him with his hand. The man was about to use the spear to cut through the vines that were entangled with him and jump away. Whoosh, whoosh. The black shadow flashed in front of him and tried to stab the other party with the spear, but failed. When he appeared again, Ming Xian had already rushed behind him, put his hand on his back, and said goodbye to him briefly. Goodbye, buddy. The long wooden thorns entered his body dully, and in an instant, penetrated his whole body. He coughed up blood and the spear in his hand also trembled slightly, and fell to the ground. In order to make him suffer less, Ming Xian aimed at the back of his neck, and inserted a shuriken to send him to the west. Shi Li watched his accomplice die in front of him. He was tired of being entangled by Ming Xian's clones. Just when he was about to launch an offensive and push his palm to hit him, crack, crack. Ming Xian's clone faded and decomposed on its own, instantly turning into a thick branch, and quickly attacked him. What? Shi Li was shocked. Before he could jump away, his whole body was entangled. He struggled a few times, and laughed in anger. You want to tie me up with just a piece of wood? Just as he was about to touch the branch with his eyed palm. Hey, I didn't think of tying you up. Ming Xian's voice floated from Shi Li's ears, and he said sinisterly, I just want you to go down and accompany them. He put his hand on his shoulder. Whoosh. A long thorn silently pierced through his shoulder, and pierced his body quickly. In just a moment, it was forked, and grew through his whole body. Shi Li's pupils dilated, and he opened and closed his mouth to say something, but the long thorn pierced his throat and he couldn't say it. He tilted his head in pain and died, which was the same way his companions died. Ming Xian gently pushed his body, and Shi Li, with his mouth open, fell to the ground with a bang under the horrified gaze of the soldiers. Why don't you put down your weapons? Do you think you are stronger than the three of them? The voice shouted through the mask at the soldiers, who were stunned on the spot, as if they would not put down their weapons and start killing. HMM. The soldiers looked at each other, and saw fear in each other's eyes. Many of them had not yet broken free from the vines and branches, and were hesitant. Surrender and you will not be killed. Everything is Shabadaba's fault. The king will not blame you. Krega saw the atmosphere, and shouted to the soldiers at the right time. Such a fratricide is meaningless. Bang. Clang. I surrender. I don't want to fight anymore. With the first soldier taking the lead in throwing away his shield and sword, the rest of them removed their weapons and equipment, and those who were lucky enough not to be entangled by the branches also dismounted and surrendered. Young man. Krega saw Ming Xian coming over from the corner of his eye, and his heart was excited. Without thinking, he turned around and bowed to him fiercely. Ming Xian was walking, and was suddenly frightened by his swift action. Creature raised his head, and was about to say something, but was interrupted by Ming Xian. If you have anything to say, wait a minute. Apart from these wandering ninjas who do not belong to any ninja village, are there any other ninjas? Well, apart from these three, I have not seen any other ninjas hired by Sabadaba. Kreeja shook his head and said, the culprit who rebelled against the king tonight, Sabadaba, is now entrenched in the palace. Is that so? Ming Xian hesitated for a moment, and said to him decisively, we will go to the palace, to arrest the rebellious ministers before the news of the murder of these three ninjas spreads out. Okay. Kreeja nodded and listened to him. After tying up all the soldiers chasing the carriage with branches, Ming Xian left 2 or 3 guards and his wooden clone to help guard it. Ming Xian and Kreeja drove the carriage to the palace with the king. Why hasn't Shi Li brought back any news yet? A short and fat middle-aged man with a strange beard and hair was pacing in the palace hall, frequently walking out, anxiously looking at the big iron gate outside. The maid behind him followed him silently, fearing that she would accidentally anger the lord. They are here, Lord Sabadaba. A minister ran into the hall breathlessly, and reported to Sabadaba. This old guy finally. Sabadaba was ecstatic. When he heard the news, he immediately ran out without caring about his image. Standing outside the hall, Sabadaba looked far away and found that outside the iron gate in the distance, a team of people with drooping heads came in, escorted by soldiers, and a carriage behind them was slowly driving towards the palace. Haha, as long as we send someone to get rid of His Highness Man and His Highness Guan who are traveling outside, the Kingdom of the Moon will belong to me, Sabadaba, alone. Sabadaba laughed wantonly at the sky. Congratulations, sir. The maid seized the opportunity to compliment him. Sabadaba stopped laughing and quickened his pace to the iron gate of the palace. He walked forward and shouted, Shili, you are too slow. It's almost dawn now, and you just came back. You dare to make me wait so long. I'm sorry, Sir Sabadaba, I was delayed on the way. Shili scratched his head and said to him politely, huh. Sabadaba heard that Shili's tone of voice was different from usual. Although he was very suspicious in his heart, he thought to himself, what is he doing? However, he kept walking forward and came to the gate of the palace and met the caravan. Shili, where is the old guy's body? Sabadaba asked him impatiently. You mean the body of His Majesty the King? Mingshan walked towards Sabadaba and scratched his head, looking embarrassed, and said to Fang Zhaozi, hurry up and tell me. Sabadaba said anxiously, the old king wants me. Shili deliberately said half and left the other half. What do you want? Sabadaba moved closer. You want me to send you to death? Shili said jokingly. What? Sabadaba immediately realized what he said and was about to turn around and run away. Puff. Shili had a rusty kunai in his hand and was playing with it. He aimed at Sabadaba and cut his throat accurately. Sabadaba was cut by his sudden attack. He opened his eyes wide, covered his bleeding neck, looked at Shili in disbelief, and slowly backed away. Shili laughed evilly twice and cancelled his transformation. With a bang, the white smoke dissipated. His real body was Mingshan. Seeing Sabadaba fall to the ground with blood all over the floor, he did not forget to ask him, are you surprised? Are you surprised? Unfortunately, Sabadaba could no longer make any sound. Ta. Mingshan aimed at his forehead and threw a dart to hit him, fearing that he was not dead. Chapter 74 Tsunade. The maid who had been following Sabadaba saw this bloody scene, covered her mouth and screamed, ran out of the palace gate alone, and fled. Mingshan watched the maid leave in front of him, but did not stop her. Iruba, isn't this too cruel? A soldier walked out of the escort team. Krieger took off his helmet and could not accept Mingshan's behavior. According to his understanding, Sabadaba should be punished by the laws of the Moon Kingdom and sentenced according to his crime. Captain Krieger, I explained to you on the way that the king is now unconscious. It is not difficult to capture Sabadaba, but it is inevitable. Mingshan approached Krieger and patiently explained to him again in his ear. Then he reached out to borrow a long sword from the escort soldier standing beside him and swung his arm and chopped off Sabadaba's head as if nothing had happened. Mingshan grabbed the bleeding head with one hand. Under the horrified gaze of Krieger and others, he walked into the gate alone. The guards in the palace had already been dispatched. Seeing him coming in, they surrounded him. Take a good look. Who is this? Mingshan threw Sabadaba's head to the ground with an expressionless face. The soldiers saw the head rolling to their feet and instinctively took a step back. After they carefully saw what it was, they all couldn't help but burst into an uproar. Isn't this Lord Sabadaba? He's dead. What should we do now? The soldiers discussed with each other. Now that the minister who led the rebellion was dead, whose order should they obey now? Sabadaba is dead, and His Majesty the King is in this carriage now. Do you plan to put away your weapons and go to greet him, or are you going to continue to resist to the end? Mingshan shouted at them. Humph, a mere little devil dares. A soldier beside Mingshan was quite disdainful and didn't wait for him to finish mocking. Poof. A wooden thorn pierced into his body, branched and grew wildly, piercing his whole body, and his death was cruel. Arsehole. A companion beside him saw this and was furious, just raising his weapon. Puff. Mingshan didn't say any nonsense and also gave him a wooden thorn, which instantly pierced his whole body and killed him. I don't mind killing all of you and burying you with Sabadaba. Mingshan looked around at them indifferently, which was the last warning. The soldiers were shocked when they heard it. Looking at the miserable state of the two men, they were afraid and could no longer raise any resistance or other thoughts. They put down their weapons and surrendered. Iruba. Krega was very surprised to see Mengshan so decisive in killing. To be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to ourselves, Krega. If we don't do this, I'm afraid that, when the time comes. Mengshan turned around and said to Krega meaningfully, now that Shabadaba has just died, there is no guarantee that other ministers will rebel. Without a thorough deterrence, it is difficult to control the current delicate situation. Upon hearing this, Krieger was unable to refute and nodded silently to show his agreement. Mengshan and Krieger and others will work together to speed up the elimination of the remaining remnants of the rebellion in the palace. The sky on the island has gradually turned white because Mengshan's sudden appearance has brought this unexpected coup to a dramatic end. After these rebels have been dealt with in the king's bedroom. Thank you, Iruba. Krieger helped the king who had just woken up from the hospital bed. The old man thanked Mengshan from the bottom of his heart for rescuing the Moon Kingdom. I will definitely repay this kindness in the future. After saying that, he still wanted to struggle to get up and bow to him to express his gratitude. Your Majesty, you are too polite. Mengshan quickly stopped his hand and said he didn't need it, but then he changed his mind and said, well, if you really want to return the favor, then please help me send a large bag of chips for the Moon Kingdom casino. What do you want that for? The king was puzzled. If you want to play, I can. You misunderstood me. Mengshan shook his head and explained, I have another use for it. Oh, okay. The old king didn't ask any more questions and whispered to Krieger to prepare what he wanted for Mengshan. Krieger listened and nodded. After the old man fell asleep, he left the bedroom with Mengshan and asked Mengshan to wait in the hall of the palace first. After waiting in the hall for a long time, Mengshan looked at an oil painting hanging on the wall out of boredom. The painting depicted a panoramic miniature of the Moon Kingdom island. The composition technique was very superb and the color matching was just right. Just when he was about to be fascinated by it. Iruba, sorry to have kept you waiting. Mengshan heard the voice, retracted his gaze, turned around, and saw Krieger holding a large travel backpack and handing it to him. I prepared too hastily. I originally wanted to find a bigger backpack to put more chips in, but I couldn't find it after searching for a long time. I'm really sorry, Krieger said with a guilty look on his face, feeling that he had not done the job well. No, that's enough, that's enough. Mengshan quickly stopped and said, I'm looking for someone to use it. There's no need to waste so much time looking for a backpack. The two of them were polite to each other in the hall. In the end, Mengshan's throat was about to smoke, and he had no choice but to compromise and accept all the chips that were sent by others without hesitation. Krieger told Mengshan that there are regulations in the country that casino chips in the country are not allowed to flow out, and once they are taken out of the country, they are invalid. If Mengshan is going to take a boat to leave the Moon Kingdom in the next few days, he can exchange all these chips for cash before taking them away. Fuck. There are such annoying rules. Mengshan silently complained in his heart and put on the travel bag neatly. After Mengshan had finished carrying the gift, Krieger sent the gift to the front door of the palace, stopped and said with regret, I have to send someone to contact His Highness Yuman to come back to handle government affairs, so I can only send you here, Iruba. Well, Oklahoma. Mengshan nodded. When you are done, go and have a rest early. I will. Thank you for your concern, Iruba. It's okay. See you again, Captain Krieger. Mengshan walked forward and turned back to wave goodbye to him. Take care. Krieger waved goodbye to Mengshan, and when he could no longer see his figure, he ordered the guards to close the palace gate and went back to start busying himself with other affairs. Now it's time to go back to the dock to find Shinamon. Mengshan was walking back on his way with an oversized travel bag on his back. Although he had gained this unexpected fortune, he could not be happy. He looked at the sky with worried eyes. Hey, it's been more than 10 days since I came out, and I don't know how Kimimaro is doing at home. Bang. Ouch. While Mengshan was lost in thought, he was walking when a little girl suddenly jumped out from the roadside and bumped into him. The little girl had a pair of bright and clear brown eyes, light yellow hair, and was wearing a light green dress. She was like a fairy in the forest, and was particularly petite and exquisite. However, Mengshan's mind was obviously not on the little girl at the moment. Please make way. Without saying anything, He dragged the little girl to the side of the road, as if he was carrying a small animal, and continued to walk forward on his own way. The little girl was so rough that she didn't react. When he was almost far away, she came to her senses and shouted angrily behind him, "Hey, boy, stop right there. Don't make trouble. Go home and play in the mud as soon as possible, little sister," Mingshan said to her without turning his head. "Hey, funny, you are the one who goes to play in the mud." The little girl laughed in anger. No one dared to talk to her like this before. "Hey, I told you to stop." The little girl ran to Mingshan quickly, chattering, "Are you deaf?" TSK. Mingshan looked at the little girl in front of him speechlessly. Her personality was so similar to that of a wild girl, which made him twitch his lips and thought to himself, "I just got rid of that stinky girl, and I won't get another one now, will I? Forget it, I'll get rid of this naughty kid quickly." Mingshan fumbled in his pocket for a long time and finally took out something. Ding, a crisp and pleasant sound of coin sounded, and a coin was caught steadily by the little girl reflexively. "Here, I feel sorry for you, so I'll use it to buy candy." Mingshan continued to walk forward through the stunned little girl. "Huh." The little girl shouted angrily for a long time, "Asshole," and caught up with Mingshan again. TSK. Mingshan frowned at the little girl standing in front of him and said with a headache, "What's the matter? You must apologize to me immediately." The little girl put her hands on her hips, widened her eyes and shouted, "Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you." "Ah." Mingshan compromised and sighed helplessly. He walked up to the little girl and actually reached out to touch her head gently and said, "Don't make trouble. Big brother has things to do. Be good and go play by yourself." "You." The little girl was so angry that her cheeks flushed when she saw Mingshan touching her head so rudely. She was about to open her mouth to scold him. "Boss, I found her. She's here." There was a dense sound of footsteps not far ahead. Soon, a large group of vicious and desperate people surrounded Mingshan and the little girl. "Where can you run away?" The bearded man in the lead cracked his knuckles. "It's time to pay back the money, Tsunade." "Hey, you guys are a bunch of grown men, chasing after a weight." Mingshan hadn't finished speaking righteously to them yet, when he suddenly froze and asked, "Brother, what did you say her name was?" "Tsunade." "Hey, what Tsunade? That's not a name." The little girl hid behind Mingshan, tugging at the corner of his clothes, and said delicately, "Brother, they are so fierce, help me beat them away." "Humph, it's no use for you to pretend. We know from a tip from an acquaintance that you would use disguise to avoid creditors." The man issued an ultimatum and shouted, "Pay back the money quickly." Chapter 75, Prodigal. After hearing the debt collector say this, Mingshan was already 70% convinced that the wild girl behind him was really Tsunade. He was secretly shocked. "Fuck, a 50-year-old woman is still acting like a spoiled child to me. Boy, are you in the same group with Tsunade?" The big man asked him with a stern face. "This guy has been hiding behind you." "No, how is it possible? Don't guess. We are just strangers." Mingshan quickly distanced himself from the matter. He didn't want to be smeared on his crotch by this lump of yellow mud. By then, it would either be shit or woo. The little girl covered her face and cried, "What should I do? They are so fierce." Mingshan suddenly felt a chill all over his body. Goosebumps almost fell all over the floor. Turned around abruptly and said to her, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, "Hey, Tsunade, pay them back quickly." "Really? I said you recognize the wrong person. So annoying." The little girl suddenly stopped crying, and her acting skills came online quickly. She pretended to be stupid without blushing or heart beating. "Big brother, what are you talking about? TSK, why are you pretending? Isn't your pet right there?" Mingshan suddenly pointed behind the man. A horse-faced young man was holding a piglet wearing a pink coat, a pearl necklace around its neck, and its mouth covered. The piglet was struggling desperately. "What?" The little girl stopped pretending and was shocked. She turned her head and saw the piglet being caught. She said angrily, "How did the piglet get into their hands? What is Shizune doing?" Tsunade didn't pay attention and accidentally exposed herself. Sure enough, Mingshan just happened to catch a glimpse of the piglet from the corner of his eye. In his heart, he immediately determined that she was Tsunade, but now she was deliberately disguised as a little girl in an attempt to deceive the debt collectors. How much does she owe you? Mingshan turned around and asked the big man. Why are you asking this? The big man saw him asking this and wondered, do you want to pay her back? Yes, that's right. Mingshan said very straightforwardly. The big man and his companions all widened their eyes, as if they had heard something incredible. Someone actually paid off the debt for this fat sheep. Hey, Kit, what are you talking about? Tsunade was also very surprised that he would suddenly say this. She asked alertly, do you have any purpose? TSK, stop arguing. Mingshan turned back and said to her angrily, don't interrupt when adults are talking. You. Tsunade was almost mad at his words. Since she met this kid, he has never been polite to her. Since you are going to pay it off for her, it's good, so we don't have to worry about it. The big man quickly took out a list of debts from his arms and handed it to Mingshan. Hey, what? Mingshan took the list and glanced at it casually. His eyes almost popped out of his head. He turned around and scolded Tsunade fiercely. You are such a spendthrift woman. You dare to lend even 9% interest, and the interest is compounded. TSK, isn't it just a small amount of money? Tsunade was quite disdainful and turned her face away to whistle. If you can't take it out, don't make a fuss about it, or you will be embarrassed. You, alas, it's really only women and villains who are difficult to raise. Mingshan looked disappointed, muttered to himself, shook his head helplessly, and shouted at the debt collectors, all of you follow me. Where are you taking us? The big man was puzzled. You will know when you get there. If you want money, follow me. He didn't explain too much. And you, come with me too. Mingshan turned around and poked her forehead and said, the way he looked was completely reversed. Adults scolding children. Too funny. Hey, you bastard. Tsunade gritted her teeth and clenched her fists after being poked by Mingshan. She was about to get mad at him, but when she saw the pig in his hand, she had no choice but to suppress her anger, stared at his back, and walked with the others. Everyone followed Mingshan to a large casino. He told everyone, wait for me here. He walked in alone. Why is this kid going into the casino? Everyone and Tsunade speculated secretly, but not long after, they saw him walking out alone, empty-handed. Even the backpack on his back was gone. Boy, we're here. Where's the money? The big man saw Mingshan like this, afraid that he was fooled by him. What's the hurry? Hurry up and carry it out. Mingshan yawned, leaned against the wall with his head on his hands, shouted to the back, and closed his eyes. Carry it out. Tsunade thought for a moment and thought of a possibility. Could it be? Sir, we have prepared the cash you want. Several staff members dressed in black suits came out and said respectfully to Mingshan. Several people behind them pushed and pulled a cart forward. On the cart was a pile of neatly stacked banknotes, which shocked everyone. Little boy, this. The big man was a little confused. He was dazzled by the beautiful bills, and even his words trembled. Brother, count them in front of me quickly. Mingshan lazily picked his ears with his little finger. After the big man heard him say this listlessly, his attitude changed immediately. He nodded repeatedly and ordered his men to move the money quickly. With that smiling face, he probably had no problem recognizing Mingshan as his real father. TSK, this brat. Tsunade had lost her temper and muttered to herself, where did he get so much money? Hey, have you ordered everything? Mingshan asked them. Yes, the settlement is clear, so we can pay off the principal and interest at the same time. The big man answered Mingshan amiably. After his men collected all the money, he took the piglet from their hands, and the group said goodbye and left first. Hey, after paying off the debt, this is all I have left. Mingshan picked up the last 2 stacks of money on the cart and weighed them. Bang. After all the debt collectors left, Tsunade lifted her transformation. The white smoke dissipated, and she returned to her adult appearance. There was a purple-blue diamond mark on her forehead, and I don't know what it was for. There was a big word gamble written on the back of her light green coat. Mingshan looked Tsunade up and down, and was sure that she was definitely a real beauty. Even in her previous life, she was a rare natural goddess without processing. However, although Tsunade is extremely beautiful, Her attraction to Mingshan is not as strong as when she first met Han Dao in the examination room. "Hey, kid, it's time to return the pig to me," Tsunade said unceremoniously. "Hey, take it." Mingshan handed it to her. "I think it's too heavy." "Go ahead." Tsunade took the pig and said directly, "What do you want to see me about?" "I want to ask you, Tsunade-sama, to go back to Konoha and treat Kimimaro." Mingshan lowered his head slightly and said sincerely, "Humph, you are quite sensible." Tsunade snorted coldly. "Some people were quite fierce before. Why are they so polite to me now?" She was obviously still thinking about what happened just now. Mingshan twitched his cheeks when he heard the words and raised his eyes to look at Tsunade. He rubbed his eyebrows and felt quite a headache. Isn't this woman too vindictive? "Hey, let me tell you." Mingshan's eyebrows jumped and his attitude changed. He said submissively, "Is it fun to argue with a little kid like me? It's very interesting." Tsunade stroked the pig in her arms and stared at Mingshan with a teasing face. "I don't think you look like a little kid at all. You're very mature." "Damn old woman, if it weren't for Kimimaro, I wouldn't bother to beg you." Mingshan silently cursed her in his heart, but on the surface, he forced a funny smile and flattered Tsunade. "At least I have helped you pay off your debt, so please come back to Konoha with me and help my family treat the disease." "No, I didn't ask you to help pay back the money." Tsunade shook her head decisively and refused him. "You are the one who wants to pay it back, so I won't go to Konoha." "Don't be so arrogant." Mingshan put away his smile and said in his true colors, "As a junior, I sincerely entrusted you to come over. It's too. I just won't go." Tsunade didn't let him finish and interrupted him savagely, smiling charmingly. "I won't give face to anyone, but not to you. You." Mingshan's nose was almost crooked by her, but he couldn't scold her. If he pissed off this woman, he would be the one who would be in trouble. "If you don't have anything else, I'll leave first." Tsunade hugged Hansen and pretended to leave. She just turned around. "Hey, wait a minute." Mingshan called her, made up his mind, and quickly fumbled for something in his waist bag. "What are you doing?" Tsunade turned around and looked at him with interest. She made up her mind that no matter what he took out, she would not go back to Konoha with him to treat people. "I know this, Tsunade-sama." Mingshan took out a knife and threw it to her gently. "What is it?" Tsunade caught it, took a closer look, and said with some surprise, "This is." She looked up at Mingshan. "Yes." Mingshan nodded. "It's something that Jiro-chan has kept close to him. He gave it to me for self-defense." "How do you know Jiro-chan, Wasabi?" Tsunade looked at him in confusion and questioned. "It's a long story. Kimimaro and I used to work as younger brothers in Jiro-chan's territory." Mingshan told Tsunade about his and Kimimaro's experiences in the land of tea. "I see." Tsunade listened to Mingshan's story and pondered for a while. Now, she no longer wanted to tease him. "Jiro-chan has helped me a lot in the past. Since you are his younger brother, well, I can't refuse your request anymore." Mingshan breathed a sigh of relief. A stone in his heart was finally put down. Just now, he was actually silently betting that Tsunade knew Jiro-chan, because Mingshan had heard Jiro mentioned that he had a good relationship with a famous medical ninja when he was chatting with him. He didn't pay attention to the name at that time, and he didn't know whether the ninja Jiro mentioned was a man or a woman. It's no exaggeration to say that Mingshan was completely lucky to throw the knife this time. Fortunately, his luck was not bad this time, and he made the right bet. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.